Oh yeah, levels. Forgot about that. Oh, whatever. I'll continue to... No, party posting has been busy. Have everything in place so so my phone restarts in 5 to 35 minutes. It won't disconnect from the Bluetooth speaker and go bloop bloop bloop. I should probably turn off my... Yes! For fucking once. Still... I still got all the phlegm, so I am going to have to take breaks every like 10 to 15 minutes just to clear shit out, but... I'm alive, and I'm early! Oh. Yeah, I'm actually early. God damn it! Why does poker have to be so goddamn hot? Almost makes me want to play Zone Zero. Is that on Steam? Would that even be compatible with Linux? No. Never mind. It's not gonna happen. Still, Pulchra is very, very cute. In the tradition of gacha anime waifus. But this time, fluffy. And I can probably find a decently safe work image in the next couple of minutes. Get it downloaded. Pulchra friendly. Yeah, it'll do. And then add image and art. There we go. I don't know why it has to be so goddamn big. Yes, it's my fault for going forward. Behold! Sexy cat. And now she's gone. Remove the image. Close tabs. Reduce strain. Turn off the heater to improve audio quality as soon as the fan turns off. Bring up Trader and OBS. And I can start leveling people up. Actually, what all do I even need to do at this point? We got some contracts available. Profit factor for even more provisions. Actually, I already have enough provisions. Feast for this. Let's turn off the countdown timer. Pop. And we're here. The army of Jerusalem pilgrims is planning to travel to an unexplored sector and set up a colony in the name of the Emperor to ensure that these fervent believers don't die on their journey. The cult of Saint Drusus requires a huge amount of food. Well, I have an even huger amount of food, so sure. Omnisci's anger. The factory worlds of Gens. Oh, mechanisms and people to things I need. Anyway, incurred the wrath of the Omnisci and has been struck by a major technological disaster. The machine spirits have gone to sleep inside the twisted industrial metalwork and damaged cogitators. The Forge Master needs supplies materials in hope of and is offering skillful technomats in exchange. So I can circle back and start exploiting some of the plasteel I passed over previously. And Lashing of the Void, Promethium for total security? Yeah, I got enough Promethium for that. At the Departamento Munitorum. Officio Tactica. Analysts have noted an increase in pirate attacks. The Imperial Navy is planning on conducting a large-scale operation to eradicate outlaws, but stocking up a sufficient amount of fuel has proven difficult. Well, let's just improve security, why don't we? I don't want to spend the profit factor for food when I still have a lot of food. And I'm not going to go circling back for... Let's see, so the shrine is still executing. That's still executing. Yeah. Okay. And I wanted to switch out the pistols on Abelard because There, Abelard and Heinrichs. Let's switch Abelard to something... probably back to the Natal Pistol. Because, I mean, more shots is good, but the amount of friendly fire I'm doing is, not nice. Let's get back to inflicting all those... things. And get people leveled up. For myself! Wild Hunt, which I'm not really using, but... prior to the attack, all prey suffer a penalty to armor until the end of combat. I gain more... oh, and 3 charges of Hunt down the prey. Attacks exactly 1 target, marked as prey with Wild Hunt. That attack deals way more damage. All prey has its movement points reduced by at least 2. I'm going to go for extra movement. So yeah, this is just going to be a boring level up. Unyielding Guard. Until the end of their turn, the Vanguard cannot die. Until the start of their next turn, all damage suffered by the Vanguard is reduced by 9. Dear fucking lord. Abelard the goddamn immortal. Oh, god damn it. I hate phlegm. Well, good news is I just took some Sudafed, so it should slow down in the coming hour. Yeah, sure, having the early parts of a cold suck really bad. See, allies, including the Master Tactician that have a weapon capable of burst attacks, use a burst attack instead of a single attack against enemies as part of a restored firestorm and last volley. Until the beginning of the Master Tactician's next turn, all allies automatically dodge all friendly fire. I would like to have more of those kinds of effects. Carnival of Misery. But anyway, yeah, the initial recovery or suffering phase is bad, but then there's the following days or weeks of phlegm. Boy howdy, when I got COVID, it was 2 hours of feeling like I was gonna die, and then 2 weeks of sinus overdrive worse than this. Anyway, Carnival of Misery. For any target that has suffered or will suffer damage from the execution of this combat. Both prior, their armor does not reduce damage on side effects. Oh. When this ability is used, enemies in the 6 cell radius suffering from any immediately suffer an additional instance of those effects. Yes, I'm basically all about stacking that stuff. Yeah, let's get another... let's just single attacks. Another one of those. How you doing? What was I doing with you? Stuff. Yeah, I think I want to keep stacking conditions. Steady superiority. First time in combat, the arch militant reaches 0 wounds while under the effects of steady superiority or heroic sacrifice. They restore 20% of their maximum wounds and lose this effect. Till the end of combat, every attack grants a stacking +2% chance to critical hit. Until the end of combat, the arch militant's attacks do not spend all MP. Additionally, each attack grants stacking 5% bonus to dodge for 1 round. The Archmilitant can use both the Heroic Act of the Archmilitant archetype and the Heroic Act of the Warrior or Soldier in combat. Can only use a Heroic Act or Desperate Measure once per round. Cool. Now you dispatch. Half their current armor and deflection deals damage equal To 45% of the target's missing wounds instead of 25 until the end of combat. Whenever the assassin hits an opening, they gain lethality. Around, over 15 temporary wounds. If the dispatch attacks kill the target, all enemies in a 3-cell radius around the target gain 2 stacks of the disturbed effect and must pass. Yeah, more debuffs. And I think that's basically anyone I'd have on my team. Cool. And back to the journal. Compiler out of order. Odonathos 11, we're on our way. Still waiting for Footfall to deal with its shit. We're on our way to Krenek to deal with Kiavagama. I can't want to take care of Blaze the Void. Fair trade, Lavella's Heart, Thessera, meet the planet's governor. Eldari in distress, got the Forgotten Twins, Tenebris Aquae, and Odonathos 11. Eric's to Kiabagama. Jehadara's Celebration. That's proposed the American social event. Company of Occult Traders can bring an exciting diversion. Sure. Let's go poke Jai. Also leveled her up, so it shouldn't be too hard. I think she's here. Yeah, there you are. Hi.
You are spoiling me with the splendor of your presence again, Sherry. Have you decided to treat your soul to the fruits of my eloquence? Or do you wish to discuss business with the newly appointed owner of a Mercatum Tabula Officiale?
Fedora, tell me about your business. Soon enough, the shiny wrappings of the corona expands. Tell me about the dark side. Huh. I'll see you later.
Oh.
Guess we're moving on. Alright, forward! Damn it. So much phlegm. Okay. Yeah, already explored and already exploiting. No. Okay. So then, Odonathos and the other one, and we have so much Navigator's Insight. Orcelio Prophecy. Agathos Arcates. Let's see, we're extracting plastic there. Distress signal. Lavella's Heart. We'll get there. For now... Oh, I've already been to Pellium Solitus, and then Narmer 4. Oh yeah. So, let's make that difficult. I guess unsafe. Schwip. While traveling through the Immaterium, the crew on duty on Loading Bay 7 heard what sounds like the hissing of a giant snake. The terrified workers sent out a Vox message, then locked themselves in a shipping container and welded it shut. Response team sent to the bay found no signs of warp activity. Unfortunately, by the time they had arrived, the workers had suffocated. The ship has left the hostile Immaterium and returns to real space. Oh wait, no, I need to chart routes. Get some of that insight. So much fun. I can do that. Might as well. Alright. Got some pirates, but first let's poke about these planets and see what's up. We can finally see what the well, what our escort can do. Ooh, phlogiston. Sure. Ship's augurs have detected a non-native mineral cluster on the planet's surface. Probably the remains of an ancient asteroid shower. The substance is valuable, but collecting it will not be easy. The asteroid sits right above numerous underground caverns. The ancient tunnels and vaults are incredibly unstable and would not bear the weight of a large group of humans, let alone a shuttle. Take the risk and send a shuttle! And failed. One crew member's careless misstep caused the whole network of caverns beneath to collapse, not only killing the blundering worker, but causing a catastrophic chain reaction that claimed the lives of the whole team. Damn. Oh well. Well, they died for the Emperor. Ocean World provisions? Sure. And another piece of the Archaeotech thingamajig. Cool. Alright, well, let's go deal with these pirates then. There's an escort. However, can I control it, or does it run automatically? It's looking like it's its own. The Heartless is its own thing. Oh, there's the other enemy. Okay. So. Starbreaker Lance. We'll get some torpedoes going. Then hit the prow. Let's go on the warp wave over there. And keep going straight ahead. Starboard right for shields. And keep on. Alright. New heading. Let's go get torpedo control down as well. Let's see, so we can do some decent damage with the dorsal. Hell yeah. Okay, and we'll go here. Ah, just short. I think extra range is gonna help. Yeah, because it's just outside of the arc. Plus more torpedoes, go for the other guy. So, torpedoes. Keep going after the destroyer. You'll get there in time. Can hit you with that. And just eliminate you outright. Excellent. A little bit of fuel, some scrap. I think we're going to write home about. In the volcanic world. Alright. Now then, what to do next? So, forge a path to Vebos. Yeah, let's hit up Odonathus first. Yeah, Colony Fellstorm has become a new stage of development. Short routes first. Okay, so we'll be able to jump straight to Mortis Asius. Colony management. An incredible find has been made on Fellstone, Lord Captain. A lost volume of St. Keith's diary has been discovered during the restoration of his crypt. By following the saint's words, the Order of the Hammer was able to find a crypto-ark containing a tech relic of St. Cognatus, a crucible. Keith's writings on it are vague. It is called the Sculptor and Transformer, granting life and grace. The explorers have sent a delegation to lay claim to the treasure, which has sparked a heated dispute that has been going on for many days. If the explorers can prove that the crucible is an archaeotech mechanism and not a relic, then they may become its curators. I will relay your will to the representatives of the deliberating parties. After some preparation, the explorers presented several pieces of evidence to support their claim, the most convincing of them being sacred blueprints of parts similar to those used in the crucible. By the end of their speech, most were fully convinced that the Order of the Hammer's relic is indeed archaeotech. Protests from the dissatisfied minority that called many of the explorers' arguments into question were ignored, and I need to post more phlegm. Aye. In spite of losing the argument, the monks of the Order of the Hammer soon found enough humility within themselves to make peace with the results of the deliberations. Research into the Crucible has identified it as a device for surface terraforming. Fueled by the geothermal energy of the planet, it could turn a wasteland into a blooming garden. However, a way to launch it has yet to be found. Alright. No indulgences for sale. Yeah, I guess Fellstone is as developed as I can get it without blocks good tidings, or blocked by good tidings. Not selling indulgences. It would get me some stuff, Fellowship of the Void, but it's heretical. That's not happening. And everything else is going about. Oh. Anyway, into Odonathus 11 we go, looking for Votivir. Lord Captain, Drakari ships are patrolling the system. The likelihood of slipping past their patrols unnoticed is close to zero. I mean, I'm sure we can. You feel that we could pass the enemy ships unnoticed. The nearest Drakari ship attacks at once. Get ready. Soon others will join it. Crew's up to the challenge. We will see. We will see. I really wish my sinuses would calm the hell down. I don't need this much mucus.
Finally, some real action.
3 Citadel class versus the Heartless and me. I think we'll be fine. Obsidian Shadow Shield. Your unfathomable haze obscures the vessel, reducing hit chance. Attacking from a cell. When close, and a major hit chance penalty from far away, removed upon firing and has a chance of being re-engaged at the start of the ship's turn, or in response to enemy fire that causes hull damage. Well, and torpedo tubes go zoom. Oh well. Do the dorsals. And this too. So I get to do an Empyrean Storm. I could do a swing run. That'll do. Well, damn. Okay. Very nice. And let's see. Going that way, so could hit either flank, so it's okay. Oh, there's some more. Okay, so we need to survive for 7 rounds. Presumably. Or it could be 7 rounds, we need to clear out all the ads. Which would not be nice. Ow. I'm really glad I have the star support here. Alright. Let's go and get that torpedo control going. Continue with the Empyrean storms. Although maybe that would be better. Nah. Let's pop new heading. See about getting that prow shot in. And ram.
Windshield bolters. Brace for impact.
Restart shields real quick. Focus shields on the left. And then you sneak on over there, and boom. So I expect that more reinforcements are going to spawn this turn. And then pop some more torpedoes. Do a little turnabout. Nice. Very nice. Here are the reinforcements. Come to me. Nice. Alright, so first there's the dorsal on that bastard. Boom, boom, boom. Vulnerability scan there. Let's get there. There. Let's do the starboard over there. Nice! And then hit them with the port. Twice! Go, get distracted by the Heartless. Still hurts. Oh hey, that's why I got that. I can swing around and do a little, Oh, eliminate that guy. Get a little extra range on our next shot. Ah, damn. Swung around a little too hard. And even with the range bonus, it's still not, Oh, torpedo time. Got some more destroyers on the way.
Vulnerable.
Damn. Very nice. Okay, so let's control on plasma torpedoes to take out that guy. First, let's use our starboard. Do a little swing around. It's still gonna hurt. Ow. That sucks. Focus shields, port left. And then the torpedoes can take out that guy. At least cripple it. Taking a beating, but we're also just clearing. So, can I get back the lightnings, or the warp storm thing which I get? Oh, I already used it this turn. Okay. Well. Pop that guy. Do a little vulnerability scan there. And absolutely unload. Swing about. See if I can't get a prow shot there. Nice. More torpedoes. Focus shields front. I think this is the last of their threats. Taking a serious beating though. And Heartless takes care of it. Nice. Okay. Basically a better version of what I've already got. Okay. And that was everything. Nice. Alright. Let's get the hull upgraded as much as we can. Also got development. Expeditious reload. Reloads all mech cannons that were fired during the acceleration phase. Oh. Shield pulse. Strafe. Strafe could be fun. Rugged repair. Yes. Yes, please. Torpedoes and attack craft gain evasion against enemy attack craft attacks and all others. Which ram deals twice the additional damage for each extra time traveled. Heavy voidcraft armor. Each attack craft launched from a torpedo tube, and each torpedo has more hull integrity. Research shields now only inflicts -2 speed and no firing range penalty. Silent running. When approaching an enemy, the flagship shuts down non-essential systems that drift unnoticed past enemies. As a result, in most encounters, larger enemy vessels are surprised and act later. Steady hand. When using post abilities, there's 20% chance to cool down. It will be 1 round shorter. collect 10% more scrap overall. That would also be nice, but the rugged repair is more immediately useful. Focused efforts, challenge on strength. Yeah, rugged repair. I can repair for 18 scrap. Yeah, then. Okay, torpedoes were quite nice. But narrow firing arc, long range. Oh, no, it's this. I only have the one dorsal, but I got 3 of these God's Bane lances. Which are essentially an upgrade to what I already have. I suppose I can upgrade the RAM as well. Yeah. Alright, time to start poking about these planets before talking with some... Oh, plasteel, I need that. And smuggler's cash. Swords, axes, flamers, lasguns. Nice. Actually, can I... another one of those archaeotech things. Bit by bit. I guess I completed it? I need one more plasteel. Decent chance of finding it at least. Like that! There we go. No more extractiums. That should be fine, right? A thing! The scouting team sent to the colony world returns with a decrepit, shaggy, foul-smelling vagrant in tow. The old man hastened towards the enforcers as soon as he saw the dynasty's colors and implored them to take him to Master Votvir and Lady Theodora. Question the vagrant. During his interrogation, the old man says he is a loyal servant of House von Valancius. 4 decades ago, he was sent on an important mission to the system by Master of Whispers Votvir. It took him 20 years to complete the mission, spent the next 20 waiting for his master to collect him. The vagrant was an ambitious young spy when he left the ship, and coming aboard again has made him very emotional. Check the vagrant for evidence of treason. The investigation has found no wrongdoing the old man could be held accountable for. His body bears no signs of worshipping the archenemy. He has confessed to no crime, seemed quite shocked at the news of Lady Theodora's death and Votvir's treachery. Harsh interrogation techniques have taken an almost fatal toll on his failing health. Yet first no admission of guilt from him. Establish the nature of his mission. The vagrant only agrees to share the details of his assignment with the rogue trader himself. If his claims are to be believed, he was sent to recover documentary... I don't think... Yeah, I can't adjust volume, I'll just need to turn it down a little over here. Anyway, House Winterscale's debt liabilities to House von Valancius. Those priceless papers had been stolen by hired agents of the cold trade on Kelgos Winterscale's orders. However, instead of being destroyed as he wanted them to be, they were hidden away for the purposes of blackmail. The old man describes a long journey full of perilous adventures that eventually brought him into possession of the documents, which he then proudly presents to you. Astonishingly enough, the papers turned out to be genuine, getting us 3 profit factor. Huzzah! Let's see. Lavish riches upon the faithful servant and bestow some unchallenging yet honorable duty upon him. The sobbing old man swears to pray daily for the good health of the new Lord Captain. The story of his amazing adventure and selfless service immediately spreads throughout the ship. Okay. Anyway, audio back up. And turn down the music some more. Sound. Why? Huzzah. Alright. Let's go talk to these Asuriani vessels. Hopefully we don't need to fight them. The Augur crew picks up a heavily damaged Xenos' void ship among the countless rock masses of the asteroid belt. An Eldari vessel beyond doubt. According to the Von Valencia's archives, about 100 standard years ago, the Imperial Navy set up a barrier in the system against pirates and the enemies of humanity. Countless primed mines are still scattered among the wreckage. The Voxmaster manages to tune the ship's systems to an unconventional frequency, and the bridge suddenly fills with the chime-like Xenos voices. Drawn out and mournful, they sing in an unknown tongue, but every officer on the bridge can sense that this is the dirge. Answering the call, Irliet jumps to the cogitators, startling the officers on the bridge with her sudden jolt. In the hopes of understanding the Mon-K technology and figuring out how to help her kin, the Eldari runs in circles around blinking vid screens, but the mysteries of the machine god elude the Xenos. Then she turns to the Lord Captain, powerless. Let's see. Iliette is asking the Alantok to help her kin, who had found themselves in a trap sprung by fate. The Eldari are worn out and weak, but their song is a cry of despair, and that cry is fading. Let's see. Logistics officers, led by Master Helmsman Ravor, are ordered to plot a course for the rescue shuttle by the Dynasty's flagship, or from the Dynasty's flagship to the Xenos ship and back. Now, all the crew can do is hope that the calculations are correct, that the veteran officer's experience has not let them down. Let's see, the rogue trader orders his officers to establish communications with the Eldari vessel. However, they do not respond to the incoming signals. After several attempts, the frequency tuned by the Voxmaster gets lost, and the mournful song fades away. Let's see. The Lord Captain inquires about the state of the vessel. The vessel's hull and engines are presumably damaged in collision with a small celestial body. However, it's impossible to prove or disprove this hypothesis at such a distance. The Xenos' vessels differ too much from those of the Imperium. Let's clear the mines. After several hours pass, on the ship's clock, the servants of the Omnissiah present a plan for the neutralizations of the ancient mines. The skill of the operation is assessed as extremely probable. As the Von Valencius. The Lord Captain gives the order to clear a path to the vessel, detonating the mines indicated by the tech priests. On the Lord Captain's command, the ship's cannons fire several powerful salvos. As soon as the shots reach their mark, a cascade of soundless explosions erupt within the asteroid field and spirals around the Eldari vessel. Once the explosions quiet down and shards of asteroid and space debris and void mines dissolve into the darkness of the void, a rescue team sets off towards the miraculously intact Xenos ship. However, when the shuttle reaches the Xenos ship, the rescue team report catches the bridge crew off guard. The starboard side has been breached by the macro weapons of an unknown Imperial void ship. There are no survivors. Shielding her eyes, Irliet closes them and clutches the spirit stone at her breast. Coming to, the Eldari does not speak for a time. With notes of sadness in her voice, carefully picking her words, she concedes that the Elantok did all they could to save her kin. And yet it is the Mon-K who are responsible for the loss of the Eldari void ship. Saddened by the pain and hatred that humans have brought upon her kind, Irliet quietly leaves the bridge. Sometimes it's simply impossible to outrun fate. That's Odinathus 11. Alright. Vela's Heart for the Sarah. Mortis Asius for Vibos 11, or 6. Force Aquae for more survivors. Kranak. I guess we will continue out here. Lord Captain, I humbly request an audience with you. Proctor Anthar is interfering with the crew and is demanding to see all the archival records of fugitive criminals we have ever received from the Imperial Navy. The matter is urgent, if you please, Lord Captain. Why not grant him access to the records? Access to the ship's archives can only be authorized by the Dynasty's heir. Heir, yes. That is how you pronounce that word. I'll meet with both of you and me. Give the Proctor access to the archived messages. This does not warrant a separate meeting. Yes, Lord Captain. I apologize for disturbing you. Oh, and Janus is ready for more. Bonfire of Righteousness, blocked by good tidings. See, Felstone is pretty much done. Troubling news has arrived from Janus. Your Lordship, while digging an irrigation ditch, workers found a Xeno obelisk made of unknown material. It was delivered to a laboratorium and subjected to a number of tests, one of which caused a reaction. The obelisk generated a low-frequency vibration. The events that followed were catastrophic. A series of anomalies were recorded in the Epsilon 2 Majoris region. It's almost like Janus itself is fighting us there. Many logistical chains have been disrupted. The only people who visit the uncontrolled territory are the wretches fleeing deeper into the region in greater and greater numbers. Observers report strange fires in the sky at night, completely imperceptible to the augurs. But we got more provisions, apparently. The esteemed Ultraquisitors are gathering outlaws and fortune hunters for an expedition to the heart of the region. They assume a priceless trove of Encino mechanisms is waiting for them there. Let's see, isolate the region. Commence search. Send in scouts. Let us see what they managed to find. What exactly is happening here? The vegetation demonstrated a remarkable ability for wild growth. It took the plants only 2 days to overrun the agri-complexes of the region. Extinct species of local megafauna have been spotted in the newly formed jungle, aggressive and acting in unnatural cohesion. How are the wretches involved? We do not know. It is as if they received a signal telling them to abandon their work and rush deep into the afflicted territory. Some were shot by the watchmen appointed by your order. Unfortunately, about 100 still made their way into the region. Permission to advise granted. I await your proposals. Janus's natural world is rising up. It's a lucky coincidence the planet boasts experts who specialize in both controlling and destroying life. Reports from the Magos Biologus Chapel make no mention of storing weapons of mass destruction, but I have no doubt they possess some. They always do. I see no reason not to let them use them against this, whatever it is. Deployment of fortified research stations in the affected sectors is recommended. Benefit of gathering more information justifies the increased casualty rate among personnel. The wretches know more about this pestilent growth than we do. Something we must quickly rectify. We must capture some of the mutants and force them to cooperate. That way we can learn what it is we are dealing with. Exchange 1 plasteel, which I don't think I have a lot of. But let's set up research outposts. See what's up. Getting us Audacity of Janus torpedo launchers. May the Omnissiah be merciful to the souls of those who give their lives in the name of obtaining knowledge. We got more torpedoes. Scouts who ventured into the heart of the afflicted region discovered ancient Xenos creations emerging from the ground. The jungle reacted to the incursion by expanding and swallowing up some of the neighboring agri-complexes. Fortified observation stations were set up in the largest clusters of ruins. Priceless data and artifacts collected there were paid for with the lives of many watchmen who fought against the onslaught of Janus's enraged wilds. Got some chemicals. And more tears of repentance. Okay, cure for sloth, that's heretical. Monstrous servants. Need more adamantine plasteel. And Xeno defense. The inhabitants of Janus are restless. The Malatex may prepare for the coming storm by starting the Xeno artifacts and using them to construct weapons, but we need more promethium for that. Getting a Seeker of the Weak. Enemies suffering from burning, toxin, and bleeding suffer a penalty to dodge. That could actually be quite nice. Monstrous Servants. Getting a Scorcher, plus 1 AP, and immediately resets cooldowns and all attacks and abilities. At the start of their next turn, gain plus 1 staggered. That lasts until the end of combat. We got the chemicals, mechanisms, and people. The inhabitants of Janus are restless. The Adeptus Mechanicus are ready to run experiments on the serfs that will turn them into obedient, battle-ready genetic deviants. But, ooh, more explorers. Or forest fortresses. The inhabitants of Janus are restless. The populace will be placated by turning agro-complexes into impenetrable fortresses, sending sheriffs from among the, I get the Punisher feature. The Overseers, forming Jaeger bands. Need more adamantine plasteel for that. Give me a profit factor and security. And allow me to deal, or to give me more dodge against human enemies. But I think I'll just go with what I can afford. Monstrous Servants. Gotta love the Adeptus Mechanicus. Execute. And Dargonus is still working on stuff. Anyway, chirping rats. Let's see what we can reach from here. Nothing! Okay. So I guess I'll have to swing around there. But first, drop into Mortis Essius. But first... Network starts shitting itself for no reason. Yay! My internet is shitting itself again. I love it. Fucking hell, man. Can I at least... Can it's at least be stable enough for me to get through this. Okay, we're back in green and... fuck. Why is it like this? Oh, mortar carrier void ship, so nice. And... I think we're back. Yay! Yeah. Lord Captain, we have cross-referenced the key characteristics of the system with our astronautical chart data. The planet Vebos 6 is located here. The problem is the augurs detect an unusual change in the atmosphere, not unlike a massive release of toxins. It appears something unfortunate has happened to the planet's underground storage facilities. I look away and it starts shitting itself again. Yeah, I don't know why my internet just keeps doing this shit. Anyway, it's impossible to land safely on the planet just now. Unknown ships are cruising in the system. No need for any cog to analyze it. I can decipher the telemetry easily. Xenos, the armory and artillery crews are standing by. Let's go get him! Yeah! I got some new toys. Oh, but I didn't install the new torpedoes. I still got the old torpedoes. Can I? No, I can. Okay. So let's load back where we were. 1703. And then the last save was a half hour ago. Yay! This is going to be in combat. Because I want to try out the new torpedoes. I'll put on something that's not torpedoes. Is this just going to put me back into combat? Yep. I don't know. We're looking at 2 Last Hatred frigates. Explosive Void Nebula. Enhances the capabilities of macro cannons but increases incoming damage. More range and damage with macro cannons. Incoming damage increased by 25%. Well, Arc Augury, vulnerabilities. Oh. Well, let's just move in. So if I can't get a little bit of damage over there. Oh, you bastard. Of course, I'm just a little too far. Alright. Oof. Damn. It's just destroying itself. That's appreciated. Okay. I mean, if you want to do that. Huh. Sure. Let's see. Go there. Can you hit with the Mazoa cannon? And the Dorsa. Nice. And the dorsal. And that's that.
They pale before our mastery of the void.
Hell yeah. It's like one basically just destroyed itself. Oh, I should probably swap out my... change my loadout for... full repair for 3 scrap. Nice. Anyway. Mars pattern. Get myself 2 Meso Alliances. Mars pattern is 4, 28, 56. But short range. Yeah, I'll go for a couple Mazoa cannons. Audacity of Janus. It's only 3 more damage. I guess they move a bit faster or something. I'll stick with direct damage for the time being. Actually, no. Get up to Far Planet. Scan the gas giant. And find a cache of some useful stuff. This planet can barely sustain life, and yet searchers discovered a long-lost Imperial colony, one that was cut off from the rest of the galaxy centuries ago. Colonists live in condition worse than any underhive, and yet they still venerate the Emperor and gladly welcome their visitors. The Lord Captain receives an invitation from the local ruler, the Archqueen Princeps Domina. Pay her a visit, an official visit. The ruler meets the Lord Captain in a shack, considered to be a palace by the people here. The Archqueen's unusual crown is made out of metal coils, most likely parts of an ancient device for boiling water. The guests are served the finest delicacies the colony can provide. The Archqueen praises the visitors in mangled low Gothic and calls the Lord Captain her dear brother. At the end of the audience, gifts are presented to the guests. The Archqueen's minister delicately remarks that the best possible gift the Lord Captain and his crew could provide would be replenishment of the colony's meager gene pool. The Lord Captain gives orders to canvass the lower decks for volunteers. The most ruggedly handsome among them will be sent to the Archqueen's court along with other gifts. We get adamantine held guards and some contained nephitic acid. The Archqueen is delighted and flattered. She hopes the Lord Captain will pay her more visits in the future. A peculiar settlement. Already explored. Another cache of some stuff. And finally off to Vebos 6. Swift and merciless retribution is the proper fate for many transgressors, but the Imperium permits using the convicts for hard labor on distant prison worlds, like Vebos 6. To atone for their crimes before humankind, hundreds of thousands of rogues and lowlifes toil in the mines of the Von Valancius Protectorate, until death from exhaustion or some other unfortunate accident claims their forsaken souls. Oh, I don't need to take a Celamorn along for this. Let's bring Argenta and Pascal. The pits of Vebos 6. Make sure equipment is all together. Deadeye shots. I feel like impulse boots would be better for Abelard. Zealot Cloak would be fantastic for Argenta. Oh, actually. Bonus damage with flame weapons. %6 damage with stuff, target designator, you don't use Deadeye shots. Bonus to awareness. Who has the best awareness here? 110. But you have the signet ring and Theodore's rosary. So who's got the second best and a slot for it? I guess I could boost my own awareness. And I don't really use pistols, but let's go cape. Automatically removing all of that rather than just when you use endure would be nice. There's the fireproof cape. That would also be quite nice on. Oh. Her kills an enemy with a melee attack, all enemies. To sell range. So, lose toughness. I like you having that toughness bonus, but I'd rather have you being an absolute melee monster.
The world is...
Variable 6 always was a penal world. But this, even the miscreants of this place do not deserve such a fate.
So need to readjust. There we go. The man's body is frozen in an unnatural pose. The corpse's fingers are cooked and its teeth are bared in a
It is my
ghastly
destiny
grimace.
to traverse the unknown.
The broken, slashed, and gutted body is still covered with the shreds of a planetary warden uniform. The man clawed at his throat right before he died. The caustic ooze gives off a sickening vapor that eats away at the lining of your nose and mouth, making your eyes water. This is not a nice place to be. Yeah, it's got the checkmate. Anyway, the body has been twisted into a pose resembling a servile bow, bound with barbed wire. You can clearly see several thin cuts left by bladed weapons on the body. Throttled gladiator. The Dark Ones found the governor at last. Hey, look, Drakari! Tazara. The tall, lithe Xenos moves with the grace of an otherworldly predator. The creature gives you a dispassionate glance and casually speaks a few words that are immediately picked up by your elucidator. But Candace, Aelith, what is this? Has one of the sisters found an amusing trinket in the ruins and saved it as a special treat for the Archon? The Xenos takes a quick look over her shoulder towards the platform, where a few more silhouettes in tar black armor can be seen. It seems it is I who is in for a treat. I cannot even begin to fathom where my subjects found such an exotic beast, and a talking one at that. The Xenos' eyes light up with interest. The Monkey understands my speech? Where did you come by a device that can translate our language? Are you trying to impress me by appearing useful? Such words will earn you a bout in the ring at most, without weapons, and soon without your skin. The humans scattered around you on the platform stare as if they've seen a ghost. The eyes of some betray their fear, others glare with bestial hatred, and yet more look upon you with hope. How about we skip the small talk and get down to business? From the dusk behind Tazara comes a cry. The distance between you and the Xenos is too great for the lucid ear to interpret the words, but the tone alone speaks of irritation and impatience. See, Tazara raises her blade and points at you. Tell the other Monkey that whoever slits your throat will depart for their new home ahead of schedule, and tell them to hold back, nothing back. Tonight they dance for Iramaris herself, the great archon of the Cabal of the Weaving Tempest. Dying to entertain the Xenos is a path to eternal shame and condemnation of souls touched by the Emperor's undying glory. Let us join our blades. We will destroy those who sought to kill you. Exhausted and defeated faces trade worried glances. The hulking brute next to you hesitates, then spits and breaks into a grin. We're going to die anyway. Might as well do it without the heretic's brand. Slay the beasts. Zora emits a furious scream and takes a step back, signaling to her companions.
Don't you dare to cross us!
The Hecatrix, a witch. We have been ambushed, but it doth not matter. We have so many friends.
Let's get to it!
Argenta. Heroes recital.
I'll do it.
And the other thing. So you can run forward. And light some fires.
Guided by faith!
Let's see. Area attack.
Doubt is for
Dodge
the weak.
reduction.
I'll do it. Strike is a prayer.
Hell yeah.
Out my way! Hold on!
Hit Bella. Unfortunately, there's not a whole lot for you to do.
A dance of blades and shadows.
Time to slaughter someone.
Here we go! Your death is approaching. Let them tremble.
As a thing. You can do some fun stuff.
Let the true master inflict the pain.
It's two Drakari dealt with. And some more over there. We've got more to fight then. So let's get into some cover. And do some firearm mastery. Damn. Okay. Let's get some stuff on Abelard. Cassia can do some nice stuff. Oh, yeah, you can finish off that guy.
Try to die with grace, at least.
And go and give Argento a chance to have some fun.
Faith without deeds is worthless. Eradicate.
Surviving fighters turn their heads towards you, one after another. All eyes on the battlefield are glued to you. By destroying these fellow Xenos, you have atoned for your transgressions against the Emperor. Get to the shuttle. The rest of you will be subject to selective, punitive servitorization, so that you may further toil for the good of the Imperium. Yeah. Hunter Carapace. Ooh. Man died clutching his intestines as they split from his lacerated stomach. Whole bunch of Drukhari junk. Its body was partially flayed, and judging by the amount of blood, the victim was still alive when it happened. Body's missing parts of its extremities was hacked to pieces with dozens of strikes. What's in here? More stuff.
Another step. Another thread.
They're gone. The throne is my witness. We will find these blasphemous wretches and make them pay for everything that has happened here. Can we get... Nope, can't get up through there. Wait, is that it? Yes, it is. Unless I'm missing something. But no, I suppose that's all there is here.
Activating motive force reserves.
Alright, back to the shuttle. Now we have a new colony. Punishment for the Thinkers. They boast 6 needs new convicts. Enemy of knowledge. Extra damage against psychers and navigators. More complacency. Adamantine and chemicals at the expense of people. Punishment of outsiders. So, we need new convicts. Various dangerous literates and idle thinkers could supplement the workforce. Vebos 60. The quarries could be filled with prisoners taken from foreign worlds. If we had a bit more Imperial Navy stuff, purchasing foreign criminals is an initial solution to the problem. I don't want to spend stuff. So we get more reputation with the Imperial Navy. Cargo management. Need to drop down into the bridge to talk to Danrock. I think I needed like 10,000-15,000 some. My man. Contact the Curiosities. These things no. Shipping and transport us some goods. Hello. Scrap box, ceramite. Glimmer pattern void shield array. Repulsor shield. Double against kinetic attacks. Better torpedo tubes. With pattern to be engine. first. And hide untradeable. You can have all the void whatever trophies. Pirate, Heretic, Drakari. There you go. And then, I don't know, some ship components. Need another 1,000. Yes. Already have a sun, or no, Mizzou lances. Five Thunderstrike micro cannons. Where's the Godsbane lance I have? Say, can I do the thing at Zabos? Yes, I can. In exchange for some mechanisms and weapons, both of which I have a decent amount of, I can get more adamantine and chemicals, plus efficiency and other stuff. Do that. Yeah, completed scriptorium schools. Nice. Genetic mercy. Will be stopped. Get me security, complacency, people, doctrine of rationality. Okay, we want guilds. We cannot have. Or we need Shield of the Emperor and Filth of the Expanse. Let's see, more and more ships arrive in Orpera and Argonis. The reduction of duties and the reining in of customs will allow the black market to flourish, able to compete directly with Footfall. At the expense of profit factor, overall and efficiency. Ooh, get another escort ship, Master Raider, more scrap from winning space battles, or Shield of the Emperor. Better with a navy. We can get a navy flagship, armed frigate, more critical chance against pirates, more overall security. No heretical, thank you. Mission breath. Eldari, sorted goods. Let's train some people for mechanisms and other stuff. I would like more escort ships. Oh. This is the amount of resources produced by each colony. 1%, there are 10% for each point. Affects the ability of colony to cope with negative events on its own. I think I will try to get up with the Fellowship of the Void. I think for you, no. Fellstone is pretty much done. So, Adeptus Arbitus, Shield of the Emperor, need high complacency. You can get a Zealot. Ancient fearsome weapon captured on the ship of the archenemy's devotees, cleansed by techno-sorcerism or sorcerism over the course of 7-year-long vigil. Season of Wars. The population of Dragonis grows. The old ways must be improved upon. The most audacious Underhive gangs will form the planet's new elite. Bloody Underhive leader. All allies gain more melee damage and deal more damage with attacks of opportunity. We get Carcalia's Honor. A Power Sword. Additional area attack that affects all adjacent cells, plus 1 damage per target in the area of effect. Adeptus Arbitus, creation of fortresses of justice will enforce the rule of law and attract reliable merchants and partners. Or allow the artisans to unite in guilds in order to protect their rights and control entire high segments. Will cause explosive growth of industry, but in turn will bring devastating storms and acid rains. So more efficiency and profit factor, more security, more complacency. I think I'm going to go for Filth of the Expanse here. So yes, let's talk with the Fellowship of the Void, see if we can't get up to the next thing. Okay. Name. Do you want heretic trophies? I don't have any. You want Xeno artifacts? I got plenty. Industrial hammer as a power hammer and Mazoa pattern auto pistol. Sure. Also, I did not collect everything from Mr. Chartist. Okay. Now, Vabos. Oh, you're still working on stuff with Stargonus I was doing stuff with. Filth of the Expanse. Pirate Frigate. More scrap. Yes. Anyway, back out we go. Rearm the ship. That's expense. See what we can do with the ship. Some really good torpedo systems. So, yes, double the shields against kinetic, please. Much better engine. Oh, well, the better engine. One second. Back. Nine points of damage on the 4, and 5 on other sides. Better auger array. Yes, please. I think I will go for the Assault Ceramite Void Ship Plating. It won't do that great with, it won't be as effective for fires, but that is okay. So as far as prow stuff, Zoa alliances, torpedoes, okay, that wasn't by slot. So, flak ammo arsenal. Yeah, that fighter's deck, I don't know how to access it. And maintenance deck. Allows flak shots to be fired from kinetic macro cannons. 15 damage to each target in a 3x3 area. I like it. I haven't really been using fighters at all. Thunderstrike macro cannon. 21 to 41. Mizoa macro cannon. Short range. Nah. Already have the other thing. Mars pattern. Styges pattern. 4 shots at 21 but short range. I guess a Styges pattern macro cannon battery for the other side would be fine. Alright, now. I mean, I could also specifications. Could also just focus entirely on macro cannon stuff. Phone 5 at 19, 4 at 22. And Lance. The Lance weapons are nice though. But I also don't have enough to fill out all my slots, so I might as well keep the lances. Place 1. Torpedoes. Wide firing arc at more damage, but shorter range. First dorsal, we got 2 at 14, 2 at 21. But I'm also making myself very short-ranged. I can keep it on the starboards, but I will keep the macro cannon on the prow. Anyway, back to the Coronis Expanse we go. Right. We got all this stuff over here. Sarah Lavelle's heart. I haven't been to Lotion's passage just yet. Yeah. Warp travel. During the warp journey, the augurs discovered a strange object that had been following the rogue trader's voyage ship for several hours. Judging by the distorted telemetry, it was a strangely shaped vessel of Xeno origin. The unidentified pursuer tried to approach the voyage ship several times, allowing the augurs to observe shimmering energy sails unfurling among the shifting currents of the warp. The strange chase ended after the mysterious ship vanished into the depths of the Sea of Souls. And back to Mundus Nullius. Thing of note, Vebos has advanced a little. Lord Captain, a disturbing report has come from the quarries of Vebos 6. The convicts have lost their minds. They forget how to use tools, they huddle together and continue to stare aimlessly into space, even under the lashes of the whips, ruining the mining deadlines. Some are possessed with the urge to use their nails to scratch blasphemous symbols on tools, machines, and even their own bodies. The most mad have painted the walls of several mines from floor to ceiling with the symbols and gone off deep into the mining tunnels. None of them could be found. Overseers consider a ploy to divert attention away from the escapes and an impending rebellion. What are the symbols being scratched? It's hard to give these drawings any sort of intelligible definition. Unnaturally round circles connected by lines. The lines are interrupted by groups of dots. Some patterns follow a certain common logic, while others are unique. I can provide your lordship with pics of them. After examining the pics, you realize the symbols are connected through a strange logical sequence. What do my advisors have to say? I'm detecting an intriguing pattern in the drawings. In these drawings, hypothesis, they have practical purpose, requesting clearance for the Adeptus Mechanicus to access the mines and investigate the specimens. Despairing prisoners? What is the point of running away from penal servitude if the entire world is a prison cell? No, Shireen, these Ashmags have found some sort of smuggling tunnel network and are hiding there. The drawings are their secret language, which they use to give orders to their fellow prisoners. I know some guys who can find such secret places and decipher these languages. If convicts continue to disappear for no reason, the unrest will soon follow, whether out of fear or hope for the possibility of escape. To stifle this, we must put pressure on the convicts' leaders. My experience suggests that such people can hold more sway than any overseer. A fish rots from the head and a prison begins to collapse because of its overseers. It is suspicious that no one has managed to get to the bottom of the problem. Lean on the senior staff. Servants of the Omnissiah are hereby allowed to examine any convicts that demonstrate odd behavior. There is no sacrifice more worthy than one made in the name of the quest of knowledge. The wise servants of the Omnissiah interrogated the strange prisoners. The examinations of the brain tissue did not reveal any mutations. These laborers who have completely lost their utility were granted servitorization in order to maintain production levels. However, one discovery was made after all. The prisoners' drawings were too systematic. They could not be mere gibberish. The sets of repeating dashes and dots were far too similar. If it was indeed a secret code, then, judging by its complexity and the impossibility of decoding it, this language was definitely not invented by a convict. What next? Dreamless. Convicts will be of much greater use if they're kept from sleeping by employing a small augmentation. Phlogiston Imperium efficiency lair in the void. The abandoned void station in orbit around Vebos 6 may be turned into a secret den for the pirates of the Cronus Expanse. Profit factor, some security overall. Nice. Holy servitude. Josians will always need new pilgrims, and convicts will be adequate to fit this role. Vigilance, a marvelous compact weapon in the form of a ring that allows you to fire a mental scorching shot once per thing. Envirodome. The mining complexes are becoming overcrowded with conflicts. With convicts. The massive crystal effects domes, whose filtration alters, purify the water and air, will fit far more workers. Exchange. That's ergonomics. Mining complexes are getting credit. Individual pods, tranquilizers for the convicts will solve the problem. I'm short on plasteel right now. No, I'm not. I got 7. Chemicals I'm also doing really good on, so that would work. So, if you're no poison, complacency, and security, adamantine, phlogiston, I actually have plenty of. But looking forward, test of wills. There are now more convicts than there is work to go around. The surplus can be driven into the jungle, or over time they will become wild and be toughened by inter-clan conflicts, at which point the best fighters among them will be selected for service. Weapons, provisions, get unerring shots, torpedoes deal more damage, give me more people in security, blood sports. There are gladiatorial arenas contained under envirodomes will make use of the surplus. To the delight of visiting aristocrats. More critical damage for all my people. Wrath of the vile rabble for Abelard. More complacency overall, and killing fields. The quarries extracting explosive Physaline sand are rightfully called the killing fields. They will consume any amount of living labor. Superior munitions. All allies gain a +5 ballistic skill and +5 damage with ranged attacks. I want that. So, iron eye grenades. Corrosive grenade. Blast area. Armor penalty. So, if you're no poison for plus carouse, extractum. So, the secret of the winter scales. So if I complete that, warp guides. If I had some more security, so let's work on getting more security. So it's the Envirodome layer in the void. Then I am going to want test of wills. Guess where ergonomics gave me stuff, but okay. Guess Envirodome into test of wills. Slayers in the void. Yeah, Envirodome. Argonis is good. Janus is doing stuff. Alright, and now up to Laotian's Passage. Lord Captain, our astropaths received a message from Achilles Scalander on Dargonis. Closely studied the data from the incursion on Vabos 6, including the mention of the Xenos leaders. He promised to direct the efforts of his aides to identify those enemies of humanity so their location can be determined. He is also reporting the Drukhari are getting ready for more attacks on your territory. Information from his aides continues to arrive, and Achilles will personally report to you the moment the target for the upcoming raids become clear. The Drukhari excel at catching their opponents off guard, and there will be little time to mount a response. According to Master Scalander, your personal participation in the defense would be the best strategy, given the circumstances. Lord Captain, this is Helmson Revor. The crew is grumbling again, but they've a rate this time. Our analytics system has gone totally bonkers. The Red Robes, tech priests, are blaming the anger of machine spirits. Allegedly, this is how they profess their displeasure at the crew for not being worshipful. We've largely managed to stabilize the output of the augurs and auspexes across the ship, but you should know there's something awfully sketchy about the machines these days. I can confirm, Lord Captain. The vessel's analytic systems were behaving incorrectly for a time. The cogitators could not produce statistical data and displayed meaningless numeric combinations instead. The augurs failed to correctly analyze matter and mistook solids for liquids and vice versa. Thanks to the tech priest's efforts, standard operation of the ship's mechanisms has been restored. I am still registering sporadic reports of similar malfunctions, but we should be able to handle them. During the warp voyage, the middle decks reported strange gatherings that were attracting dozens of officers. An investigation quickly bore fruit. One of the acolytes from the augur deck has proclaimed himself a prophet. He's rambling about purification by blessed fire. While the perilous influence of the warp can explain the strange convictions and uncanny zeal of this person. But the cult under surveillance. Spies reported that the cult gatherings were hardly worth investigating. There was nothing but long conversations punctuated by people searing their palms over an open flame. The surveillance was maintained until the end of the warp journey, after which the newly born prophet simply forgot about his calling, stopped giving sermons, and dismissed his congregation. And Dargonus is ready for more stuff. Lord Captain, we have received a report from Dargonus. Some common folk from the now ruined Scipion 84-249 have succumbed to the heresy of defiance. Formed into gangs known as the Engine Vandals, they now ride across the wastes on wasteland-adapted cleaning Goliaths. They have declared themselves outside the law, raiding the hive's outskirts only to escape retribution to the toxic wastelands. Bereft of the grace of shelter behind the walls of the blessed hives, they are willing to do anything to prolong their fleeting lives under the open sky. They curse your lordship's apparent cruelty. Rumor has it that the Foreman clan in charge of debris removal in the ruins of Scipion associates with these vandals. We could pass on your words to the renegades via the Foreman, or force them to disclose the locations of the rebels' nomadic camps. What is this Foreman clan? It is a union of workers and technomats who used to serve on the lower levels of Scipion. Small-scale shift bosses, useful common folk who have proved their worth with diligent labor and valuable knowledge. Of course, they rank much lower than the esteemed merchants, to say nothing of the aristocrats. But the common folk heed their kin, and the foremen have both authority and the ability to manage them. The Scipions believe themselves, or keep to themselves, but the foremen have not shown any signs of disloyalty. They were the first to volunteer to return to the ruins of Scipion and start clearing the rubble. They are certainly useful and well accustomed to praising the Emperor through their labor. Moreover, their grief at the loss of their home and the resilience with which they have borne it have made them heroes and martyrs in the eyes of the commoners. If they're so tenacious and militant, let them guard the hives in exchange for small tribute. I'm certain they will be diligent, else they risk their one source of existence, your mercy. A meeting with the leaders of the Engine Vandals was organized through the mediation of the Foreman clan. They have gladly accepted the dynasty's proposal to serve. Of course, the outskirts of the city remain prone to incident. The savage warriors of the wasteland are always eager to raid, and rumor of petty skirmishes between them and the hive guilds regularly give the people cause to worry. Alright. Need more complacency, though. Sordid goods. Doctrine of rationality. Yeah, sure, let's get more people. Try some routes from this place. So we got Lavella's Heart and all that stuff out there. There's a domain. Alright, let's see what's going on out there then. To the Sarah. Let's make it safe. Ish. I guess also visit Laotian's Passage. What's up? Do a little bit of scanning. Some unidentified ruins down there. Some adamantium and wonders of nature. But I'm gonna take a quick break and grab some food. Sudafed is finally kicking in. Yay. After 2 hours. Actually breathe, I'm not coughing all as much. You know what? I am going to put up a little poll. Go for a long... go along with this stream, or what do long RT stream or normal RT stream plus more jump? I need to eat something first. I have not yet eaten. Woken. Thankfully, I'm not getting... Figure long stream, I'll try to shoot for like 7-8 hours. But I won't do the extra jump making stream I currently have scheduled for tonight. Probably move that to tomorrow night, because I can only do a couple hours of Valhalla before my voice gives out. My voice is actually doing pretty okay at this point. Right now, really feeling some rope trader. I'll leave that running. Suppose I might as well check on the board in the meantime. No reports. Some conversations and Horny posting. Cool. Ah. Meat. Wow. Soda. Sip of water. Turn off BioBreak. This mountain chain is composed entirely of a mineral with a shiny mirror-like surface. The mineral itself has no particular value for production, but its properties make this place incredibly beautiful. The sky is brilliantly reflected in the many surfaces of the plateaus, oddly shaped rocks, stone arches, and columns. The view is especially stunning on a clear, starry night, or when aurora trails dance in the sky. The enraptured crew has asked the Lord Captain's permission to visit this remarkable place. Grant short leave. Short leave passed without incident, and the ship's officers talked about it for weeks afterwards. The place made a particular impression on Lady Haydari, and she could be heard saying over and over, this would make a fine spot for a palace, and pity you can't bring highborns here on tours. We're out of extractiums. But we have some unknown ships to schmeck. Let's see, as soon as you draw close to the unknown ships, it points the loaded cannons directly at you. Several of their ships emerge from the shadows of drifting asteroids tightly encircling you. Captain Xantha Lilbush offers a mocking greeting and a proposition. You can buy your way out of this, but the crew must be to her soul's satisfaction. The outrageous suggestion sends your crew into a fury. You're in a no-win scenario. You can fight an uneven fight and lose everything, or pray to save your skin and sacrificing only your pride. Attack the nameless ship first to gain the upper hand. Time for some more best combat. Let's see how bad this really is. I probably should have saved first, but hey! What can you do? Foresight is not my specialty. We got a Viper. Oh yeah. I wouldn't say this is unevenly matched. There's a falchion. A couple falchion. Oh, 4? Okay. Suppose I can go after you first. After doing some Empyrean storms. I'm messing with you some. That vulnerability scan down. As we absolutely unload. Alright, let's leave the Heartless to deal with that destroyer. And move in a little. Yep, don't really need any of that, so let's move. Let's go and get the dorsals down. Over here to hit with the Zoa Lance.
A breach in the enemy's shield has been revealed.
Can't quite reach there. Yeah, with the Mars pattern. I don't think I'm going to be able to reach anything. Yeah. I could do Orc Augury. Then reload. But the dorsal isn't counted. Pity. Alright. Warp fuckery to deal with. You. Activate this. Get some more range. Get an about face. Hit with the dorsal. And finish the fight. Nice. More stuff. That was nowhere near what I was thinking it was going to be. Oh right, there's the away mission. 1 second. My mistake. Back to the arrow. Check out these ruins.
The web beckons.
I offer up my thanks to thee, O Messiah, for granting me the ability to serve you as a predator whose prey is knowledge.
I love my guy.
I better myself through my service.
Up here.
This ocular implant was a worthwhile investment.
Uncover a pattern. A single look at the strange pattern is enough to send your mind reeling.
We should deal with this.
Something got. Activate the pedestal.
What deeds await us?
Over there!
And we leveled up. The human skeleton is curled up in an unnatural position. Since it is inside a void suit, the hole burned right through it. Let's see what's in there. Cracked Vox. A furious male voice is coming from the old Vox. This is Captain Trevor Durhath calling the bullion. Get your arses back to the surface and get me out of here, you shits. My guts may be fused to my suit, but I'm not dead yet, no matter how much you wish it were otherwise. A moment later, the raging tone gives way to strangled rasping. Hey, can you hear? Can any of you hear me? Respond, I'll pay double. Just don't leave me here. Damn it. It was going so well. We even figured out how to open the first sphere. Thanks to the pattern on the floor. Yeah. Who knew there'd be so much trouble with the second one? I didn't. They didn't either. Cowards. The moment that beam was directed back, I was already lying with my guts turned inside out, and they were running off with my goods. Oh, Emperor, you whoreson, why do you leave me like that? I'm scared. Oh, yes, yes. No, I don't want to die. Not alone. Aren't you supposed to watch over all your children? Quiet. Quiet, you luck. Shut it already. I can't even hear myself. The recording is silent for a few moments. All you can hear is the sound of someone pounding the shell of a void suit with the recording device. I'm cold. I wonder if I'll die from lack of oxygen. Or will my organs give out? Damned God, the damned Imperium. In the end, you will all serve the true masters. The human speech gradually deteriorates into an indecipherable mix of howling and clicking sounds. And we got a new level. Yay! Blade of Light. Force weapons would be neat. Force reality. Usage of a heroic act. Armor against fire damage and half of that amount of armor against energy weapons. Burning blood. When I use any psychic power, all adjacent enemies for direct damage. Same happens when I suffer burning, bleeding, or melee attacks. Saturation. Toughness for each effect on an ally. Pulse of Life. Can crit with healing stuff. Corpus Conversion. For immunity and Force Reality. Gruesome Kill. When player prey is killed, all enemies in a 10 cell radius have their agility reduced by... for a little bit. Heightened concentration. Whenever Bounty Hunter scores a critical hit. When an enemy is killed by a critical hit scored by the Bounty Hunter or their ally, Bounty Hunter gains extra damage. Share the spoils. When the ally kills the prey, Bounty Hunter gains half the bonuses granted by hunt down the prey. Temporary wounds, more critical damage, critical chance until the end of combat, or both. Share the spoils. Taunting opportunity. When the Vanguard hits an enemy with an attack of opportunity, they must... Let's see, what all was I doing? Athletics, toughness. Get of might, gain temporary wounds. Get off me, counterattack stance. Yeah, let's go for taunting opportunity into taunting defense if I can. Center of attention. Defensive comrade. Protective word. Cassia. Oh, open the warp. For penalty to next resistance test. Perilous ways. Enemy mood. Threads and faults. Whenever an enemy fails. Attacks against them. Or tonicity. Kibella. Something can let you move faster. Do you already have... Yeah. Storage. Defensive maneuver. Cool. Acute pain. Whenever an enemy suffers damage from damage over time. First time combat. That's agony. Bloody trail. Death in the air. Deep laceration. Pain of negative effects. Duration of negative effects inflicted by pain resonance are increased by 1 round. The penalty. Eternal bleeding. Maddening flames. At the start of the third turn, an enemy suffering burning inflicted. Master of torture. Perfect anatomy. Yeah, just extra armor. Wrecking weakness. Reprieve. Vivisection. Tormenting sprain. Sword of distress. Sickening pain. Let's see if the Executioner uses Reckless Abandon in the previous round, and by the start of the turn still has temporary wounds, they are healed. Oh, and Argenta. Lore Imperium. Medicae. Let's get you some more awareness. Dependable. Bonus to armor based on versatility. Attacking targets that have their dodge reduced by any effects applied by the Archmilitant's allies. Customs glory, always ready. Yeah, begin with extra versatility, why not? And you. Calculated relations. Persuasion, intelligence, there's fellowship for persuasion, coercion, and commerce. You know what? I think I'm going to do with you. Is give you tech use. Unless there's something better I can give you. I think I've given you all the stuff for its overclocking module, arc rifle, power expert, promethium treatment, cider, stagger control, sticky webbing, swift movements. Yeah, let's get your tech use up some more. Eye for the unscathed. When the assassin attacks an enemy that is at full wounds, they gain dodge reduction against that enemy until the end of the next turn. Bringer of Doom. Attacks enemy with single target attack. Reduces armor and dodge until the next turn. Non-stacking. Aim for opening. Reduces target's dodge and dodge reduction. Perfect opening. Fidelity chance to deal plus 5% of target's maximum wounds, more damage after hitting with an opening. Ambush, sort of. Enemies that do not have line of sight. No. Deadly calculation. 10 damage dealt by the assassin's attack. Deal +1 direct damage to the same target. Yeah. More damage. Someone's carved a strange pattern on the floor, and as you look at it, the fog descends on your mind. There's something here.
Nothing's impossible for this old officer.
The light of terror shines for us.
I see what others do not.
Remains of unknown structures are haphazardly strewn about the plateau. So what's in here? Cracked Xeno chest. A small chest made by a strange material has no keyhole or other openings. The murky crystal on the lid is cracked, but continues to grow inscrutably. Okay. Okay. So this is to open that. I'm gonna put down a save real quick before popping this.
Brace yourself, Abelard.
The beacon's Psytech belongs to the ancient Xenos called Craves. Interesting. Oh, please, not me. No.
Litany of reconnaissance recited.
Okay. No indication of which one is the first or second symbol. So redirect the energy beam. I'll try this symbol. See what that does. Seems the pattern no longer works. Yep, redirect it there. Oh. Okay. That. There. Across. And then finish the star. Look! In the jaws! A chest. An ancient force sword. Whenever the wielder suffers energy, fire, power, or warp damage, the sword absorbs a part of the damage, reducing it by 3%. Wielder gains 3% armor penetration for their next attack. Stacking. Fancy.
Executing request.
Okay, I guess that's it. These vaguely resemble the architecture of the Imperium, yet there's some subtle differences in the structure. Anyway, back to the ship. I wonder... do we have any better staves around? 6, 7. Pyromancer staff then. Do you have anything better? 9. Yes, yes you do. Charge staff. Ancient force sword. Hmm. Eight to 12 versus whatever it was. 14 to 20. But I also like reducing veil degradation. Suppose I could pick up a pistol. Asylum, Artis, Ripper. Don't have enough strength for the dead shot. Promise of retribution. What does fatigued do? That only does bursts. Stud revolver. No, but I want to be using my ballistic skill since I've actually invested in it some. Look at the thing. And hand it off to... you, just in case. I have to do something with you. One rank available. Ah yes, accompanying agony. Death is in the air. Which attacks and dies. All enemy. Ooh, yes. Because you'll inflict toxin with your attacks. And now we go to level his heart. And Janice is ready to do some more stuff. Your lordship, Lord Janice is reporting about a disaster. Ghostly Xenos figures that appear at dusk and go away at dawn. In a ravenous swarm, they attack one agricultural facility each night, freezing everything they touch. The attacks take place in the complexes closest to the uncontrolled sector of the planet. Get mysterious silver. Sliver. Where nature itself is turned against us. By fire and sword. Losing one of everything. What do we know about these wraiths? Not much. They are incorporeal and difficult to discern, but they happen to have Eldari features. The spirits draw the warmth out of humans, plants, and inanimate objects, but it seems they do not hunt consciously. But rather, they do not notice anything in their way. At dawn, they dissolve into mist. The wraiths also differ among themselves. Some are as dark as the void, and others shine like the stars in the night sky. What is spawning these wraiths? Is it the corrupted sector? It is likely. They gather at its borders at the break of dawn and whirl in a wild dance, howling and destroying all things, and then disperse in thousands of fading flashes. The agricultural facilities that happen to be in the way of their dance fall into disrepair. Something is not right. The wraiths appear on the planet's outskirts and rush towards the heart of the contaminated region instead of invading from within. Furthermore, their differences may suggest there are two groups of wraiths opposing each other. What think my advisors? When dealing with Xenos, one should be prepared for the manifestation of all sorts of ominous mysteries. There is a whole cast of specialists among the cult traders who use rituals to expel spirits from Xeno artifacts. Perhaps we should use these Xeno Whisperers? Instead of relying on wicked ways to solve these problems, it should be better to turn to our good priests. They are skilled, there are skilled exorcists in the ecclesiarchy who know how to drive out dark spirits. Find your Xeno Whisperers, Jai, and have them exorcise the spirits. We got a Spirit Drape. The wearer's non-attack psychic powers cost 1 less AP during the wearer's first turn of combat. A group of suspicious characters covered in talismans arrive on Janus. After seeing the dance of ghosts firsthand, they conferred and then made a short trip into the jungle. They later returned, their numbers diminished, loaded with ancient Eldari obelisks stolen from their ruins. Locals have called the obelisk installed in the agro-complex as a blessed miracle. The energy resonance of the obelisks have formed intangible domes, providing shelter against the wraiths. Cure for sloth. The reaping. We need more security. We'll be able to get some soon enough. If we improve things with a cosmologic mission, we'll sacrifice some people, xenotech, and chemicals. Poisonous nectar. Level of toxin inflicted by the rogue trader or their allies increased by +3. Oh, ho, ho, ho. Hey, let's go chart the routes. We need to make some friends with the Cosmologic mission. Hey, Janus, I have some business with you. Cosmologic mission, hello. So then, sort by specifications. Okay. Cost. Yeah, sure, let's hand over some Xeno artifacts. I think I needed like 18, so I should get like 5,000. You like Mechanicus creations? Boom. Trade. And this was Janus. No, I need 19,700. So I need another 2,000? Yeah. Or so. Sort by cost. Actually, I should probably save Mechanicus creations. I have some uniform kits. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I need to reach 4. That should do it. And get moving on the Darkonis. No, Janus. Rose of Samarkand, the clandestine cultivation of a xenoplant that feeds on the blood of serfs, will allow the production of hallucinogenic poisons that can intimidate the victim's genes. Getting us even more pollen of the unreal, toxic damage with plenty of, I guess anti-armor and dodge. Dear Lord. Yes, please. I guess they're already doing a lot of toxin damage. Might as well increase it. And let's drop into level. Or do I want to check out the other places first? Lord Captain, we've received a voxcast from Thessera. The signal quality is rather poor, but the meaning is clear. The world is expecting your lordship's arrival. Great festivities have been arranged, and a delegation led by the planetary governor is ready to give you a welcome worthy of an honored guest. But first, everything else. Destroyed ship with some scrap boxes. Ship stuff, scrap boxes. Other. Notable. Going to go in here. Maybe they've already been applied. And hey, we got other stuff. All hands on deck. Loaded 3 torpedo salvos instead of 1. That could be quite nice. Boarding party. Flagship launches a boarding party to infiltrate an enemy ship, starting internal fires and causing engine damage that cripples the ship for 1 round. Corpus Guard Chent. At the end of each turn, the most damaged sector of the ship's shields is restored by 50% of its strength. Maximum overdrive. Speed increased by 2, maneuverability by 1, damage dealt by void ship ram is doubled. Premonition. Flagship's augurs scan the area for favorable tactical positions. While the flagship is in such a position, its invasion is increased. Focused efforts allows the use of both abilities of one selected post for 1 turn. It reduces the cooldown if one of those, for any abilities that are on. Let's go for the Corpus Scary Chant, I think. And all hands on deck, I guess, if I wanna. Yeah. Actually, strafe. Nice. Boom, 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 boom. Oh. Amid the lifeless rocks and lava lakes, the ship's augurs have detected something resembling buildings. There's something off with their outlines, but their presence, in and of itself, suggests that there may be some valuables to uncover among the ruins. Sending a scouting team, the scouts are able to discern symbols of the Imperium on the buildings. Deformed and fused together by high temperatures, the ore mining structures tell a sad story. Centuries ago, the planet and all its riches perished beneath the radiance of the system's expanding sun. Yes, giant. And some promethium. Let's go check out Thessera, since it's here. Scan! It's the High Fortress, Feudal World. Solutio Extremis. I'm also actually tempted. You know what? I'm going to pop out and check out the other 2 systems in this cluster. Of course, making them safer to hit. So, off to Neos. Ships and forces notified officers about a strange... yeah, whatever. Chart some new routes. Coritas. Oh. I think I had more extracting rooms. Tiny bit of blast steel. The tiny colony is buried in an enormous yawning pit, the edges of its civilian structures barely visible even from the shuttle. Explore the surface colony. The settlement was destroyed when the ground swelled up under it. Forlorn bones of dead colonists are strewn amid the rubble. On the edge of the crater, the scouts discover a tunnel entrance. Apparently, there was an explosion in the cavities beneath the town. Those unsuspecting people fell instantly into the chasm that opened as a result. Near its gaping mouths, the shuttle, overturned and blackened by the blast, forever motionless. Investigating the tunnel, we find some miscellaneous stuff. And a living snare. Beneath the rubble, the scouts uncover the remaining remains of a warehouse, deposed in a veritable maze of suspicious tunnels gated with airlocks. Judging by the flattened containers with half-effaced markings, The impressively vast subterranean city belonged to a smuggling syndicate. So a little something... Let's see, Cybermastiff gains weapon skill and strength and deals way more damage. Its attacks of opportunities against apprehended targets always cancel the target's movement, and critical chance against apprehended targets is increased by the Overseer's dogmatic ranking. Investigate the shuttle. Lying next to the shuttle are empty bomb containers and corpses clad in characteristic armor. The void craft belonged to the Adeptus Arbitus. Surviving records suggest it was the arbitrators who planted the explosives and collapsed the tunnels on top of the dwellers. Searching through the papers, you find the demolition plans. The arbitrators knew that detonating the tunnel would bury the colony, but prioritized eliminating criminals over preserving the lives of ordinary settlers. The documents also included a map of the Coronis Expanse containing encrypted data. It appears the arbitrators were aware of another smuggler's cache, but in a different system. Nice. I wonder where. And here's another smuggler's cache. Nice. Back out we go. Up on over here. Lord Captain, we've received an astropathic message from Dargonis. Achilles Scalander reports a Xenos raid against a merchant ship in the silence of Mercigret. The coordinates of a hypothetical contact have been forwarded to the crew. If you wish to support your subjects and fight back against the Xenos personally, we must hurry. It is unlikely that a merchant ship will be able to resist the enemies for long. During the warp voyage, the Navigator's Sanctum reported that there are warp reefs right on the ship's course. The fragments of the Sea of Souls given material form. The navigators may either steer the ship past the dangerous region or risk approaching the ragged formations for valuable insight. Approach them! And we got a bunch of insight past the sharp formation without brushing against a single one. No one on board noticed anything in particular, but it became a momentous event for the navigator who gained a special understanding of warp emanations. So, all the way over there. Let's go and chart a course then. So I can deal with this as quite well. The warp jump was a success, but the Fox Master reported the following incident. Beautiful blossoming vines have covered the deck and bulkheads on loading bay 6. 2 workers had bent down to take a better look at the flowers, and the vines had devoured their faces before strangling them. The bay was then sealed and purged. Space combat awaits! Off we go. To beat up some more Drukhari. Silly dark space elves. So, 3 over there. So I can go handle these 2. Last Hatred Frigate. 3 destroyers. I'll leave my escorts to deal with the destroyers. Well, I see about... a little bit of blast. I should go for the dual Mizo Alliance. Anyway. Target vulnerability. 2 more range isn't gonna cut it there. Yeah, nothing else to do. Immortality denied destroyer. Frigates come after us. If they can. Alright, so gas cloud. Better evasion, lower maneuverability, hit chance and range. Okay. Yep.
Dark void
Jesus.
will erase their colors.
Okay. See if I can't do something with the Mizzou Alliance. Do a little warp stuff. Get right up in there. Shove some macro cannons up their ass.
Outstanding.
Alright. Would you stop bullying my dear merchants? Everything else is a little much better range. Yeah, let's go and scoot that way. able to finish this off on my turn. Do it with the dorsals. Broadside. And done. Very nice. New message from Master Scalander, Lord Captain. This time he is not reporting yet another attack, but the alleged location of one of the Xenos leaders. Achilles' aide have reported that said leader will be heading an attack on the Paradise World, Grantis. There's one catch. The planet belongs to Caligo's Winterscale, another rogue trader. Master Scalander noted in his message that responding to a distress call is unlikely to be considered an incursion into somebody else's territory. The governor of Grantis will most likely send out a call for aid the moment the raid begins. If your void ship happens to be nearby, no one will question your reasons for landing. Alright, so it's a call for help from Grantis. Omnisize Anger, the factory world of Gensark. Oh, and we got the plastials. We can get... Let's see, bones not clean. A band of bold treasure hunters has raided a legendary ship cemetery, the Procession of the Damned. They were able to snatch the ruins of an ancient cruiser from the convoy of shipwrecks. Now the remains of the glorious ship have been put up for auction. Beyond repair though it may be, it's still a giant mountain of plasteel and adamantine, which would be quite nice. Alright. So, says Anger. Exchange 4 plasteel, which I don't have a whole lot of. Actually, sacrifice the profit factor to afford the Omnisize Anger and Inspection Master. I have a lot more plasteel and adamantine to my name. Let's see. Exclude projects. Janus. Cure for Sloth. It's heretical, so that's a no. Secret of the Winter Scales. Janus is basically done. Guess Bellic an auction. Dash Breath. Or Xenotech. See more complacency. Heretical is a no. Let's go for Doctrine of Rationality there. Veabos, Lord Captain, the mines of Veabos 6 are once again in turmoil. At the depths of level MD Zeta/05, the Overseers have discovered a mountain of mutilated bodies, seemingly crushed by the millstones of the mining machines. All the dead are convicts. The Overseers believe that there is a cult of heretics operating in the ranks of prisoners, offering human sacrifices. The prisoners themselves claim that this atrocity is committed on the orders of the Warden to rid his prison of the more inconvenient inmates. The Warden tried to reason with the raging mob, but was mauled to death instead. His defiled remains were found inside one of the cells where prisoners were being tortured during the investigation of the strange convicts. The Overseers have managed to isolate the rebels inside the mining facilities, but an assault would result in high losses of the workforce. On the other hand, prisoners are ready to lay down their weapons, cease their violence, and repent if the rogue trader would only demonstrate some compassion towards their plight, possibly by reforming some of the more severe punishments. So, Scourge of Veabos, or Keen Mind. Dodge reduction against enemies. Exchange security or complacency for security. I have a lot of complacency. More critical hit chance. Exchange efficiency, which I don't have a lot of. Mercy of the Fallen. I like less dodge. Conduct a thorough investigation. We must understand the prisoner's cause of death and track down the culprits. Upon carefully inspecting the dead bodies of the convicts, the overseers concluded that they had not been killed by a human. No known weapons could have inflicted such wounds. The bodies were demonstrated to the convicts, and the riot died down as the realization sank in that some unknown force was behind the murders. The investigation did not yield anything to help identify the party behind the murders that had sparked the riot, but the level has been sealed. Environdo. Next is... torpedoes, blood sports, I think it was. Oh yeah, I wanted more security. Security is currently at 2, so if I grab Flare in the Void, it'll be +1 overall. Test of Wills will make my torpedoes that much better. Give me a lot of Imperial Navy stuff, or I could get a bunch of Profit Factor, which I kind of need. I'm falling behind there, I feel. I also get Wrath of the Vile Rabble. I might also get some security from something else. Dargonis. Just gonna get something soon. That increases the local security. What was the thing that... I think I'm gonna go for Test of Wills so I can get some more Navigator Insight. Okay. But yeah, I'm gonna drop the Mars Pattern Pro battery for another Mizzou Alliance. Make sure to upgrade the hull some more. Short range, long range, 3, 21. I got 2 of those. Oh. Yeah. Oh, it's plasma batteries. So that doesn't benefit from Flak Arsenal. So yeah, Styges is a straight upgrade. Alright. Okay. Still something in here. Smuggler's cache, okay. Oh, a merchant ship. Wonder if I can talk to them. Huh, giving us a focusing lens. Firing range of... don't know how useful that's going to be. Talk to the merchant ship. Ah, we've got a Rotobi pattern shotgun for our trouble. Lord Captain, we have received a Vox message from the rescued vessel. The ship's command sends their inordinate thanks to you for your assistance, and reports that the shuttle has been dispatched to deliver something to our ship. It seems the captain has decided to personally thank you for saving his hide. As soon as the transfer takes place, the ship will depart the system. I imagine they are worried about the integrity of their hole-ridden bucket, and want to get as far away from the perilous system as possible. I almost missed that. Okay, so let's answer that distress call, I suppose. That Blades in the Void, and grant us and then Unquenchable Greed. I don't need the provisions. So, where is it? Over there? Yep. Let's go ahead and spend 5 insight to get down over there. The enforcers from different decks on the Von Valancius vessel report a terrifying sight. The skin of scum crew members has become translucent, revealing knots of muscle and blood to vessels beneath. Worse yet, small spider-like insects were seen scurrying inside them, snow white and sparkling like ice. The transformed could not see this phenomenon in themselves or anyone else, only occasionally complaining about a prickly feeling in their extremities. Some were branded as mutants and killed, as survivors reported back after the vessel emerged in real space. Down and see what's up. I guess I ought to check in on colony management. Lord Captain's presence will be required at Dargonus. Slander. But first, Grantus. Extracting some xenotech, so Governor's Camp. See what's up. I think I'm actually going to drop Cabela for Heinrichs. This Cabela's been having some trouble getting in. Greetings, Lord Captain. You know what?
Anything worthy of my attention?
I am going to actually bring in Erliette. See what I can do with that. What I can do with her. 6 ranks to be gained. Death Whisper. Let's keep... Professional Acumen, first use of an assassin ability, ballistic skill, Jakari equipment. I mean, why not? Penetrating sight in my sights. Prescient sight. Why not? She's a weirdo. Deadly calculation. Perception, I think. Yeah, perception. Xenos. Until the end of combat, when hitting an opening, gain temporary wounds. See my sights, grants dodge reduction, ballistic skill, armor penetration. Prescient sight. Getting you loaded up with things. Origins kit. Effectively remove traumas. Mind scrambler grenades. Monofilament. I'm gonna say mask, more hit chance, or just straight ballistic skill. Why not? Yeah, a little bit more toughness, I suppose. You do hit people with Deadeye shots. You don't use any psychic powers. More grenades, you don't really use stuff. Parry melee attacks with ranged, sure. As far as boots go, dodge, I suppose. Sure, fellowship, endure. Immune to burning. Maybe the Von Valencia's cloak, why not? No. Let's give you a fireproof cape. Because that's when you hit an ally with an area attack. You don't want to be doing that. Okay. As far as armor goes... Strike of Kurnos. Dodge if in cover. Cavalite armor doesn't do anything for you. Ranger armor you already have. Yeah, more movement. That'll be good for you. Descending order. Long rifle. Silence of Shael. And something for melee. Could have sworn I gave you Drakari stuff, but I'll learn chainswords then. I think it's a shuriken pistol. As backup. Alright. Also, might as well get Corrosion's kits. Everybody gets one. Fire grenade, because why not? Spirit Drape. I'm pretty well equipped. As good as I can be. Actually, could give you more awareness. Would like to have more people around for that. I guess I could risk phenomena. Still want that lower warp bonus. Let's see if I can give you some interesting grenades. Oh, yes. One of the Unreal, a couple of those, Phyceline. Immune to damage from wearer's grenades. Let's get you a convergence kit. And a large med kit. A couple of fire grenades. You don't get any of that. I guess Eldari Plasma for you. Crack. You get yourself a Chirurgeon's kit as well. One of the Unreal, because why not? Fire grenade. I guess a monofilament. Actually, stun grenade. Okay, now we head down. Searching out Irliet for Heinrichs. Now we wander in, also adjusting things. I only have one frontliner at this point, so we will have... Let's see, Argenta does want to be up there. Yeah, sure. Why is she up front? Well, anyway. And then me. Da-da. Ba-dum.
I am at your service.
You interrupted my thoughts.
What advice do you
Good.
seek?
And not clicking on Abelard.
So shall it be.
Pilot. Stuff down there. Let's do a little bit of climbing. Oh no, let's jump down. Okay. Body's lying face down, its crooked fingers clinging to the ground. This woman had her spine broken, but she was allowed to crawl in the vain hope of escape. The dead noble woman was staring at the sky with unblinking eyes. Her fingers had been thoroughly broken, and a tangle of intestines lie atop her slashed abdomen. Basically, Drakari have been
The
here.
imprint of torment and fatigue has been left upon this world. The mark of my dark cousins is so stark, cannot be anything but a trap.
Dark cousins? Meaning the Xenos that repel even their own repellent kind? My weapon will be put to use here.
My warp sight reveals something.
Ooh, take care of it earlier.
I have learned much in my exile.
Attention to detail is the key to success.
Got here more stuff. All these
Oh,
trophies.
this master-crafted patellar augment is not fit for a servitor.
Grab time.
At last. You took your time coming to meet me, monkey.
The Xenos in ornate black armor turns his head to you. His thin, pale face is covered in tattoos and blood spatters. After a moment, his thin lips stretch into a crooked, unpleasant smile. A couple of seconds pass before you realize that the elucidator is silent. The Xenos is addressing you in low Gothic.
Hold your foul tongue, abomination. Such filth will not use that tone with the Emperor's chosen.
Abelard is white with fury.
Why, I sent an invitation by way of the cattle that dwelt on this world, and the chosen has so obediently appeared. How are my words anything but the truth? One of my soft-bodied kin. What meager offering tempted you to lower yourself to attending these animals? Or does their company remind you of being among your lost brothers and sisters?
What do you know about my brothers and sisters, Dark One?
Iliad freezes. Only her wide eyes betray her dismay and anger.
Only that they wander blind and helpless, robbed of their home and hope. But why am I telling you this? Isn't it your duty to watch over your kin, outcast?
My, this beast can speak our language.
Speaking your language is slightly less trying for my patience than being forced to listen to a monkey machine butchering our tongue. Besides, I want you to understand well what I'm about to tell you. How is it that out of all of your kind, you're the only one to discover our feasts in advance? Usually you're all so slow and sluggish that my kin always have enough time to leave the battlefield before aid arrives. But still, time and time again, your dogs have been there to stand in the Cabal's way.
He pauses, waiting for your answer. Aggravating, is it not, having someone best you at your own game?
Do not try my patience, monkey.
Void take you, miscreant.
Predictable. Boring. In any case, I have grown quite tired of your attempts to delay the inevitable. Surely you two have run yourself ragged, chasing us between the stars. Let us put an end to this. Finish this standoff. My forces against yours, once and for all. You wander among the stars, so you must know of this place. An ancient reach, where the echo of stellar agony rings still. A place that serves as a graveyard for old stars, still filled with residual emissions and glittering dust. The place that buried your wreck, stuffed full of delicious, frightened monkey, and the horrors that devoured them. The threshold of our domain. Your kind call it the Cinerus Maleficum. That is where our disputes will be settled. The Cabal of the Reaving Tempest will be waiting for you, monkey. Do not come unarmed.
Oh, you're finished pontificating. I think I dozed off there for a second. Do you mind repeating the whole thing from the start? The mask of composure vanishes from the Xenos' face. Spitting out a florid, vehement tirade, he draws his weapon.
I am prey for no
Combat
creature.
starts. Abelard, forward. Irliet. Want a good line of sight. Decent range. Argenta. You have some miscreants to burn, but they're gonna come in closer. Slythe. So wait for them. I myself will Settle down there. Cassia can be over here, inviting some fun. Pascal. Actually, you up there. Pascal here. By myself. Over here. Let's begin.
I bring agony.
Here, Liet. Let's see here. Let's see. So then, settle
I
into your
understand
perfect
your
spot.
intent.
Incubus, couple lights. Slice if you can see it. Aim for an opening on the
I
slice.
am not your Xenos pet, monkey. No weakness is hidden from my sight.
Let's see. Fainting attack.
If it serves your cause. I understand your intent.
Your misery is my treat.
Injured! I'm enraged!
Blade Master.
From the ashes I will rise! Injuries will not slow me. As the
Furious
Emperor
for
commands,
seven.
I act.
Revenge will be delectable.
Swap out. Kick.
I'll do it.
Let the true master inflict the pain.
Concentrated fire.
As the Emperor commands, I act.
Into a more secure position. Where she's not going to be hit. There aren't any more secure positions. Except up there. Then she's vulnerable from that direction. So how about you pull back instead?
Faith without deeds is worthless. None can escape the Emperor's judgment. As the Emperor commands, I act. Doubt is for the weak. For you, my Emperor!
Very nice. Nothing else you can do? Nope. Cool. Oh, there's a warrior over there.
My advice is unsurpassed.
Our esteemed Magos has fallen.
Oh shit. Okay. Anyway, let's go open that eye. Which really isn't going to do much there.
I'm not accustomed to being ordered around. Stroke of luck.
I can do that twice. Hold in my gaze. Warrior. Okay, so it's going to be that one acting next.
Woe to you!
Can't see anybody. Can't do any of that. Okay, so that's her turn. Now it's my turn. Alright. Let's go over here. Burn that Kabbalite.
I'll return the pain tenfold.
Mark you. And you. And you. And you. Flaming. And see about flooding up Abelard. Because he finally gets to act. Abelard, you have some business to
Victory
take care
is
of.
imminent.
So the Blade Master isn't going to be concerned. So you should be able to finish off that one just fine.
Tried and tested tactics are the best ones.
Oh. Okay.
Indeed.
Strike. Get
I
on
will
with
do
there.
my duty. An exemplary strike. It will be done.
Defensive stance. Okay. Just supposed to go
I
there.
am not your Xenos pet, monkey.
Despair. Slice? No.
My heart sings with the thrill of battle. Let her Devour me.
Check me.
Foul breath.
I don't think I can see anybody else. Let's regain my 1p.
If I must.
So you can get into a better position. Out.
Just designate a target.
Eliminating the scythe. Argentadeer. Cannot see Cyberite. But can do fire. Did not mean to move all that way. It's okay. I would like for you to eliminate
As the Emperor commands.
that thing.
I'll do it.
And slaughter. It's more run and gun, so you. Well, I guess try to be hard to see. You can still make some attacks.
As the Emperor commands, I act.
My ears are ringing.
Cassie, I can just straight up. Probably just smack this guy in the back of the head. Move up.
Emperor, give me strength.
Smack. Oh, maybe not. But Abelard.
If I may.
High momentum.
Can immediately. do
Victory
things.
is imminent. We'll rule the
breach.
stars themselves. It will be done. Target well struck.
Stroke of luck.
Indeed.
Reckless strike. Just okay.
My place is at the fore.
Let's see about finishing that guy. Nope. Okay. Cassia. I guess give Abelard some more movement. And then Azathoth can just go ahead and finish things off. Huzzah! Let's go wide. We could even raise his weapon. Venom Blade, Reinforced Drukari things. Embroidered Cloak. Bonus to Persuasion. When the wearer is affected by an ally's ability, they gain 3 dodge until the end of combat, stacking. Splinter Rifle. Yep. And some mutilated stuff. Pascal, unlock that door for me.
My My success is an irrefutable
Unsleeping
certainty.
Eye. The wearer kills an enemy with Finish the Job. They gain more damage and remove the cooldown of Orchestrated Firestorm and Last Volley. So then, Elliot, can you equip any of this new stuff? Forced Incubus Armor's medium. More armor against ranged attacks, but I like Strike of Kurnos, because that's nice. Is your agility high enough for this? No. And as far as other stuff... No, you don't have Drakari weapon proficiency. Oh yeah, I got the multi-melta. So I need melta weapon proficiency on... Argenta. So yeah, that's the whole thing. Oh yeah, and then another armor.
I sense something.
Hello. Armor of the Undaunted. Where's attacking abilities cost 1 more AP, but have improved critical chance. And this has scaling armor with Lore Imperium. Also, deadly precision, i.e. bolter pistol. So what shot attacks with the pistol always score critical hits. Argenta. That's better than your current bolter, aside for some lacking rain. And lower armor pen, but it hits more often. I guess it has less ammo. But holy shit. That's gonna be good for you. Also, Armor of the Undaunted is... I guess you don't have any attacking abilities. So it's a major improvement for your armor. Unless I have... better medium armor somewhere. Scrap chainmail. Leather... pirate chainmail. Would be a major improvement for you. Hunter carapace would be fantastic. More armor when you're in cover. I think I will go for... I mean, Fire Blast would also be great. Immune to burning. Armor against melee attacks. We're all about fire right now, so why not? Armor of the Undaunted would be marginally better. Also, want to make sure to give you that bolt pistol. God damn. Wherever it went. There it is. Deadly precision. Visible pattern. Hand flamer as well, if I really wanted to. Ah, looks like we have a vote for the long stream. Cool. Auto gun, you don't really need auto guns. Maybe a simple melee weapon just for the parry. Unstable flamer, 2 special area attacks with different effects. Still not as good as the fiery retribution. Silent verdicts, 2-handed. Great sword, 2-handed. Standard issue Minotaurium saber shovel. Let's at least try to give you something decent. Spinner blade doesn't apply. 10 to 12. Epiphany. Whenever the wielder kills an enemy with a charge, this ability has no cooldown. Huh. I think I might give that to... Oh, 7 to 12. 8 to 13. Let's put the manufactured sword on the side. Oh, same damage and penetration. Doesn't do bleed, but I think that is okay. Not much, it's a power sword. I guess I could go for the Wrath of St. Drusus. Why not? There you go. Got fitted in some nice relics. Persuasion, affected by an ally's ability, more dodge. Actually, that would be good. Especially since you are no longer, you don't need to be, the other thing to be immune to burning. He didn't even get the chance to act, the poor bastard. Oh, man.
An expected result.
I'll guide your vessel
Anyway,
and
off
lead
we
you
go.
on your way.
Alright, I guess I'll try to push for 7 to 8 hours on this stream. But before that, I need to hit the bathroom, and don't need to grab more water. But I will anyway. Take up some dishes. And I'll need to move the scheduled jump making stream after stream tomorrow.
Your way.
Alright. What? Okay. Out of turn! What's this? Oh, right. My presence is needed on Dargonis. Let's handle that before we go, kill the Dark Elf bastard. Where's that? Oh, did I never did Wolfus Platinum. Okay. Silence of whatever, Mundus Valencius. It's just gonna be 3 jumps. Although I might as well drop by. Yeah, take a slightly longer route, drop by Wolfus Platinum. Other things develop. Dados still building stuff. How are we doing? Lord Captain, the Astropathic Choir, has caught glimpses of horrifying visions coming from Vabos 6. Something has breached the colony from underground. Soon after a new sector of deep tunnels had been put into operation, it was overrun by monsters. They lurk in the darkness, swarm in the shadows, attack quietly, and leave nothing in their wake, consuming flesh, plasteel, and rockcrete. The churring of 1,000 claws heralds their approach, and desperate cries can be heard in the silence of the tunnels. Praise be to the Golden Throne, these creatures do not seem to be interested in getting to the surface. However, they have seized several active mines that are doing only knows what to them. Master of the Inferno. Allies gain plus 10 demolition and deal 10% more fire damage. We blow up the tunnels. We get Carapace Fragment. This item negates all energy damage dealt to the wearer, but cannot occur more than 3 times per what are those creatures? Few who have faced them have survived to tell the tale, so the information is scarce and hardly reliable. Their accounts, if you will, are a jumble of facts mixed with wild speculation. The frightened workers call these monsters to swarm because they crawl along the tunnel like a wave. They say that the enemies are vast in number and resemble insects. One of the fortunate survivors, mad from the horror, emerged from the mines holding a wrench engraved with strange markings. The pattern was exactly the same as the one that my convicts had been etching into the walls. Promethium. How am I doing there? I got 3. Let's sync my survivors. Their advisors. The threat is unknown. Establishing the nature of the threat is the top priority. Collateral losses are insignificant, requesting authorization to coordinate an offensive operation to be carried out by penal battalions in order to determine the nature of the attack. They have to block off the threat and protect the people. To do this, we must blow up the tunnels, but to make sure that the plan works, it has to be done in areas currently occupied by this unknown enemy. I'm sure that a dozen brave souls can be found in the colony, ones willing to accept the grace of martyrdom and carry the explosives into the darkness below. We drive these monstrosities back into the underground and use heavy drilling machines to simulate an offensive from multiple directions. Then we block the majority of the passages, leaving only the best defended ones open. Let's see how these miscreants enjoy being trapped. The Master of the Inferno, or we can get Indomitable Tactician. It's 5 dodge and parry against Xenos attacks. I'm going to choose convicts ready to atone for the misdeeds for the honor of martyrdom. Give them explosives and send them to blow up the tunnels. We'll seal our enemies underground. Is this just fire damage in general? Yes! Heed my words, for I ask of you to kindle the flames of faith in your chest, against which no corruption can stand. Making the sign of the Aquila, those chosen to carry out his will descended into the darkness without a complaint or a groan. A series of tremors shook the mines, and the monstrous roars of crumbling earth filled the empty tunnels. Clouds of toxic smoke erupted from the depths of the mines. The blockage of some dirt and stone had separated people from the terrible invaders, whoever they are. We now have the security. Get warp guides. Hell yeah. There's more navigators in sight. It's not a lot, but it's good. Anyway, on we go back to Epsilon. And plus platinum. See what's up over here. Visit. Lord Captain, the Vox systems intercepted a distress signal coming from an Imperial vessel. The systems contains a ship that belongs to the planetary fleet of Dargonis, capital of the Von Valancius dynasty. The transmission is repeated at regular intervals. The message itself is corrupted. Cacophony requests for help, groans, shouts. What in the world? Your name they're shouting, Lord Captain? Before that, let's... Oh, I already did stuff for her. Okay. Okay, next. Let's look at this object first, then the space dust, and then the gutted void ship. It's a decent bit of plasteel there. Fuel! A nice pile of fuel. And to the void ship. I suppose I'm taking people. Into the gutted void ship we go. See what is my guys.
Knowledge is eternal.
It is sad that the beautiful and lush Janus has been overcome by such grievous calamities. The world is very beautiful.
What can you know of beauty? A monkey whose cursed eye kills all living things. The Lilithon is plagued by calamity because of corruption similar to the foulness that you carry within you.
I've never wondered so much
Stride
before.
without fear or hesitation.
Mutants, mutants, and more mutants. Including a mutated enforcer. How many are we dealing with up here? Just the two. Abelard, why don't you... So Elliot's gonna act first, so... She... should go... here? Should be able to see that one. Guaranteed to be able to see that one from there. Abelard, up here. Argenta? Over here. So I'll go back first. Put myself up here. Cassia over here. And Pascal over here. Up there. Almost guaranteed to do some stuff there, so let's get a perfect spot.
This tedium is beneath me.
Analyze the enemy to get that extra little edge, so we should be able to eliminate it outright.
No weakness is hidden from my sight.
Or not. I should have done aim for opening. Oh.
I understand your intent. I hear you moving. No more.
Okay. So if you focus
I
on
am
that
not
mutation
your
enforcer.
Xenos pet monkey.
I will bathe this battlefield in righteous fury.
Okay. Do a little running gun. More attacks. I'm not doing any area attacks.
Faith without deeds is worthless.
Okay. Yeah, you're gonna hit everybody. Damn. Alright. Oh, actually. Why not use a fire grenade?
I'll do it.
Not really where I intended, but okay.
Pain and duty go hand in hand.
Spontaneous mutation! What's that do? One mutation each round and heals him, I think.
It will be done. I will do my duty.
Anyway. Reckless strike. To charge in.
An exemplary strike. Victory is imminent. Reduced to dust.
Oh, it's your turn.
Emperor, protect me.
Faith shields me.
High momentum.
Yes. Okay, make sure. I'll take the risk.
Step aside. The navigator is coming.
Let Argent to do her job. Oh no. No, Pascal. So if you go ahead and do perfect spot as well.
The scriptural prognosis is favorable. My vow is to see the function successfully terminated.
And just mentally attack there.
Let the cycle be discontinued.
You add light soul. A couple of times. Pascal can continue doing his thing.
Messiah condemns you. The Omnissiah knows all,
Target.
comprehends all. running binary override.
Mission Communion.
Request approved.
Mission Spirit Banishment. In range. Very well. Azathoth. Can't see that guy. Oh, that one. Buff up Abelard. See about marking those guys. A little bit of flame.
Another soul slips beyond the veil.
Not by much.
So, I guess you can't see anybody. No, of course not. Can't move.
If it serves your cause.
Sure, let's get the strike of Kronos.
Swift and silent. I deal death with my hands. I am not your...
Aim for an opening. And finish off that one.
Another soul slips beyond the veil.
Argenza can get back up. So I got that spitter. My man.
It will be
Hit
done.
that reckless strike.
Indeed.
Door. Defensive stance. Charge
At your
in.
beck and call. One fewer target.
And just eliminate them entirely. Excellent. So, what are we looking at here? Armored body gloves. Mars metal chain axe, sword, knife. Nothing special. I was definitely supposed to hit this a lot earlier. One's over there. That one, two. Not a whole lot that's too valuable. There's a passage to clear up here.
Compared to naval service, that was barely a challenge.
Alright, here we go. Xenos, awareness. Medicaid, I think. Base awareness. Be nice, but yeah, I'm gonna go for Medicaid. Mystic skill. Lex Imperium? No. Corrode. Strength, I think. Maybe agility. Yeah, could use more dodge reduction. with, actually. A little closer to some more damage. Man, what to pick with you? Persuasion. And... Perception and willpower, neither of which you can grab, so I guess I'll give you a little bit of ballistic skill. Yeah, maybe fellowship. Perception with you. Yeah. Why did I pick weapon skill there? Yeah, whatever. Some faith. Chain and power weapons. Reflect burning as well. Labor protects. Maximum wounds. I mean, you do have chain weapon now. No heresy. Will be quite good for you since we're starting to run into more Xenos and demons. You also don't need lower Xenos or warp because I think yours are yeah. Unless chain expert. Mastered, mastered, whole scripter, retribution, die. Multiple proficiency though. Power, firing heavy weapons, critical chance increased by 6, damage and by 18%. Such movements would also be nice. Nimble for the dodge. Overpower. We're going to be using heavy weapons. Multi-weapon proficiency would be quite nice. Why don't you use that multi-multi we got? Using a faith isn't going to go a whole lot of work. Yeah, let's do no heresy. Let's see. A little more intelligence for you. And logic. And for you, skill intelligence, perception, and awareness. And there we go. Thanks, traveled into the sarcophagus. Oh, it's a navigator. Navigator's throne. The handles are extremely worn, with visible marks left by nails, evidence of the terrifying hours spent locked in battle with the powers of the warp.
I have traveled far darker paths.
Got all the stuff. Basic chain swords, hand pistols and knives, swords, body gloves. The leader of the ravaged ship's crew wipes the sweat from his brow in a motion characteristic of navigators. Not with his whole hand, but 2 fingers moving from left to right and back so as not to touch his third eye by accident. This movement is the only sign of fatigue he allows himself. His posture is immaculate, shoulders wide, eyes front, as if he did not emerge from a grueling battle and was simply greeting you on the bridge on an uneventful day. My greetings, your lordship. There's no need for introductions. I knew the heirs of the Von Valancius line by sight. I am Han House Cassini, the navigator of this vessel, and as the senior surviving officer, I assumed command after the incident. Lady Navigator, what an unexpected and pleasant meeting, considering the circumstances. Han decorously dips his head to Cassia. I have not had the honor of being personally acquainted with you, but of course I know the emblem of House Orselio. How fares the honorable regent? Cassia Orselio. She offers a reserved nod. Cordiality will not disguise the ice-blue coldness of your words, Navigator Han. However, I will tell Regent Aranto that you inquired after his health. You may pass on my best wishes to Novator Cassini. And now let's set the pleasantries aside. I'm sure the rogue trader would like to ask you a few questions. As Han speaks, others glare at you with dour attention. Close, you can plainly see that every one of them is a mutant. Their faces and bodies bear the mark of incredibly grotesque deformities, the same as the muttering madman who attacked you. However, Han's associates seem perfectly clear-eyed and show no signs of badness. What happened to the ship and the crew, Han? The ship is assigned to the port of Dargonis. Some time ago, the captain was instructed to deliver a package. Urgently, by hand, to you, your lordship. We were even shown a pic of your face. The navigator's voice seems calm, yet there's tension in his eyes, which are trained on you. The disaster struck during the warp jump. I will never know all the details, as I was preoccupied with my primary duties. But for some reason, the captain decided to open the package. That, as you may have noticed, had a most destructive impact on the crew. And frowns. The package contained a chaos artifact. A chaos bomb, if you will. The moment it was removed from its protective cocoon, the crew began to lose their minds and mutate. The first to be afflicted was the captain and the senior officers, but the effect spread with incredible speed. Every deck was consumed by it, every last one. The raging mutants, no longer sane, damaged many systems. The ship was in distress and would have almost certainly been destroyed had I not resorted to taking an emergency exit from the warp. The people you see here are the only survivors, or rather, the only ones who retain both their lives and sanity. I gathered everyone I could, isolating the source of danger, and sent out a distress signal. We were adrift, waiting for help to come and fighting off mad crew members. And then you arrived. So the Chaos Bomb package was meant for me. It was the center. As I'm aware, the order came from Conrad Votfair, Master of Whispers in the Rogue Trader's retinue. It is likely he arranged for the delivery, either personally or through intermediaries. Ablard's face turns deep puce. That blasted traitor beat us to Dargonis and is now free to act with impunity. It would not surprise me to find out that this was the work of sorcery. How else could he have reached the world in such a short time? Han pauses, but adds bluntly, almost brazenly, your reaction suggests that you were not expecting a package of this sort. That is good to know. I'd almost convinced myself that the rogue trader was deliberately collecting chaos artifacts. I'm not tainted by chaos, and I know nothing of this package. I gave you my word as a rogue trader. He gives you a searching look, and then bows his head. I beg your pardon, your lordship. I saw the terrible death of the entire crew with my own eyes. I was forced to bring the ship out of the warp by means of an emergency maneuver, and then I had to fight my former comrades, insane and twisted. I am tired. However, the Sender wanted all of this. He makes a sweeping gesture at this destruction and the corpses of the crew around him. It happened to your ship, and not ours. Were you not affected by the mutations and madness? Oh, that depends. I was born a mutant, you see. Han smiles, grimly and warily. Navigators are taught to resist the influence of chaos, and so I have been as best I could. But I'll be frank with you, I cannot be certain that I have avoided it completely. There have been no visible indications, yet. All signs point to Han telling the truth, but you also notice clear evidence of how difficult it is for him to struggle against the corruption. He's extremely tired, practically exhausted. Where is the artifact now? The tension in his posture and gaze becomes even more noticeable. They've placed it inside a protective sarcophagus, more reliable than the previous repository. Unfortunately, an artifact as powerful as this one could not be destroyed under these circumstances. Or rather, I had no assurance that it would not disintegrate every one of us and scatter us across several light hours of neighboring space. Once we're off the ship, I will absolutely find a way to destroy the vile thing. I don't want to look at the artifact because I don't want to I don't want to have to reload a save and redo all of this. The basic Cassini, you cannot leave the ship. The eruption of the Chaos Bomb did afflict you, albeit not as strongly as the others. And you know this, and I can tell by your reaction. What are you saying? The unusually researched Cassia glares at you. Does the road trader have low an opinion of Navis nobility blood? If the corruption of the Imperium could so easily break our will and maim our soul, the Emperor would not have entrusted us with a sacred duty. The exhaustion and tension in Han's posture finally gets the better of him. His head drops, and he rubs his forehead once more. I've been gazing into the eyes of the wolf for so long I can remember. And I've never been so close to it. It's taken all my strength to keep it at bay. For how much longer can I hold it? I don't want to go mad and become like this. Dogmatic. If you're a true son of the Navis nobility, you know what you must do. Don't let the corruption that has touched you devour your soul. Nice. Ooh. Guaranteed critical chance to the next critical is going. And as man grows pale, raises his hand. After a minute's pause, he says hoarsely, "You're right. Been struggling against the inevitable for too long." A noble choice, whispers Argenta. Her eyes are wide and gleaming with sorrow. He shows death over letting the corruption consume him entirely. He abandoned us. Everybody has. See the fear and despair in the eyes of the mutants, now leaderless. Shudder. They reach for their weapons. Pendant, more willpower, conviction dogmatic, also gains some fellowship. Body glove and a plasma plate. I guess I'll give that to you. Might also work for somebody else.
Watch your steps.
Guaranteed crit. Now to loot everything. Expeditionary where? Whenever the wearer uses navigator power, they gain 15 dodge until the end of the round. That's till the end of the round. Ooh. Currently have dodge. So the next turn for each enemy affected by their side power assess. Combat from side power they use. That's like this for better. It's better. Get myself a wound burn. Yeah. Called out fire. Let's put down a hard save before we break open the artifact container. The container is covered in fine ornament of symbols, among which the seal of Navis nobility and the personal coat of arms of House Cassini stand out. The container is closed and seals, but the lock does not seem particularly tricky. Let's try unsealing it, see what happens. As you touch the sarcophagus, A slight shiver runs through you. The lock gives in easily, but it feels like the temperature of the room drops several degrees the moment the lid opens. Inside is an ordinary box. A series of scratches runs along the case, forming odd symbols. Tiny red balls are sliding and rolling between. It is blood, behaving like mercury. You feel slightly nauseous. A cacophony of rasping and muttering voices emerge somewhere at the edge of your consciousness, whispering unintelligible words. Now, with the pincers of his mechadendrites snapping loudly, Pascal bites out. The spirit of this machine has been wounded by something unknown, since it's in its electromagnetic respiration. I recommend immediate purification. Keep inspecting. The device seems vaguely familiar. Could this be your Vox? The one the mutineers took from you the day Theodora died? Under your gaze, the balls of blood begin to scurry along the case frantically. Then suddenly go still. The Vox springs to life, and through hoarse crackling, lets out a series of short phrases. The voice that speaks them is just as well known to you as the device is. It's the voice of the former Master of Whispers, your rival and a Chaos collaborator. You know who this is. You know I'm close and will never leave you be. Enjoy the power you stole from me while you can, but I'm not done with you yet. My blood winces as if from toothache. Look who's just decided to resurface. It will be my honor to rid us of this pursuer if he ever comes within shot. So few words, but so many emotions. I hear the echo of deep-seated, long-nurtured enmity. The kind that exists only between lovers or blood relations. The voice in the box falls silent, but the silence only lasts a moment. Then a chorus of voices, hundreds, possibly thousands, explodes inside your head, repeating Conrad's last phrase over and over again. Just like the mutants who attacked you. The chorus is so loud and fierce that you feel your eardrums might burst from the tension. Reaching a crescendo, the voices erupt in an agony of death cries and rattles, and then fall silent, with your blood pounding in your ears. You realize you have fallen under the effects of the artifact. It appears that your Vox was enchanted with your own blood, which Conrad stole on the day of your confrontation. The artifact was supposed to work like a siphon, draining the soul of whoever opened the container and of everyone around them, but the crew of the ill-fated ship took the brunt of the attack. The residual effects of the artifact are not strong enough to do any serious harm. Give the order to lay mines. We have sufficient resources and knowledge. We'll destroy this thing along with the ship. And I do believe that will be that. But I apparently missed something over here. Ah! Pascal! Pick that lock.
Operation successful.
Staff of House Cassini and his distraction cape. Enemy's perception by 2. Scaling with willpower, fellowship. Then a 6 radius. What cape you got on? Commander Cloak. I like that extra range on your officer abilities. Perception by 7. So you'd have an easier time dodging. Bloodhound staff. Versus House Cassini. Infusing. Oh, it's targeted by the navigator. Let's see. First use of an attacking navigator turn. Some more perception at the expense of a little bit of willpower. Second use of this power, the use of a different attacking navigator at the same turn, deals an additional 6 damage to all targets and 6 direct damage. Or allies targeted by the navigator powers gain plus 7 bonus to other characteristics to the end of the navigator's next turn. This bonus stacks and is prolonged until the navigator's next turn every time it stacks. And we get a bit more infusing. Sure, have some stuff that's stacked with infusing. Okay, when I... Gate. Oblivion. Protection. Veil protection. Pass unscathed. Souls. Matter, there was something. Tenacity? So damage for 5 bonus characteristic. Investigating. Okay. So, not gonna change anything for me. Oh, all allies targeted by the navigator powers gain +4 MP on their next turn. I think I will swap. A little bit less willpower, more perception. What's this thing? Books and items of luxury. The legality of some of them is questionable, but the nav ability often turns a blind eye to such diversions.
Calculating optimal route.
That should be it. Okay. Back we go on our way to Darganas. Deal with whatever the fuck is going on there. Yeah, wherever I do, it's going to be a couple of jumps. And I just gained some insight. Okay. Back to Mundus Valancius. And we just passively discovered a route to the 100 Dreams Crossroads. Fancy. Anyway. Let's deal with this, whatever the fuck's going on with Darganas. Finish? Yes. What guy? Ah, that's why I got the stuff. What guy's finished? Nice. Let's see. These. Let's make profit factor. Captain Metallica, red markers. Those are gonna wait for a while. Cap Gamma. So I got Janus. Spirits of the Winter Scales, but you need more security. Well, Lair in the Void will provide that. Let's go deal with Darganas. Let's see, there are rumors in the colony that the rogue trader has given in to the Archlady's corruption. Fortunately killed the Lady Theodora and has usurped the throne by force. With help from the followers of St. Drusus. Drusian services and sermons have dispelled the veil of idle heresy, and we've gained some people. Let's see, Ductus Arbitus. Sort of goods. Yes, bulk auction. Ooh, it's profit factor. Efficiency is 2 above the others. Melee damage and extra damage on attacks of opportunity. Ductus Arbitus requires Shield of the Emperor, which I did not complete. Profit factor at the expense of complacency. Sure. Get us some fancy frag grenades. A lot of profit factor. And other stuff. Allowed our guns to be ruled by guilds. anyway. That was easy enough. Alright, so Mundus Nullius, the Ocean's Passage, God's Heart. Nice. Janus can now complete Secret of the Winter Scales. Very nice. At the expense of security across the land. The reaping requires giants on Kavagama. We'll get there eventually. Chemicals, Prometheum, new contract. Vapos has completed Lair in the Void. Dreamless, Mechanisms, and Plasteel. Servitude. Vigilance for the Multi Scorching shall be fancy. Also more rough factor. Something I'm kind of like. A mysterious sickness struck the clan living in one of the microcannon chambers. The disease spread quickly, causing the afflicted to writhe with unbearable stomach cramps and expire after several days of agony. Before the officers could react, the neighboring clans took the issue into their own hands and flooded the chamber with carbon monoxide. The microcannon was put back into service, and the vigilantes were punished for subjecting the rogue trader's servants to abrupt justice. Servitude completed there. Into Dreamless. Dragana's still working, Janus still working. Now to Silbanicos. Augustine took some damage. The clans servicing the Void Shield arrays petitioned the Lord Captain for aid. Compartments were becoming overrun with putrescent fungal corruption. Mycelium claimed one chamber after another. Thick black spores poisoned the rogue trader servants, causing their eyes to burst and their veins to swell until their skin ruptured. The clan was issued reinforced unirobes and gas masks so they could keep working while the soldiers burned away the infestation. Dargonos is done. Nice. Lord Captain, there's been a tragedy on Dargonos. Governor Drivestem has been dedicating most of his time to restoring the Astropathic choir lost to the warp storms. The Psychers he assembled were struck by an unknown affliction. They heard something, and it cast them into madness. The Astropaths lost sleep, started clawing at their skin, the flesh, and muttering gibberish, and eventually went completely berserk. They had to be eliminated, and now only a few of the most resilient Astropaths are upholding the connections to Dargonos. But how long will they last? Let's see. Where did the former Astropaths come from, and can we get more of them? I have received complaints that the Governor Dresden has devastated the minor Astropathic choirs of the Protectorate. He scaled them down by almost half through blatant abuse of his authority. To take more people from these choirs would mean depriving ourselves of the connections with other worlds. We could try to hire sanctioned psychers from other domains, but they will be few as the road to the Imperium is perilous. We can also try getting by with the resources that are already available to us, by seeking out fugitive astropaths and having them train psychically active citizens of the Protectorate who show promise. A regrettable violation of his laws, but considering our brave situation, it's the cause. Who knows? Schemes of heretics, treacherous magic of Xenos, perhaps it's a planned diversion, merely a stray echo of the immaterial. What say my advisors? Astropaths are among the most finely trained servants of the Imperium, who have beheld the light of the Emperor himself and gained a special bond with our master. I strongly advise the rogue trader to recruit only sanctioned psychers who are capable of keeping their talents in check. If there are not enough, the Inquisition will assist in locating and acquiring more. Your Lordship, Theodore was not only had enemies in the Expanse, but friends as well. those she helped out, rescued, and saved. I think these people can offer a helping hand. Among them are several powerful planetary rulers who possess both astropaths and a deep respect for your family name. Witch Collector. Fellowship over 2 momentum when using any Psyker or Navigator powers. Ooh. Lord for Disciple of the Damned. Demon's Chaos, Psychers, and Navigators deal 10 less damage. I think going with Heinrichs is the best option. You look at your astropaths. The Von Valencia's dynasty is too important to us just to turn a blind eye to it in this time of need. The wave of armed skirmishes and tension swept across the expanse. Ships carrying powerful captives that brought the new astropathic choir to Dargonis. Not even the most influential rulers could resist the fearsome agents of the Inquisition, who requisitioned their valuable servants to meet the needs of the Von Valencia's dynasty. There has been no recurrence of the disastrous astropathic madness, but the new astropaths have all reported hearing strange whispers ever since that first day on the planet. Cosmology action, plus steel, 15. Yeah, more than enough weapons. Give me +4 profit factor. Let's go for that. And Vabos has completed Dreamless. Moving on to Extract and Metallica. Give us a lot of stuff. Exchange for 4 Promethium, which I have. Chemicals, I'm still good on. Nice. Master Artisans of the Adeptus Mechanicus deepen the mines on Vabos 6, where thundering seismic cannons will tear through the rock to free precious ore, losing some security, gaining efficiency, phlogiston plus steel and adamantine. Yeah, until I get Kiavagama under me. Go and chart some routes, get some more insight. And see about Slabonikos. Got some enemies of humanity, some space dust. Dead world. No real indication of what's there. Still need more extract cards. Extractium, excuse me. Yes, Xenotech. Oh, I now have 52 profit factor. Edex is a planet of no particular note. However, the small station suspended in its orbit sends out a distress call to your ship. The man on the hurried Vox transmission introduces himself as the planet's governor and asks for the rogue trader's assistance in a delicate matter. He promises to supply the details in a private Vox conversation, studying records concerning the planet. It appears Edex recently suffered a major coup. One of its noble families seized power and made outcasts of the former dynasty. Such plots are not uncommon, although notably, Edex has become less prosperous under the new government. Agreed. Speak with the governor discreetly. Let's see. The governor transmitting on your personal Vox frequency whispers that Edex's current authorities are not who they claim to be. There's been an uprising on the planet. A radical sect has seized control. The governor pleads with you to launch an immediate strike on the governmental palace. With their top tier obliterated, the new authorities will be unable to hold power. They're heretics and they're less efficient. Strike them. Whoever was the planet's official ruler has been reduced to less than servo skull material. And we got some heretic trophies. The governor of The station sends you his cheerful thanks, along with his generous gifts. Why do you have heretic trophies? Strike the station with micro cannons. The station's fire remains adorn the sky of edicts. Whoever was on there will never be ever done anything again. The planet is now devoid of planetary authority. Let's go fight some enemies of humanity. What's up with you guys? Orcs. Maybe some, Eldari. Probably Drakari.
I stand ready to serve you and the Imperium, Lord Captain.
Eldari. Shadow Hunters. Doing some decent damage. There's an Aconite down there. Oh, it's like our escort's about to go boom. What is that? Let's make for some hard maneuvers. Start taking care of these ads. Oh, I only get... so I do have to... Yeah, just go. There we go. The little warp shenanigans. Made effective use of every special zone in void battles at least once, apparently. Weird. Nice. Alright, what's that do? More shields. Okay. Okay. Let's go there. Done about face. Expeditious reload. Torpedoes go. Damn. Escort's about dead. Still, the Heartless is doing some good work. Okay, first, his own lance on the thing that cannot dodge as effectively anymore. Move up there. And get ourselves a nice broadside. Nice. Start getting ready to take on the Aconite. Hi! Can't ram you. Sure can threaten you. Well, this was all on Surge of Death. Okay. Can't really do any of that. Won't be able to... Dorsal, prow's already used. Nice. Okay, so first, we're just going to chant. Mazal Lance. Dorsals. Puckery, puckery. Nice.
Another victory of two great dynasties, Lord Captain.
Specs upgrade. Critical chance. Targeting data, increasing the lance weapons and accurate cannons damage. Right. Oh, that is upgrade. Means my escorts will be that much better. So yeah, I guess I will go for the torpedoes then. This will make my lance weapons. Let's see. So. Could be an option. I like the hull integrity. Sunhammer last bit, right? There's pro options. I have that, Sunhammer. Torpedoes, torpedoes, torpedoes. And then pop in the so I could get some better range. Yeah, sure. Put in the rise of pattern stuff. It's plasma micro cannon. Don't need that. Focusing lens. Got all these lances, they're really good. Cool. Now to go see what is up in Lavella's heart. Alright, got the Extractica Metallica, Underground Workers, that's what's left. Reaping. But Lavella's heart, since we have friends here. We have a quest. That's Sarah. Up, down. But we do need to do stuff with Solomorn then. So, Solomorn. Your whole deal is mastery. Familiar becomes target. Let's see. This is overcharge. Type ability. Gain deflection from one round. Stacking. Just reactivate the moment and the value is increased by filling. I guess a buff to your pets. Ammunition bags. So projectile weapon expert. Actually, no. Stand of justice. Sentencing. Mob justice. Law and order. Finding purpose. Physical training. Gain toughness equal to have shields block. That's the link. Whenever the Overseer hits the same. Actually, let's look at the recommended stuff. Terror. Whenever a Mastiff hits the apprehended target, or be adjacent to the protected ally, it gains +1 to its key characteristics until the end of combat. Medicae. Reduced to stuffed on this medkit. Brother in arms, each ally within a 3-cell radius around the familiar has their resolve increased by 2. Chain mob. Subsequent hits scored by the Super Mastiff against the apprehended enemy deals layer strength bonus more damage. Stacks. Resetting when apprehend is used again. Start medics. Master's patronage. Protect is used on the overseers. So it's factor. I'm gonna go for Chainlaw. And then Solid Weapon Expert. And then fellowship, I think. And what more? Yes, demolition. Then equipment. Did I only have the one thing for you? No, no. Living snare. Good skill, 150 damage. Attacks opportunity against every always gains the movement. Strength. So I made the enemy officer's turn. Officer gains one resolve. Let's go for living snare. As far as you go, I think we got you pretty well set up. Rubber shotgun. Blood damage. You don't really use endure. I don't think you really do that stuff. Vigilance. Oops, Quilla. Anyone I can shove this ring up to? Myself! How nice. Okay. Activate armor. Tech use. Don't really use any automatic weapons. That's like medium armor. Alright. Stronghold is better for you. As far as single target stuff. Shredder is better. Combat shotgun is. Did I also get a Toby pattern? Less dodge reduction, way more damage. Nullifying. Yeah, the Toby pattern is, I think, better than what you have. Basically the same. I don't really have reason to use the nullifying shotgun. Okay. You should be able to use that stuff just fine. Dreadmonger. Attacks of opportunity. We're using automatic stuff. Yeah, I think grenades a bit better with you. 2 more kills on some attack. Moves the row of cell occupied by an enemy, gain dodge against the attack. Ooh. Yes, that is something you do. What's the known saints? Perception, fellowship for each 2 slow radius. That should work fine. So you do actually kind of want fellowship. Or I could give you the Murderer's Cloak, where your allies are immune to things. And hand you a bunch of those Column of Unreal. Couple fire grenades. Alright, I don't know if I'm gonna... Let's go for this motley crew. It's gonna be sad to not have Pascal around to unlock stuff. Suppose... Argenta 2... She's good. Yeah, let's keep Pascal around. To the summer we go. 1 second. And I'm back. A richly dressed man. They're riding a sinewy horse, breaks off from the position. When he approaches, you immediately notice a strange detail. The man's face is pinned to his head with precious fastenings that stretch the skin across his skull. Celestial guests, there's no higher honor for us than to extend our hospitality to such noble eminences. His Celestial Highness the Robe Trader, and an illustrious judicator of the Imperium. All of the Thesora clamors, trembles, and cheers. Ruldo, the fair-faced Governor of Thesora, is at your service. Thank you for your courteous welcome, Governor. However, we have come here to address a grave concern. But of course, Your Celestial Highness. It will be my pleasure to discuss whatever topic you have in mind. That said, you have had such a long... You had such a long and perilous journey before you. Behind you. Like any self-respecting host, I must first propose... Bluff the court fool. A small figure steps out of the crowd, dressed in a motley attire of a court fool and wearing a sneering mask. My name is Bluff. I'm Lord Wildo's good mood. I tickle his governorship with well-spatted jests and itty-bitty gossip. And now I merely doff my cap to our celestial lords and ladies, and then this here key to the Sarah as a token of our boundless loyalty. Accept the gift. Thank you, Bluff. Key to Thessera. Large key with the Thessera coat of arms embossed on its head. Full parts of his offering, and then jumps away with an irritating giggle. Being the paragon of grace that he is, would my celestial lord perhaps also deign to feast his ears on the latest Thesserian gossip to go with my gift? Look at the governor. The governor's heavy gold-stitched jacket adds a certain presence to his figure, but it cannot hide how poor a rider he is. The way his boots dig into the horse's side, his hands fiddling with the reins, his trembling fingers, all speak of nervousness and lack of control. Let's see. Abelard, not Sullivan. Enough. According to the data protocol, Flexus Sigma UX 11-4, this moon planet, class planet type feudal, estimated rating E874 with an assigned tie, the Graith of Solutio Extremis, has not provided its due tithe amount in full. You have violated the Lex and are hereby under investigation. You are to present all related customs reports and shipping manifests immediately. The Proctor's voice carries no emotion. Glato's silent bully bares his teeth, completing the image of the implacable hand of justice that has arrived on Thessera. I am most flattered by your attention, esteemed judicator, and by this opportunity to serve the Imperium with even greater dedication than before. Speaking of dedication, we are already conducting a thorough inspection to see which scribe it was that bungled the tithe calculation. Fear not, the scoundrel shall soon be. Excuses are the hallmark of the guilty. Do not make your situation worse, Governor. Roldo clasps his hands together and says meekly, Of course, Master Judicate. I will provide you with the documents as soon as our internal review is complete. I assure you it won't take long, and the report itself will be exhaustive. If there's something else the esteemed governor wished to say? Thank you, your celestial highness. We know your journey here must have been an arduous one. As a sign of our appreciation, we have prepared a veritable constellation of enjoyments in your honor. We humbly invite you to taste of our emissec, along with our finest dishes, and may you likewise savor some of the local entertainment. One of the court ladies will accompany you, as not to let even a single word or wish of yours linger without attention. Maeve, that woman emerges into the torchlight, looking at you with a mixture of fear and awe. Her diminutive figure is practically drowning in her velvet and silk dress, and a resplendent necklace of blue stone adorns her neck. Maeve, my celestial lord, at your service. Solimar leans closer and says in a lowered voice, Based on my experience, I will say we have been assigned a spy under a pretense of generosity, but this is a good thing. We will use this young woman as our source of information about this world. For now, it would be wise to play along and question her thoroughly once we're away from prying eyes. Relax, Maeve. Just pretend that you're giving a good friend a tour of the place. Maeve smiles sheepishly. I'm afraid that is easier said than done, my celestial lord. It would be like trying to imagine a mighty sun as a tiny ember, but I will do my best not to anger you by acting too nervous. Let's see. Very well. I would like to see what this place has to offer. I can tell by what I'm hearing that our executioner has already lit up the Phasmophorus, ready to give the condemned a warm welcome, which means the governor's official whisper collector, it's me, has collected a lot of important business to get to. Or has a whole lot of important business to get to. And so I must leave you now, good sirs and ladies. lest I miss out on a hot batch of juicy tales. Terribly pleased to meet you all, honored judicator. Bluff grasps Solomorn's hand and gives it a vigorous shake. Before you can even blink, the cybermastiff beside him sinks his teeth into Bluff's forearm, jerking it back and forth in fury. The attack lasts only a moment, but when Glacial lets go, the fool's limb is already torn to shreds. With a cry of pain, Bluff leaps away and melds into the whirling crowd. Solomon ruffles Glato's neck and turns to you. Feudal worlds are rarely known for their bureaucratic precision. Reconnaissance of the ground will tell us more than any report hastily scribbled down by these blockheads. I suggest we attend this trial and see how the laws of this planet are enforced. Let's see. Let's go then. We must not miss the biggest local spectacle. It's not a question of preference, but of what might help the investigation. The execution will gather a crowd, and in turn we will gather information. That will prove useful, considering how eager everyone was to make their exit. Solomon looks at the throng, currently staring at you in wonder and trepidation. So, Celestial Lord, your coming is a historic event for these people. Rest assured, the locals will be watching your every move, and a single word or careless gesture from you may well transform their lives on this underdeveloped world. And we have an extra. We can indeed talk to. Noticing your gaze, Maeve turns to you. My Celestial Lord. She hesitates before continuing. They say you were the God Emperor's anointed. Have you truly seen him? Alas, no. Our God Emperor resides in Holy Terra, many light centuries from here. To behold him is a privilege denied to all but a few. Maeve lets out a forlorn sigh. I wish I could see him, but I'm sure his splendor is so dazzlingly bright that one glance upon his visage is enough to blind a person on the spot. Oh, pardon me. You wanted me to ask something, didn't you? Or wanted to ask me something, didn't you? Solomon casts a quick glance around as if looking for someone, and then nods to you confidently. How do you find living in the governor's court? I dare not complain, my Celestial Lord. Lesser nobles such as myself sometimes receive punishment for angering our lords, but that is good, in a way. I think it makes me cleaner, brighter on the inside. And helps me to better serve the God Emperor, the holder of the key to all destinies. Maeve makes the sign of the Aquila and turns a reverent gaze upon you. We call the Emperor the holder of the key of all destinies. Wow. Forgive me if I've said something wrong, my lord. Preacher Antiochus said that the God Emperor holds the key to all destinies in his celestial hand. He himself sits at the very top of the great tower of humanity, from there gazing out over the worlds and stars of his domain. He sees all, knows all, and a bloody tear rolls down his cheek when he reads our shameful thoughts and dears in the annals of our lives. Deeds, not tears. But those who strive, who do not let the seed of evil into their hearts, he will reward with a new destiny, new life, higher and better than the one before. The turn of his key unlocks the dungeon of their souls. I live in hope that one day he will come to my door. His smile is one of sad resignation. How fascinating. What are you going to do to get a better destiny? I can hope, pray earnestly, try to be virtuous and diligent, and if I manage to please the Celestial Lord, then maybe, just maybe, the Emperor will take notice. Though the Thessarians honor the God Emperor, their interpretation of the creed verges on heresy. Serving him is already a reward, and only the desire to serve longer, and with greater zeal, is worthy of pursuit. Argenta shakes her head. Serving the God Emperor merely to earn a better fate? What a pitiful foundation for faith on Thessera. Missionaries must be sent here to set this world upon the true path, while there is still time. Why did the God Emperor lock people in a dungeon? In the time of darkness, the God Emperor walled up the tower of humankind against fiends and monsters to keep it safe from evil. But evil had already planted itself in thousands upon thousands of human souls. He locked them in the dungeon of the tower so that they might first eradicate the evil in their thoughts. All our lives we atone for our transgression against the God Emperor, and after death we return to his judgment. But that is our burden to bear, my lord. When I see you and realize that before me stands his anointed, one blessed by his godly hand, there is no one happier than I. What do you think of the governor? Oh, he's a wonderful person, so considerate and generous, but of course his venerable age has taken its toll. He behaves oddly from time to time. We all have our quirks, don't we? He behaves oddly. How so? Well, he gave me a lovely Thessertium necklace just before you arrived. Strange, isn't that? To bestow such a treasure on someone of the lower nobility. And I also noticed that we have been conversing more of late. It's been easier. Sometimes he knows me better than I know myself. So the governor has never favored you like this before? Perhaps the appointment to escort the rogue trader also came to you as a surprise? Maeve blinks in astonishment. That is so, my lord judicator. I still wonder why the God Emperor saw fit to bestow such a tremendous honor upon me. Tell me about Bluff, the fool. How did he win the governor's favor? He is the best among all the court servants. Maeve looks down, but you catch the fear in her eyes. He always knew how to make the noble lords laugh, but at first Dane's jokes were just funny pranks and puns. Those were wonderful, most impossible times. Something happened, and Dane changed, did he not? That is his name, yes? Yes, he seemed to retreat into himself all of a sudden, and he started snapping back at people, saying sarcastic, scathing things. His jokes were simple before, but now there's always a nasty bite to it. And he started exploding at every little thing and ordering me about. My own brother. Having said all this, she freezes in fear and turns white as a sheet. Apologies for my lack of restraint. For a brief moment, a deep wrinkle cuts across Solomon's forehead. So your brother is not his usual self. This world is a tangled web indeed. Since you're here, show me how the Thessarians obtain their nobles. What would you like me to do, my celestial lord? I was taught how to dance, sing. Sing me your favorite song. Maeve nods apprehend. Then closes her eyes and begins. Great care, she sings a passage from some local hymn about how the Emperor, who holds the key to all destinies, locked the heavens against invisible monsters and enemies of humanity. Her voice, trembling with nerves, is surprisingly pleasant. To listen to. That was delightful, thank you. A blush erupts on Maeve's cheeks. You, celestial lord, for me there is no greater reward than your praise. Thank you, Maeve. Let's continue our walk. So, clerics, this is our chapel, where we pray to the God Emperor. The bell on this tower can ring so loud it makes your ears pop.
Locomotives are fully operational.
Chronicle of Fates, page 1, by Gregorius Fault. Let these instructions enlighten all who walk in my footsteps. He that holdeth the key permits none that is most faithful. Faithful to change their fates, and I, eminent Gregorius Fault, have no right to fail him. This my present work will describe how a soul becomes purified and the rituals required to prepare it for this momentous turn of fate. These being things that any servant of his who intends to break the shackles of the former life will have to undergo.
Glato, detection mode.
Goods. Chapter 2. It befits any servant of his to thank daily the Emperor, him that holdeth the key, for the lot given them in life. As I've thanked him with my writings for thousands of moon lives, so too do I thank him now that the fetters that are preparing my soul, or now with the fetters that are preparing my soul for its new destiny. The rules of this service are simple. Day after day, I reverently carry with me the glass fetters, not daring to break them. Some believe that merely keeping them by one's bedside is enough to perform the sacrament. This is a lie perpetuated by the slothful and the faint of heart. So it goes up there. And away up.
This ocular implant was a worthwhile investment.
There's some landmines
Duty
back
prevails.
The world is full of colors I have never seen before.
Over there!
The Emperor favors me today.
here. So what's back here?
I better myself through my service.
Ebonite sword. Targets hit. Oh, actually better than Epiphany. Targets hit with the sword suffer a number of static charge. Equal with the number of the damage dealt by the attack. When a creature with those stacks is killed, all creatures adjacent to it, except the wielder, suffer shock damage equal to static charges. I'm not really killing with charge, so... Oh, but this is two-handed. And claustrophobia, or Cyber Eagle. So I've got a fancy new sword.
Your seneschal is always there for you.
No, I wonder if... I wonder, does it count as being in the offhand? I'll have to see. If not... So, Force Sword... Although Epiphany is also a power sword, so that's a whole thing.
I'll chart a course for you.
Good. Oh, I don't have my Medicae around. I don't think I'm gonna need too much tech use here, so I'm gonna swap out a tech priest for Pascal with Cabela. Gonna get Cabela hooked up a little. Toughness. Good strength. Athletics. Imperial, Xenos, Carouse. Go for Carouse. Let's give you Epiphany back. Moving with the special ability I want. I guess a chain axe. Okay. Or just start penalizing armor. Okay, we'll go for the chain axe offhand. And then Bella can... doesn't deal bleed. Could still be useful. Alright. Back down to the Sarah. Swapping out Pascal for Cabela. Keeping Argenta. It's all up there.
Light of terror, guide our way.
This is going to be the way forward. Of course. Unlocked it anyway. Reloading some more bullets.
Looking for possible threats.
And chapter 3. The sacrament has been performed. I felt the cage open its gates. I felt him that holdeth the key open the lock of my body. At first I found it hard to breathe. It was as though the inside of my body was lined with vice that was not my own. In my mind's confusion, I cannot tell what moonlife it is, or which chapter of this book I am presently writing. But the greatest one is all-knowing, and every turn of fate has been chosen by him in advance. Thus, if my new fate tries to resist me, I shall bring it to heel.
Onward!
Oh yeah, I should also adjust things. Here we go. As you approach, the nobles bow gracefully. Their sewn-on faces are wrapped tightly around their skulls, their eyes gleam with earnest subservience. One dares to address you. O celestial lord, grace us with your regard. When my brother and I heard of your arrival, we immediately sought to surprise you with an exceptional gift. The ancient scrolls tell of a wonder, a mechanical sage by the name of Kagakor. Gajkor? It knows the answers to all questions, can make other machines do its bidding, and may even predict the future. My brother and I have borne many hardships, but managed to acquire this magic contraption for our much-cherished guest. The box in front of you, presumably the Kajikor that they speak of, exudes a strong odor of ritual oils. Made of thin planks, it is just covered in so many purity seals that it seems to be held together by them alone. A stack of flimsy, rough paper lies atop it. There's a mica panel with malachite buttons attached to the front. A thin slit is visible among the buttons. Abelard sighs heavily and leans over to you. Sometimes when information reaches the most backward worlds, it undergoes strange metamorphoses in the minds of unfortunate and regrettable parochial laypeople. Have mercy, Lord Captain. They have been trying to please you. Listen to the sounds coming from the box. It's barely audible breathing coming from the box. Whoever inside very much wants not to be noticed. Glacial stalks towards the box and bares his fangs, while Solomorn frowns grimly at this device. Really? Then again, what else could you expect from this ignorant world? Unseal the box and let this poor soul out at once. Oh, what poor soul? I do not. The young nobleman addresses you with her son of the scathing gaze of his partner. As you command, my celestial lord, forgive us. We wish to only delight you by reproducing an otherworldly miracle we had read about in an ancient chronicle. I will inform the governor of your stunt, and I hope that a few dozen lashes will teach you to respect the Omnicide. We dare not defy the celestial lord.
Blessed be the road that we take.
Anyway. Examine the horses.
I didn't?
The horses glance at you with an odd curiosity. One of them pulls his muzzle closer and clacks his teeth, almost too greedily and hungrily for a harmless herbivore. The must gate is locked fast. Ah. Let's look at the goods. Bloody Sacrament Power Hammer. The area attacks with a small grid of smoke cloud. All creatures that enter the area must pass toughness, strength, and willpower resistance tests at penalty. Become blind, slowed. Is the wielder... The wielder is not immune to the effect. Let's see, 14 to 20, a little less damage. But I like shoving enemies around. Actually, that might be better for Argenta. Hmm. Yeah. Locked.
This task should have been accomplished easily.
A bitter end.
Who thought that was a good idea?
I beg your pardon.
Reporting failure.
Yeah, I'm not gonna waste the keys on that.
Duty prevails.
Someone managed to forge shells and casings. They don't belong in a fuel world. There's no doubt as to what they are. Let's bring it up. Fuck it, not the charge.
Never doubt me.
Oh, wait, alright.
Carry the Emperor's will as your torch.
Goods on the body. Let's see what's up there.
Just as he ordained.
High social standing, carefully, skillfully peeled the skin off his face.
Nothing's impossible for this old officer. Experience. Nothing matters more.
Get to these goods. Putting something for Cyber even. Immaterium Shroud. Who's there? Is it the Celestial Lord himself? He shouldn't have come here.
Compared to naval service, that was barely a challenge.
Still more to explore.
How can one find the right way without his light?
Goods.
As a child, I was captivated by the chronicles of the feudal world Urban II.
So tiny lice are hopping around the gilded
Shining
plate.
armor riding
The lady
their
squashes
fine
the insects with a
steeds,
small
battling
golden
enemies
hammer.
of humanity and holding feasts after their victories. But this world has only grey and mud.
And for more than a drop from her coiffed hair
The
into
same
the
is true
food.
for many worlds in the Imperium, Lady Cassia. You should accustom yourself to that fact.
Cyber lacerates. Salivating profusely, the laceraxes watch food disappear into people's throats. Judging by the protruding ribs, the beasts are... Laceraxes augmetics are just as rusty and in sore need of service. The creature looks far worse than the rest, gaunt and weak, almost miserable. The creature looks up at you with glazed eyes as you approach. On the door, you notice a scrawled sign that says, Item number 4, don't feed. Same number is burdened with the skin of the Lacerax. Examine it. A quick inspection is enough to determine the cause of the problem. Some of the Lacerax's augmetics are clearly not working correctly. Muscles near the energy conduits are twitching as if the machine spirits, in their fury, were torturing the beast. It is surprising that only this Lacerax shows such signs of torment, considering the poor state of the augmetics of the cyber beasts here. Seeing Glacio convulse like that when his augmetics were malfunctioning, Silmarn says, with added sudden anger. I doubt the local half-wits have the first clue that about maintaining implants. They should be struck to shovels and left the beast alone. Attempt to repair them. Try to reach your hand inside to get the Lacerax's augmetic, but the cage bars force you to withdraw. Fail to unlock the cage. Let's climb over there to get to that.
Nothing's impossible for this old officer.
Chapter 0406. I am impure and my body is impure. Vital fluids not my own are stirring within me as the wood-burrowing beetles digging their filthy tunnels through my frame. I must destroy this vice. I must squeeze it out. It is customary to replace an old vessel, and I replaced my rotten cage with chambers of gold. Yet I still feel filthy, for all the contents are spoilt and not merely a shell. Then what could be done to achieve redemption? My face is burning. A borrowed face. A weak face. I must take off the fetters of my skin and cleanse its inner side of its vice. Take it away, O Emperor. Take it away and give me a new cage.
Experience? Nothing matters more.
And some goods. Protective Instinct. More damage when most protected ally dodges or parries an attack. Cyber Mastiff gains temporary wounds, deals more damage per round, or for one round, does not stack. Protection can be used multiple times per turn. With each subsequent use in a round, increasing its cost by 1 EP. Okay.
So shall it be.
Look around. Devrisk the Sculptor. I'm gonna go take a break. I will be back. Oh, goodness. Okay, turn. Really in the mood for some Domino's pastas. I'll put an order in there and take the opportunity to check on the board. This is the Mitchell. A lot of discussion on Hardy posting. Okay, next is yeah, I got food on hand, and I'm really hungry right now, but I'm really in the mood for some stuff. I can redeem the free one. Free pasta. Chicken Alfredo. And cart. And buy myself another one. Extras, buy myself a fork. I'm still logged in. I would pick it now. No thanks on the extra stuff. Check out. Oh, for a minimum, I need to get one more thing. I'll just get some stuffed cheesy bread. Two, 23. Alright. It's like that. There we go. Soon. Actually, 15 to 30 minutes. I break over, and the sculptor's mechanical hands crawl over the rough stone, their many-jointed metal fingers remaining in constant motion. Even now, you recognize your own features in the unfinished piece. It seems someone commissioned a statue of you the moment you set foot on the planet. The old man turns his wrinkled face to you, and you see crystals where his eyes should be. It's my celestial here to gaze upon his destiny. Alas, my creation is not complete yet. I'm here to look at the sculpture. What has my destiny got to do with it? When I sculpt, your celestial highness, I see people's destinies in the forms I create. The visions that come to me shape not only stone, but the person's fate as well. Your image was indistinct when it appeared before me, and my work is not yet done. What do you wish to behold? There's no embellishment of the old man's words. He shares a special bond with his creations, one he can sense as clearly as any other breath of the warp. All that I am accomplishing in the present. The sculptor's hands scuttle over the stone with huge metal, like huge metal spiders. Somehow, a sightless gaze perceives exactly those details of your appearance, and that you are proud of the most. Boosting my fellowship. As long as we're on the mission at Sarah, your destiny will soon be complete, my lord. I'll have it delivered to your celestial vessel. So I do not quite understand. Are you a psyker? Who are you? Humble creator, the governor's first sculptor, Tavrisk, who has the honor of shaping the destinies of others, but not his own. Tavrisk, the sculptor, turns his head to you. You see no pupils in his crystal ocular agometics. I don't quite understand. Are you a psyker? My Lord Governor calls me a foreteller and creator. Others a wicked sorcerer, but there is no cause for concern. My abilities are sanctioned, and I am pure before the Emperor's celestial eye. He gestures at the tubes at the back of his neck, as if to prove the truth of his words. Can you tell me about the material you are working with? This is Thazertium. Fascinating stone born from the bowels of this planet. Like any other, it bends and melts beneath the sculptor's tools, but for the sculpture to come to life in earnest, they must put their very soul into it. One of his hands emerges from behind the statue and gently touches his head, seemingly of its own volition. The soul, however, obtains calluses the more the sculptor works, and mine has long since become covered in scabs. The blue veins of the statue flare faintly under your gaze. The stone undoubtedly possesses psi-focus properties, allowing the old man to concentrate warp energies in it and amplify them. Your hand augmetics are most impressive. Such implants are impossible to come by on feudal worlds. On a feudal world, where are you from? Lord Ruoldo had my limbs replaced before he took me from my home planet. It was so long ago, I have since forgotten what my land is like to the touch. Sculptor's mechanical arms are pierced by sticky tubes, and the elbow joints have all but worn down. It must have been a decade since these implants were last serviced. Such neglect often poses a serious threat to the person's life, and yet the old man's skin looks relatively healthy, and the spots were flesh and metal meat. This man appears to belong to a rare variety of psychers. Biomancers capable of recovering even from deadly wounds and diseases. Did you capture the governor's destiny in sculpture too? His mouth stretches in a cryptic smile. I have made thousands of statues for Ruoldo, but the Sarah's stone flesh can never seem to sate his great ambitions. The old sculptor once more turns his unseeing gaze to the patterns in the stone before him. So what's the bonus I'm getting there? 20, I think. Yeah. So upgrades over here. Maeve, straight through her. My lord? Oh, Maeve catches herself and goes quiet. So it's over here.
It is
here.
my destiny to traverse the unknown.
Ancient Rosarius pieces. The tables are overflowing with rare and peculiar food. There's enough of it to easily feed dozens of hungry mouths, but the servants are unlikely to get even a morsel of this feast. So it does not escape your notice that a few leftovers from the plates disappear into the servant's filthy apron. Got to do with the scorched. Oh. Looks like I have wandered into... To do with Scorched. See a man with a cruel grimace on his face, and hands disfigured with burn marks. Behind him stands a ghastly-looking mechanism adorned with polished skull of gigantic proportions. The eye sockets, their edges melted, gaze darkly at the crowd with the promise of inevitable punishment. The man, clearly the executioner, bows his head. The very messengers of the sky have come to decide our fate. We are honored, your celestial highness. Who are you? This instrument of punishment is the personification of the great Phasmophorius the Martyred, who accomplished the legendary feat of slaying 300 heretics. As is glorious tradition, all mutants who affront the Emperor's gaze and stain the face of Thessera must enter the Saint's iron embrace. Whenever justice is served, hundreds flock to the Phasmophorius, eager to witness the magnificent spectacle. You have just confessed that your semblance of justice serves not as a demonstration of lawful authority and a deterrence to your subjects, but as entertainment. Solomon utters the last word with disgust, as if there could be no fouler profanity. Who are you? I am Tidwell Scorched, a slaughterman of the 5th generation, and a humble disciple of the Iron Saint you see before you, your celestial highness. Master Tidua shows no mercy, and his hand is unfailingly firm in the sacred cause of administering justice. Maeve is careful to keep her posture straight, but her frightened gaze is deliberately averted from both the executioner and the mechanism behind him. Who's inside right now? another heretic who violated the holy laws of Thessera. And since his body is already turning to ash, such will be the fate of his name as well, to be scattered with the winds, that it might never defile the lips of another who live upon this our sacred world. Never again defile the lips. Maeve looks ready to faint. She seems both terrified and nauseated by the sacred rite that has drawn so many onlookers. The law of the Imperium punishes those who deserve it. Was that the last of the accused for the day? That was but one of the first bodies set to stoke the Phasmophorius. It is going to be a lot busier now. As if to confirm the man's words, the fire-breathing saint expels a puff of acrid smoke. While the guilty are reduced to ashes, let us meet the next participants in our performance. Two people, or something resembling people, are pushed onto the stage. They are mutants, hideous parodies of humanity forever tainted by the imperfections of the flesh. One of them is dressed in stained yet expensive clothes. The other wears the tattered uniform of the local guard. Your celestial highness, behold! Two loathsome heretics who blemish the very face of Thessera with their existence. To do with Chickles, but his snore is completely devoid of mirth. The degree of their guilt may vary, but they both deserve to enter the blazing bells of the Phasmophorius for the worst of their transgressions, distorting the sacred face of humanity. But, since fate has graced us with such lofty visitors, I eagerly cede the right to punish these miscreants to you, your celestial highness. Contrary to his honey's words, the executioner's voice betrays his poorly concealed displeasure. Cassia purses her lips when she notices the onlookers staring at her hands, eyes, and neck. Many point their fingers shamelessly in her direction, others spit at their feet in disgust. The lady navigator, her chin raised high, the lady navigator adjusts her forehead adornment with her clawed hands. She squares her shoulders, lets out a breath, and glares at the card with condescension. What do you mean by the degree of their guilt may vary? The duo fixes you with a fanatical stare. One of them, despite being one of the highest lords of Thessera, spat on our world's customs by refusing to alter his destiny. The other did change his fate, even though he was a lowborn wallowing in the mud. What in Lex's name did I just hear? Solomon raises his voice, slightly indicating that the usual impassive arbitrator is profoundly indignant. I normally have no trouble passing judgment. In this case, I don't even know where to start. What was the opulently dressed mutant's crime? A rotten stain upon the noble families. He was hiding in his manner to conceal his deformities, but had trouble keeping his mouth shut. He spread corruption among the minds of the courtiers, cast aspersions on the traditions of the world, was insolent, swore profanely. Luckily, he has no heirs, and today this accursed bloodline shall be put to rest once and for all. The richly garbed mutant moans something. He noticed stitches on his disfigured face. The zealous servants were evidently in a hurry to silence the condemned man early, and sewed his mouth shut. What did the mutant in the guard's uniform do? A thief, a brigand, and a murderer. There is no way to list all the crimes lying upon this freak's conscience. However, his willingness to change his destiny against all odds merits this mutant at least some honor, despite his feeble-mindedness and simplicity. He had enough sense to obscure his countenance with hoods and helmets until he made his way from beggar to guard. It was not long before his excessive passion for fighting and stabbing gave him away. The mutant utters a foul curse under his breath, and then immediately gives you a frightened look and falls silent. The mere sight of the celestial lord seems to instill a reverent awe in the common denizens of Thessera. What monstrous cruelty to sew a man's mouth shut! Take the stitches out immediately. Eager to please, Tadua carries out the order, but his work is far from gentle. The condemned man groans and chokes in pain as the executioner pulls the threads from his flesh. Thank you. With his mouth oozing blood, the mutant is unlikely to say much more. He praised the lowborn mutant, despite the vicious acts he has committed. They are both mutants, and they have thereby violated his law, yet when one finds a spark of nobility in an abject commoner, one cannot help but feel a grain of respect for them. This heretic may be of low birth, but he does not flout the values of Thessera the way the nobleman does, and thus honors our traditions in his will. Born into the rebel, he applied all his abilities and skills to defy the restraints placed upon him and crush those who stood in his path, all in order to forge a new destiny for himself. Forge a new destiny? Solomon repeats slowly, with an undertone of utter disbelief at what he's hearing. Even you, a degenerate, should know that man is bound to serve the God Emperor's plan from birth, that any attempt to change that is a violation of his will. Let's not involve Maeve. Then again, it could give us more insight. What do you say, Maeve? Which of these two deserves to die? Maeve's gaze darts fearfully from around while visibly avoiding the doomed mutants on the platform. I am of too low birth to take on the burden of being a judge, my celestial lord. I'm ready to announce my decision. The word of a distinguished guest is law. We are all trembling with anticipation. Maeve seems to be reined in the emotions that were overtaking her, and she casts a timid glance at you as she awaits your verdict. They're both mutants. Let them both burn. I know your blood runs hot, your celestial highness. Let us stoke up the great Phasmophorius. Oh, the stove is burning hot today. Warm yourselves, my good fellows, for the celestial lord is feeling generous. Having taken your plentiful offerings into its gut, the Phasmophorius roars and billows out smoke, spurred by the cruel spectacle. The crowd around you begins to hum the beat of the execution device. Within that noise, you hear the sound of hungry anticipation. Cassie peers into the black pits of the Phasmophorius' eyes, and with a strange expression on her face, whispers softly, "You give an order like that, do not look away. Keep watching until the end, so that you remember the price that was paid, so that you remember the weight of your words." Ignoring the raging fire within the Phasmophorius, Argenta studies the crowd. All of them came here to taste of other people's pain, not to praise his justice. They are as a pack of dogs slavering for a fresh bone. And now my favorite word, next! A pale, bony creature, barely able to move its legs, enters the stage. In place of a mask, it turns a horrific medley of features towards the world. This ugliness, however, is nothing like that of the previous convicts. The thin, squeamishly twisted mouth is fused to the cheekbones. Malicious eyes peer into the crowd from under hideous folds of skin. The face of this heretic appears to have melted and congealed. What is this heretic guilty of? The executioner does not answer right away, but makes you wait for a moment. His crime is more grievous than any the scaffold has ever seen. He was granted a new destiny, but chose to defy it. He turned away the greatest gift that can be offered to the loyal sons and daughters of Thessera. The wretched man's gaze drifts over the crowd until his piercing eyes meet yours. His head twitches, and his face contorting in a monstrous grimace. Shut up before it gets in! He whispers in a sudden frenzy. I won't give up, I won't give up, I won't. Oh, no, no, no! We didn't come here for you to stay quiet. Squeal now, and squeal louder. It says bluff. The crowd takes up the fool's outburst and begins demanding more screams. Cabello whispers without taking her eyes off the condemned man. You are not the master of your own shadow. Shadows reign over you. You are alone while there are many, but why? What happened to his face? Is he another mutant? The Syrian fever. You need not worry, your celestial highness. It is not contagious. Where is that blasted court fool? You glance at the crowd, and suddenly see the fool, prancing and footing among the gawkers, clearly trying not to be spotted by you. Shoot bluff for his insolence. A shot rings out, and a deafening shriek rises from the throng of people. You catch sight of the badly wounded fool disappearing into the crowd. May cries in horror and immediately clasps her mouth with both hands, trying to lock her voice inside. Just execute this one already. So we can be done for today. Stu opens his mouth to say something. The convict takes a step on his clumsy, spindly legs, and then another one. The face pretty, strong, shining. Gnarled claw points towards you. Give it here. Give it to me now instead of the one I bear. Take mine, it's not mine. Take it, take it. The madman raises his crooked fingers to his face, sinks his nails into its sagging flesh, shrieking with what sounds like relief. He tears off a piece of his cheek, and then another, and one more, falling to his knees. He frantically scratches his eyes out, spraying blood and clear ichor across his face before collapsing dead on the platform. A sudden rumble draws your attention, like a rock fall tumbling down a slope. The thudding of feet and mad screams overwhelm you. After a moment, you see the source of the commotion. A throng of mutants is charging straight at you.
The Emperor is with us! You will
17. Coming from behind at all? Doesn't appear so. Alright. So Cassia will be acting first. There's some feeble mutants. Check on my order. Okay, it's on the way. Solomon! Get up there. Abelard! Get up there. Bella, most definitely get up there. Where you can. Cassia, cover over there. I myself will be over here, and Argenta get up here. Start the battle. I think it exploded. Really hard. Anyway, Cassia.
Me? If you insist, Lord Captain.
I do insist. Go ahead and give
this a job
Bella
for the
a
sir?
chance to do some stuff.
I would that I could. Trust me. I shall not
Hearts
fail.
going.
Trust me.
Reckless abandon.
I feel nothing. Fear nothing. As honor
Audience.
ordains. As the tenant.
Just some more boom.
I shall not fail.
And go ahead and get
Me? If you insist, Lord Captain.
reveal the light on
Isn't this a
Capella.
job for the serfs?
I'll do what it takes.
Your aegis, your emperor.
Well,
Blessed Emperor, protect your daughter.
damn. Okay. Damn. Alright. See if you can't get that one done. Go boom. There we go. Revel and slaughter. Patch yourself up. Abelard buffed up. And mark the targets you can see. Bella just got some good stuff going. Alright. Captive audience.
The shadows will
Where
see
it's
it
at.
done. Trust me. As honor
Do a little
ordains.
blade dance. Hop on over there.
As the tenants demand, death is a blessing. Aim for the heart next time.
Just a minor set, not my worst day. Yet.
Damn.
High momentum.
Can't have shit. Okay. Oh, you don't have the thing. Okay. Let's see. Apprehend the feeble mutants. Rotten mutant. Bite.
One of us would be enough.
Defense.
The guilty will fall. Bomb for Proctor. Threat Prioris.
Mystery.
Target eliminated. I'll take it as Lex is inescapable.
For now. Don't frighten me. How dare you?
Yes, yeah.
I am a navigator, not a servitor. Isn't this a job for the serfs? Me? If you insist, Lord Captain.
Yeah, go and finish off that thing.
High momentum.
If I may,
Bella up. I can pretty much eliminate those two. Who's left? Those two, alright. And slaughter. And finish things off. There. Return dialogue. Yes, cool. So I'm pretty sure my delivery will be here. Excellent. So that one. Tell me. Your Celestial Highness! Apologies for my later arrival. Wasted a great deal of time in idle squabbles with that oath of a treasurer as he was looking for the ship at Chronicle. Well, I heard about the attack after it had already begun, and the elevator might as well have not been moving at all. It was so slow. Ugh. Hold on. Are you the ruler of this world or a casual onlooker? You will take measures immediately and restore order, or I will conclude that you are sabotaging our retreater's visit, either by intent or simply due to your own ineptness. The governor babbles in fear. I never thought... He takes a deep breath. The culprits, of course. The culprits will face execution post-haste. Survey the square. An oppressive silence hangs over the previously bustling plaza. People are taking in the carnage, clearly avoiding looking at you, but still catching your every word. You notice Maeve standing nearby, gazing around her with fear, with horror in her eyes. Find those responsible and bring them to me. The condemned mutants broke loose and attacked the townsfolk. It's been a long, long time since anything like that has happened here. Celestial Highness, says Jadua. You must have sniffed out that today is a special day. The executioner's lip curls like split by a blow during the fight. The commander was responsible for guarding them. He got careless. His armor rattling, one of the knights steps forward. I'm Lucra, commander of the fortress. I attest that the ungodly mutants were restrained properly. It's the Phasmophorius. Smoke whipped the roots into a frenzy. If it were not for the tithe, you would not be the one facing. You would be the one facing execution. Strike the governor. Ibro staggers back from the blow, barely managing to stand on his feet. A trickle of blood runs down his lip, and he spits out a few rotten teeth onto the stones. Thank you, Your Celestial Highness. I will not forget the lesson taught to me by the Emperor's own anointed. It's either the commander or the executioner, is it? And I shall now make my decision. My Celestial Lord, I swear on my life that my knights and I did everything we could to keep you safe. We could have foreseen that the Phasmophorius, after gorging itself on miscreants, would start driving the mutants mad with its smoke. Lies, the Phasmophorius does not tell heretics, it fills them with terror. To shift the blame for your own failure onto a secure weapon of justice is a heinous crime in and of itself. There's been enough deaths today. I will order no executions. The commander and the executioner stop their bickering and turn their eyes to you in astonishment. They will cover, however, and offer you their deepest bows, maintaining a solemn silence. I get Fatebringer. Just completely ignores armor. Fancy. You are our savior today, Your Celestial Highness. In gratitude, please accept this personalized sword for my treasury. Fatebringer once decided the outcome of one of our feuds. It killed a rebel leader, and peace has reigned on the planet ever since. Thank you, well done. The governor bows at your feet. Look at Maeve. After putting herself in order, Maeve catches your arm and looks away shyly. Her lips bear a poorly concealed smile of relief. It appears your celebration is over, Governor. Not in the least. I will not let some beasts ruin everything we have worked so hard to prepare. I suggest we distance ourselves from this place and return to our corner of revelry and peace. By your leave, I will be waiting for you at the head table. Oh god, Emperor, give me strength. Swallowing noisily, the governor hurriedly departs the scene of slaughter. It amazes me that the idiot just underpaid the tithe and did not somehow lose the whole planet as well. Or just underpaid the tithe and didn't lose the whole planet. Sulamorn pauses, pensively watching the governor leave. Fine feast it is. I'm sick of the stench of burnt meat. Let's try a change of scenery. Her face pale, Maeve raises a hand. The Celestial Lord's only a few steps away. The noble lords are already lifting their glasses in their savior's honor, awaiting your festival. Shall we proceed? But there is loot to be had. Radiant Shield. Whenever the wearer blocks an attack, the attacker must pace. Resist being blinded. Yeah, I think I am gonna swap out Cabela. Let's see about giving a two-hander to so completely ignore armor. Do some shock fun. I could also I guess alternatively give you a shield. Don't know if it technically counts as a weapon. It can be used to attack. That also has a chance to trigger an enemy though. But I'll try it out. So we can't unlock that. I did. Anyway, back to the ship. Swap out Cabela for Pascal.
The sooner we start,
Taking all those feudal swords and hardened shields. Oh. Proof block and parry. I like the extra deflection. Plus block chance. I need to get better armor on you. Even at the expense of tech use. Maybe give you light armor? Agility isn't that high. Yes, I'm trying to get 30, or more than 30. $50 on the pirate chain now. Armor of the Undaunted. Which is just worse. I could also swap an early up, but I want that tech use. I guess I put the grenade stuff on, yeah. Breeze Catcher doesn't really benefit you. Some pistols. Critical hit, and you don't really need the logic. Anyway, back to the Sarah. Swap out Bella for Pascal. So we can unlock some stuff. I think there was something by the blacksmith. Up here. Yeah, let's have a precision like that. Yeah, well.
If such is the Emperor's will.
Let's access this stuff here. Nope, just gonna have to put it down. Governor's hand reaches for the amasec, flinches under your gaze, and abruptly changes trajectory towards the appetizers. Today is a very nervous day, Your Celestial Highness. And when I feel nervous, I eat and drink and eat again. But that is just the way I am. Whenever I have mercy, the food today is to die for. Would you like to have some? I recommend you try the fried alcedont, whose horns were still goring my hunters just the other day. And here we have some five-tailed Imperialises in stewed black-eye sauce. These fellows need to be eaten quickly before they scurry off the plate. As for the side dishes, you simply must have a taste of these crispy bell blubbered shells seasoned with blue gut. Spice scorches your tongue, but follow it with some amasec and you will feel like the waters of life itself. Shrimps and nibble hands permanently. Oh, okay. In the next combat. Definitely wielding a set of forks and knives, you cut off the shrimp's escape routes. Last, all five of its tails are pinned to the table with golden prongs. The sixth fork delivers the final blow, allowing you to enjoy. Now send the exquisite meal into your mouth. Over 3 people have managed to conquer the shrimp tonight, and all of them inferior to you in the sophistication and speed of their fork craft. The governor hurriedly toasts you, spilling his drink at the process. Attack the giant alcedont ham. Carnivore of the core. Nice. Stick your teeth into the greasy morsel and deftly nibble it to the bone and further of the entire core, which watches you with morbid fascination. Magnificent, not even the rock serpentid that recently ate our cobbler could match you. Like your royal highness, it spent 5 entire suns chewing through them. blubbered shells seasoned with blue gut. On fire. Oh, reduced intelligence and willpower. Oh, as the blue gut clot stings your tongue, you lose all will to continue eating this dish. You immediately wash it down, chill them a sec, allowing the blood of fire and ice to permeate your entire being. I can see it in your eyes, you felt it too, the newfound wings at your back, the series. The mustiness of life, the spark of purpose in the dark alley of consciousness. Such a divine, inspired by your example, the governor places a shell on his tongue, shudders, probably drains a fresh goblet of amasec. Now that we have some refreshments, let's talk. Verily, your celestial highness. He reaches his stuttering hand forward for the goblet, but stops at the sound of Maeve's voice. My lord, remember what the physician told you. Temperance is the best cure for your ailments. Fear that you have disobeyed his wishes again today. And now I am paying for it with a compromised sense of balance and a regrettable inability to admire the disguised impostors. And the hunt is already in full swing. Retreat. Once you've had your fill of the governor, let me ask him a few questions. Solomon, you may ask Governor your questions. If I can lose the esteemed adjudicator with conversation, I will be glad. I will be only too glad. But of course, I've always wanted to try my hand at casual small talk. Solomon folds his arms imperiously over his chest, somehow becoming even taller in stature and broader in shoulders. Tell me about the Laceraxes, Governor. Such fascinating creatures. Where did you get them from? I cannot tell you off the top of my head. Are there not many planets that have Laceraxes? I received these beasts a long time ago as a gift. It is well known that Laceraxes can only be found on Janus. Governor throws up his hands. Can they? And I was sure they were a common beastie. I might have embarrassed myself there, but I would be glad to talk about something else. Do not judge me harshly. I am just trying to get into the festive mood as best I can. We can certainly change the subject. I would like to note that I find your youth-extending face transplant procedure amazing. Does the Sarah possess any other unique knowledge or items brought over from your homeworld? What is that world called, by the way? My native Edects. Unfortunately, I have not introduced much of it from it beyond the art of changing faces. Perhaps Celestial Lord has taken a liking to some of the Sarah's original creations. We get Solomon and take the calm bead from your ear. I was presented with this pearl that whispers great secrets and mysteries. What a marvel! It's an artifact from Edects. Oh yes, the famous Edexian pearls of revelation. I often use them myself to keep my mind receptive to new ideas. I was interested in the musical servitors. They could only have been brought to you by the Crimson Priests, correct? Can you tell me why they visited the planet? What? Bishop Imperialis wiggles free of the governor's fork and drops into his goblet. Yes, it was foreigners who delivered the mechanical musicians. I'm sure I have not mentioned them yet. I think they were the Red Robes who arrived to celebrate the ascendance of a new governor? It's me. Will those wistful gaze follows from Imperius fleeing the table? Why would servants of the Amosai care who had taken the throne of a technologically undeveloped world? Governor shrugs helplessly. I was too overjoyed at their appearance to ask. A gesture of deference, I suppose? Of deference. Who can even understand those mysterious Crimson Priests? Indeed, the Tech Priests are famous for having many vocations, it said, for pursuing technology and discovering new knowledge, like music, and if it's a courtesy. Thank you for the conversation, Governor. I learned everything I wanted to know. I wish to move on to discussing the tithe as quickly as possible. The Governor shakes his head sadly. Oh, what a shame, but you would at least... You'd rather I question you instead of the rogue trader. Be advised, I'm a man of action, not words. Then we're about to have the shortest imposter hunt in the Sarah history. Straight to the finale, just as you ordered. Straining to add a note of gravity to his voice, the governor proclaims, "Most radiant ladies and noble lords, I hereby declare the imposter hunt officially over." The crowd responds with uproarious cheers. "The participants of our masquerade already stand before you. Did you guess correctly? Did you expose them all? Please don your oculars and have a good look." Willow turns to you and whispers conspiratorially, "Not one noble was permitted to hunt the impostors this time, my lord. Still knowing this penchant for such games, I do suspect they tried to make their guesses anyway, quietly among themselves." However, while most of us were indulging, I would even say wallowing in the thrill of the imposter hunt, His Celestial Highness turned his lofty thoughts away from these motley diversions, and towards duty. How can this be anything but a true victory of will over whim? Maeve, come and present our gift to our celestial guest. Give me a wrathful mask. Your Celestial Highness, as an honored guest of Thessera, would you like to say a few words of guidance to our beautiful world? Soulborn, perhaps you have something to say. Quite good at saying the word guilty, would that satisfy you? An awkward pause, and the governor smiles nervously. I understand, Your Celestial Highness. All this talking and ceremony and protocol, it's enough to knock anyone off their feet. But believe me when I say that we are nearing the end. And now the fateful moment has arrived. Who among the branded will be granted the highest favor? And realize too late that you did not take part in the hunt, the governor trails off and glances at you timidly. Point at one of the branded imposters at random. Since you people love prattling about destiny so much, we will let fate choose.
I've been branded. He tricks me. Gotta stop! I'm the master. Maeve, help! Maeve, I'm sorry.
Ambush! Oh, this is gonna hurt. Well, it's a good thing I killed that extra lesser axe. What? Wait. What? Where's your flamer? What the hell happened? Oh, I can't equip it. Goddamn. That sucks.
As the Emperor commands, I act. Doubt
All right.
is for the weak. I'll do it.
Well done.
Faith
All right.
without deeds
Concentrate
is
on
worthless.
fire.
As the Emperor commands, I act. Doubt is for the weak. As the Emperor... I'll do it.
Another scar for my collection.
Ah, and Pascal's already in a good position. Alright, perfect spot. Intimidation. Aim for opening on Gara.
The Omnissiah knows all, comprehends all.
Everybody buffed up.
Running binaric override. My competencies are not that universal. Request approved.
it's gonna do a lot of stuff. But you can get over here. The cover doesn't really matter. I like those souls. Here.
Be careful not to cross my gaze.
Evelar.
I'm not accustomed to being ordered around.
Victory is imminent.
Strike. Get their attention.
At your beck and call.
And then go ahead and get them.
A tactically sound approach.
Silvermore.
Let's
Abraham
test our
Gara.
skills, Galato. Accepted.
Right.
Galato, we're undertaking this task.
Right. Put stuff. Self-defense.
Understood.
As though. Some toughness. Shot there. Try to get out of the way. No allies are on fire, so it's in flame. Just keep doing it. Gara and the other two. Pull yourself up. Gotta get out of the way. Headlarb!
Indeed.
Reckless strike up. Defensive stance.
It will be
Endure.
done. I will do my duty. Target well struck.
Okay. That's
At your beck and call. Taught you to fight like this.
High momentum.
And then Argenta. Marshall attack each turn.
I am his will made manifest.
Dodge, control shot.
Faith without deeds is worthless.
And wildfire.
As the Emperor commands, I act. I'll do it.
Pesca. Attack.
My vow is function successfully terminated.
Cassia. Got some more soul immolation to do. You can do that without hurting anybody.
Me?
Very nice.
I'm afraid not.
Let's give someone
Isn't
chance.
this a job for the serfs?
High momentum.
Okay.
Even my dog wouldn't do that.
Can apprehend
One of
that
us
one.
would be enough. Assignment completed. Guilty.
Fire and mastery. Finish some stuff off. What happened was no accident. My suspicions are correct. The arbitrator looks at his palm thoughtfully and holds it out to his cybermastiff, Plato, analyze. The dog's visor shimmers as it scans his skin with the mesh of rays. Finally, there's a metallic click and the descending hum of cooling servo motors. The Proctor's augmentics respond with a soft buzz. A data brand. The port fool put it on me when he shook my hand, and the Velociraptors attacked everyone who had been marked. However, the beasts were not all eager to tear you apart, rogue trader. It appears you're wanted alive, without my protection. Oh God, Emperor. Maeve presses her hands to her chest in the sign of the Aquila. Her lips whisper a prayer. Forgive and protect his soul. Forgive and protect. Rualdo mentioned being brand before he died. Can you scan him too, Solomon? At his master's command, Glato directs his scan rays at the dead man's severed hand, which is... I somehow avoided being reduced to shreds along with the rest of the body. Supermastiff's augmentics emit a warning signal. Rualdo was branded too. He couldn't have known, or else he would have not have doomed himself like that. I assume this is likewise the work of that buffoon. The only question is whether he is acting in his own accord or at the behest of someone more important. Rualdo called your name before he died. I have no idea what's going on. I'm so confused. Maeve stares at Rualdo's mold corpse with unblinking eyes. Is this just a horrible nightmare? Could it be that I'm just dreaming? For a second there I thought... No, I'm sorry, it's impossible. Whose soul were we praying for, Maeve? My brother's, my lord. I had a feeling he wasn't acting himself lately. If I'd known he had fallen in with scoundrels, I would have found them and strangled them with my own hands. reason could your brother have to want to get an arbitrator's blood on his hands? It is a mystery to me, my celestial lord. I think about it, and I can't even imagine. But why? But lately it's like he's not himself. He's muttering these awful rhymes about blood and fate. It's like he's waiting for something, but I just can't understand what. You thought what? I thought it was my brother calling my name, not Lord Rualdo. But Dane wasn't there. I think I just imagined it in my fright. I think back to Rualdo's last moments. It's hard to tell for certain. It really did seem as though his voice had changed, but it sounded younger and less strange, as if he had cast off a mask. So, who is to be considered the governor now? If only I knew, my celestial lord, if only I knew. Maeve's glistening eyes are full of shock. How do I know I can trust you, Maeve? I swear to the Emperor himself, I'm unblemished before you in spirit and thought. That is what any cornered heretic would swear to try to save their life. But it really had nothing to do with any of it, my lord. All I was told to do was entertain our celestial guests and chaperone them to the castle for talks. But instead, there's just gore and death everywhere. Take us to the castle. I hear and obey, my celestial lord. Please, Maeve breaks off as Solomon walks by, pushing past her with his shoulder before examining the elevator with a fault-finding eye. Not daring to speak again, the young woman makes a gesture of invitation and steps onto the platform herself. No sooner have you stepped onto the platform than a short metallic clang comes from somewhere above you. Wanting me to... So I got Solomon and Glato to handle things. I hope you enjoyed my bloodthirsty menagerie. You instantly recognized the spiteful voice and the cocky smirk of the fool's mask. The arm that was mauled by the Silver Mastiff at their first meeting hangs limply. He has not even bothered to bandage it. There was a gunshot wound in his shoulder surrounded by singed threads. His gauge outfit is soaked with blood. Still acting the buffoon. Some people never learn. Solomon gestures behind his back for the Cyber Mastiff, setting off on a circuit along the wall. A pulsing light draws your attention. Against the far wall, an old man stands behind an ominous-looking altar. The heavily augmented man stares in wonder at the flashes of blue light snaking through the veins of Thacertium in the floor and walls. The crystals in his eye sockets gleam and go dark in time with the flashes. At once, you recognize him as a sculptor who offered to carve your visage out of Thacertium. The old man does not seem to notice you, while his attention is focused on the strange altar. Tadua the executioner stands behind the fool, giving you a crooked smile. Nearby, Lucra, the fortress commander, gives a sullen vigil, his hand never leaving the handle of his weapon. Perhaps you could start by explaining what that was all about? No. Why so tense? I simply grew tired of you forever wandering about with your retinue. Never a chance for a quiet word face to face. Yet I see your fearsome guardian has managed to find his way here as well. The fool sneers as he nods towards the arbitrator, and do pardon the less than gentle reception. These rain-worn mechanisms never fail to disappoint, cricking one moment, failing the next. Bodyguards for a private conversation? Isn't that a bit much? Time's troubled, as you know. I want everything to go according to plan. The governor is dead. Was it your doing? Don't be ridiculous. I couldn't swallow a man whole even if I wanted to. The bluff throws his arms in an exaggerating fashion. The Lazarax fool, you unleash it on the governor. Don't try to deny it. Humor is not part of the vocabulary of the Emperor's servants, but truth should be. You see, that governor was a fraud, a fake, not worth crying over. The true governor of Thessera stands before you, esteemed guests. Dane, come on, don't say things like that. It's not right, it's... Shut up, you idiot. You can't even do as you're told. The fool tosses a look of utter contempt at Maeve. What was it that Maeve should have done, Bluff? Bring you here, to the altar of change, and not ask questions. So simple, she couldn't even manage that. And I, according to your plan, was supposed to die. So the Morn raises the palm of his hand that holds the invisible mark of the data brand. Exactly. I don't need you, but don't worry. I've planned for this as well. Tavrisk, are you ready? Bluff smirks, clearly enjoying his imaginary power. Or is it real? Solomon turns slightly away from the fool and makes a series of furtive hand signals, telling him to stall while the cybermastiff gets into position. The preparations are complete, my lord. Barely able to take his hands off the dark altar, the sculptor hobbles towards the edge of the balcony. I suppose the irregularities with the tithe were part of your plan, too? Oh, yes, one small part of the grand design. To be precise, the first bait you had to take, which you did with commendable zeal. The concept was simple. Certain shipment and provoke a response. An ingenious trap that the Arbiters walked right into. But fate granted me a special boon. You were caught in my net along with them, as a tool. You didn't trap anyone. Shot yourself in the foot. Only an idiot would think they could outmatch a rogue trader and a proctor together. Your scribe, Gregorius, left some intriguing notes behind. In them, he appears to be describing the switching of bodies? Is that part of your plan? You're perceptive, aren't you? My previous experiments were failures. You've met some of them, actually, including Fault himself. Remember the crazy mutant by the Phasmophorius? His brains turned out to be a bit of a complication. The mocking laughter erupts from behind the mask, making the fool's body shake all over. But do not fret, this time it will work. The arbitrator gives you a subtle nod. Cybermastiff is close enough for a decisive lunge. Not enough talk, I will not listen to another word of this heresy. The fool chuckles nastily. You have overlooked one small detail. What detail? Talk, you bastard! Solomon raises his voice, taking a step towards Bluff, clearly trying to draw his attention. Glacier freezes, silently awaiting the signal to attack. Bluff ignores the arbitrator, his gaze fixed on Maeve, more specifically on the necklace of her chest. A lovely piece, isn't it? You see Solomon's hand signal out of the corner of your eye. Glacier leaps, but does not reach the fool. The Psyker moves at the same time. Flash of light, everything goes dark. You're surrounded by the smell of old rust. The darkness reluctantly retreats. Pain comes first, throbbing in your head, then the metallic paste in your mouth, and finally the feel of the hard floor, chafing your stinging cheek. Look around. You see Bluff through the bars of the cage. The mocking smile on his sinister mask seems to grow even broader. Or is it a trick of the light? Maeve, as white as a sheet with a dark abrasion on her face, weeps quietly as she stands stock still beside the fool. There are markings on the floor at your feet. A crooked circle bordered by unholy symbols. Bluff is standing in the center of an identical circle. You hear a quiet, measured scraping sound and an old man's muttering coming from the depths of the hall. The few words you manage to catch sound nothing like Gothic. Rogue Trader, can you hear me? You turn into the voice. Solomon is trapped in one of the side cells. Apart from a bleeding bruise on his forehead, he appears unharmed. Maeve's necklace is more than just a pretty bauble, I take it. Much more, you see, with the right knowledge, the right tools, and some complex rituals, people can transform a simple, dirty blue pebble from the depths of Thessaria into something truly special. However, it's a bit late for you to do anything with that information. Get out of here, you're dead. Enough chit-chat, Tavrisk, begin! Wheezing raspily, the old man with the Thassertium eyes spews a torrent of unholy words from his toothless mouth. In response, the markings beneath your cage seem to inhale and begin glowing with light. Maeve's gaze leaps from you to Bluff in alarm. Tear-ridden eyes widen as she realizes what's happening. Dane, stop! Her slight form crashes into the fool, pushing him out of the center of the circle. The world explodes into shards, suffused with blinding a blinding light that burns out your eye sockets, snorts the air in your lungs, makes your heart judder in your chest, and finally, darkness descends, impenetrable and absolute, encompassing everything. It cradles you, dissolving everything that was once you, everything that once was. You are bobbing like a boat tossed upon the waves. Colors and sounds meld into a cacophony, stirring up nausea in this exhausted body. You blink, and the patches of color fall into place. Or do they? Across from you in the cage, you see a frightened, disoriented face, an expression you have never seen in a mirror. At your feet lies a gaudy mask that has fallen from the fool's face, covering his wrinkled visage with both hands. The ugly and enraged governor of Thessera rises hastily on trembling legs. Staring daggers at you, Wilda shrieks, "Seize her! Seize Maeve!" So the guard takes a heavy step in your direction. The look on his face promises nothing pleasant. Scramble back. Glacio, attack! Your head swims, and through the haze you recognize the figure of a guard coming closer and closer with no sign of stopping. The gaze sweeps over the room, searching for a way out, for a solution, until somewhere at the periphery of your vision, you notice a streak of scarlet. There is the cybermastiff's visor lighting up, giving you a chance to run. So it's gonna... Now we have to be a Maeve. Your mind is a loose shard, cast out into nothing, screaming in the voices of thousands of lives. Are they your lives? Do they belong to another? The blood cracks branch out, biting into every scrap, disjointed thought, ravaging, hungering to shatter what little of your own self remains. A cry gurgles in the depths, plea to make the torment stop and let you dissolve in unconsciousness. But something has sunk its claws into you, keeping you in place, fusing you back together piece by piece, methodically and tortuously. It continues to skewer the shreds of your identity onto the thread of existence in an attempt to outpace the all-consuming void. Your memories of the last several minutes are incoherent and painful. The flash of sorcery, the leap into the unknown, Solomon shouting something, he gave an order. What order was it? An attempt to make you process... Any attempt you make to process what happens only pulls you deeper into unconsciousness. You're wrenched suddenly out of oblivion by a blunt, merciless bite. You try to breathe and hear your own ragged wheeze. Sight gradually returns to you, and an angry horse's head emerges from the mist. You're back. You're alive. Feel your body. Your hands find something on your chest, something so cold it burns your fingers. For a moment you think that it is the real you, a shard of your will lost in the flow. It turns out to be nothing more than a Thassacian necklace. As you look at it, the crystal stares back at you with still blue eyes. The fool's wrinkled face suddenly emerges from the reflection, and his gloating voice seems to hang on at the edge of your awareness. Spotted remembers pain and electrified air. Something bad. Focus your gaze. Slowly, your eyes begin to put together a sorted image. Everything around you is brown and disgusting. Hay, wood, blood, dirt, horse. The trapdoor you jumped down has led you to a stable. A stable for peasants, not sovereigns. But somehow your body remembers the sense of poverty. Your consciousness expands heavily, like sick lungs. You remember a large basket, bundles of food clutched in your hands, and the grateful smiles of the hungry. Push the horse away. You try to shove the head away from you, but your hands veer off. Palms feel nothing, because the skin on them is just some unwieldy meat cover forcefully pulled onto your frame. Your fingers curl up of their own accord. Shout. Your shout is as thin as the death cry and unbearably shrill. Still, it is just strong enough to make the creature stop trying to bite you and back off. Memories that are not your own tear into your mind, placing your thoughts. It occurs to you that someone else used to scare all the monsters away. Big Brother, so funny and always smiling. With some effort, you manage to force his gentle face out of your head. Roll to the side. Your attempt at twisting your body around only ends in a racking pain shooting through your back. The most you can achieve is a lurch upward, accompanied by a piercing crunch somewhere in the spine. Rise to your feet. You sway as if from sickness, all your limbs feeling impossibly fragile. Scrawny legs, frail arms, these do not belong to you. This is a costume, and it is not yours. It does not yet fit your status. It's the wrong size, and it still carries greasy traces of its former owner inside. You're overcome with the urge to tear off your flesh and throw it away like a glove. You gather your will and repress the desire to peel away the skin. Mad impulses besiege. Memories that linger in this body may yet prove useful. To complete the picture, you have no choice but to look into a nearby water trough at your reflection. You see familiar features. Some unnatural force has dragged you out of your body and into that of Maeve, ruler's lady in waiting. Now that you've spent some time in this stable, you feel a little more accustomed to your new limbs. But where is your own mortal shell? Find your body. The Cyber Mastiff does not respond to nudges or commands. The lumen nods on its head are blinking with troubling agitation. Perplexed, disturbed, staggered, psychosomatic trauma. A mountain of vegetable waste rises up ahead, next to which stands a rusty pitchfork. Your attention is drawn to something pale, pink, half buried under the waste, looking suspiciously like a limb. Investigate. Pull out the strange object from the pile. It emerges as a human forearm, crudely severed at the elbow. The horse behind you sniffs and cranes its neck. Take the arm. You pick up what used to be someone's arm. The horse looks at the dead fingers greedily. Now pick up the pitchfork. This could be a decent weapon, if not for one problem. Lack the strength to pull it free from the earth. Step away from the heap. The horse behind you snorts and shifts about. Hungry horse. The creature that dragged you out of unconsciousness turns out to be a muddy brown horse. From the darkness, the beast follows you with its large black eyes. It looks hungry and frightened. Look around the stable. The horse must have smashed through the stall to reach you. You immediately note the empty trough, the fetid pile of vegetable tops under your feet. For the moment, the approach to the rotting waste is blocked by an iron fence. The horse whinnies restlessly as it casts its eyes towards the barrier. Toss the corpse part over the stable door. The animal's nostrils flare in agitation, pauses for a second, watching our trajectory, and trots after the treat with a rumble. Snorting frantically, the horse hurtles through the stable door and smashes straight through it. Sight of the stable hand standing in the doorway pretends nothing good for. The man's face is savage, and glinting in his hand is a meat cleaver. Let the horse loose, you little wench. I'll skin you alive. Call for help. Take a deep breath and scream as loud as you can. Your voice rings pitifully. This cry may be your last. You see your new reflection in the blade of the cleaver. There's no way out. Or at least this foray into the life of the Syrian peasantry has been a short one. An abrupt metallic clang rattles the stable. Something very heavy is coming your way at terrifying speed. Puppy awake. The cleaver, raised for a strike, falls from the man's hands as he screams, assailed by a whirlwind of fangs, fur, and metal. Having emerged from the gloom, the Cyber Mastiff does not give the stable hand even a single chance. After ripping out a part of his spine, the beast spits out the corpse and looks up at you. Leto, you have recovered? Leto stares at you for a while, then barks and turns to scan the area. It's clearly waiting for orders. The Cyber Mastiff listens only to its arbitrous master. The fact that Leto is here means that Solomon has ordered him to follow you through the trapdoor. The arbitrator must have adjusted Leto's priorities to have him guard you. Very well. Local inhabitants coming down the slope look hostile in the extreme. The vilest of them is missing an eye, but he makes sure to keep his remaining one fixed on you. Hey, Poppet, where'd you get that dress? You know, my bride-to-be would love to wear a dress like that on her wedding day. Would you lend it to her? The one-eyed bandit glances at your dirty yet expensive clothes. Something tells you these people would gladly peel the dress right off you, right on your skin. Of course I'll lend it to you, right after I flay you where you stand, scum. Several bandits at once break into howling laughter. Oh, that sure gave me a fright, it did, says the leader through the tears, casually pulling a knife from his sleeve. Blade Ho, standing by your leg, lets out a rumbling growl and the laughter stops. Cybermastiff lunges at the leader of the bandits. His metal jaws start mincing flesh and bone like the knives of a giant meat grinder, moving faster than your eyes can even follow. Within seconds, the man who threatened you is a mutilated corpse, and his more fortunate henchmen are fleeing in terror. You notice the Cybermastiff's jaw is slightly crooked. One of the bandits must have managed to get it in a solid blow. When you try to touch it, Glacio turns away and growls massive. Dislocated jaw times 2. Alright. The wheel is similar to the ones used to raise the enormous elevator at the central square. This one, however, is completely rusted through with age. Alright, on we go. Where are they? My eyes, my precious eyes, they've melted! Up your battered face, you stupid girl, would have fell on someone's head. Spent the whole night hooking up that thing. Now we gotta do it all over again. Get out of here before you break anything else. Yeah, just got my... Maybe she's pinched a few little bit leftovers for us. I've sunk in malodorous mud. The houses, if one can call them that, are back together like buboes of a plague-stricken body. To the upper city we go. Elevator could be the path to the upper town, if only it weren't so high up. What are you doing here? Get out of here. What's that knocking? Maeve, is that you? Hold on, I'll get it. Here, come on in. Several commoners are talking in a loud whisper, taking no notice of you. The bald man with the bowl cut is gesturing energetically. His back turns towards you. Never thought a thing like this would happen in my time. The new celestial lord has paid us a visit. They say he descended from the sky on a great bird of iron and stepped out of its belly clad in golden armor. And you, were blinded by this wonder. It's as anointed for you. Rubbish! I've heard that tale before, and only an idiot would believe it. He's a noble man like any other, just a more important one. Treats everyone like dirt, pushes people around, worse than any of our own nobles do. That's the way it is, isn't it? It's God Emperor's will that their place be at the top and ours in the dust. That's how the world works. Next thing you know, the Celestial Lord will make this whole place his own. The pot-bellied man ran a finger under his nose, leaving a clean patch on his grimy face. Oh, I wish it was like you said. Something tells me that bad things are coming now that he's here. I heard the new Celestial Lord. Wait, look! That's Maeve over there. She's heard the Celestial Lord herself. She can tell us about it. Hey, Maeve! A small crowd rushes towards you. What to tell you about the Celestial Lord? Well, I do know a thing or two. The people's eyes light up with curiosity at your words. They hurriedly gathered around you, ready to hear something extraordinary. So the Celestial Lord accepted the key of Thessera from the poor fool's hands himself. He didn't shun the fool. He didn't beat him. So gracious. It's all true. I have nothing to add. Commander who asks the question casts a triumphant eye over the others. Let's see. The servant lowers his voice in a whisper. Have you heard about the mutant disaster? Everyone wanted to blame the commander of the execution, but the Celestial Lord interfered and was merciful. It was like I'm telling you, wasn't it, Maeve? Just like you said. Maeve, you got closer to him than anyone else here. How did he treat you? Yeah, Maeve, tell us. What's this like to be around when the God Emperor is anointed? If it had been me there, I know I couldn't have said a word in his presence. You never know what to expect from someone of such rank. For all you know, you say the wrong thing and he has your tongue ripped out, roasted, and served to you on a plate. What's that look for? It happened before, I wouldn't lie. The Celestial Lord was amicable and kind to me. Commoners nod their understanding as they continue to hang on every word. Just a quick glance, just to walk on the same ground he stepped on. If we had rulers like that, we could all breathe more freely. Why can't they make mercy their new custom instead of wearing these sewed-on faces? Oh, have you heard about Lord Grimley's new wife? The pot-bellied servant has the other two's attention now. They lean closer, losing interest in the previous topic. You can no longer hear a word they're saying. It would appear that the trio has forgotten about you completely. And again, I hate it. Why do we always have to work in the rain? Yep, saving. The box in your companion's hand is speaking in your own voice. There's no need for concern. The proctor and I are in the middle of examining the documents, together with the governor. We'll be back as soon as we're done here. There's a loud click indicating that the other side has cut the connection. Abelard froze his brow, but he just heard does not sit well with the old officer. Oh, I feel uneasy. You know, though the Lord Captain did report that everything is fine. Something about his voice wasn't quite right. But again, the proctor is there too. God Emperor. Grant me the patience to endure this idle wait. Argento makes the sign of the Aquila and slips into what looks like a quiet prayer. Activating standby mode. Pascal emits a quiet hum as he begins his Benhark prayer. So much fun. As soon as you approach, everyone's attention shifts to you. For now, their reaction feels closer to pent-up irritation than outright hostility. Rejoice one and all, for rogue traitor von Valencius has returned to you. Your pompous declaration silences the group momentarily, and they awkwardly stare at you in utter bewilderment. Someone lets out an awkward chuckle. My dear, were you not the one assigned to watch over the rogue traitor? Cassia frowns, covering her mouth with her hand. These colors, it's just as though they have been copied from those I usually see from the Lord Captain. Good Lord, present me to my retinue. Evelyn startles the tone. The seneschal looks over from head to toe in amazement. You can see he's still unsure. I've fallen victim to profane sorcery. I need my body back. The retinue hesitates. Some exchange puzzled glances while others frown and look at you intently, as though hoping to see some signs of sorcery. Von Valencia's heir to Theodora von Valencia's who perished in the course of Conrad Votvir's treachery. What else must I dredge up from the past to make you believe me? At loud scales, I could have memorized a few facts from the Lord Captain's biography. I have a biography? Alright, to play guessing games now? Look, I have Solomorn's Cyber Mastiff with me. Do you order his dog to guard some Thessarian shit? The statement is potentially true. Cyber Mastiff protocols are difficult to breach and override, much less in a primitive culture such as this. If anything could cause Solomon to be parted from his faithful dog, it would be a threat to the Lord Captain. We need to get upstairs. Just trust me on this. You will find the rogue trader at the top. Tell the shuttle pilot to take us there. He won't listen to me. Suggesting to stop puzzling over your identity and start acting seems to have had an effect. At least no one is arguing with you anymore. When the dust clears, you see the familiar hall. From the shadows, the Jester's eyes spark with malice as they see yours. Behind him stands a cage, in which you, or rather your body, is sitting. Your face is awash with tears, your lip is split, and a vox lies next to you. In another cage, to the side, stands Solomon, glaring through the bars at the true governor of Thessera. Upon seeing you in Glato, the proctor straightens. It seems he was just waiting for your return. Without taking his intent gaze on you, he gives you a slow nod. He is ready to fight. But how did you... The elevator! Damn it, why did you have to make all this commotion? Why couldn't you just sit in a cage out of the way and wait for the ritual to be completed? The fool looks back at the altar. Tavrisk, move! Psycho's cracked skin seems ready to crumble to dust, but his Thessertium eyes burn with an otherworldly fire. The ritual is nearly complete, my lord. The altar of change is ready to irrevocably switch the threads of fate. Address Tavrisk. Hey, Psyker! Return me to my body at once, and I will grant you an easy death. Without moving his hands from the stone in front of him, the heavily augmented old man turns around to look at you. An expression of utter amazement spreading across his face. And why? Why would I negotiate with the corpse to be? You are the past, and the governor and I are bound for the future. Ah! Cassia flinches and shields her eyes with her hand. The deathly light of Thessertium is all around him, permeating his soul, melding into his color, his essence. Lunge at Ruldo. The court fool snaps his fingers, and the guards ready their weapons. The tense silence that follows, every sound, every movement can be clearly heard, and then the metal of the cage emits a piteous creak as Silmarn slams his entire weight against the bars. That's a good one. And I'm free. You struggle to open your eyes after the world has once again taken shape. You realize that you're staring at your own palms, or your own eye sockets. You move a hand, and each muscle responds gratefully, filling with warmth. The others watch you with a mixture of hope and dismay. You've lost combat algorithms. Maeve, the real Maeve, looks at you through watering eyes. Myself again. It was so... She She lacks the strength for anything more. Her body collapses to the ground. Governor Rildo, the crimes of stealing my body from me, practicing heresy, and all-round monstrousness, you are hereby sentenced to death. Attack. I dare you order anyone around in my palace. Tavrisk, do it. Achieve victory. My lord's destinies are already set in stone. As long as I live, you cannot destroy them.
For Lex Imperialis.
For the Emperor!
Abelard, you over there. Let's see. Still the Sentinels, link up the chain while Tavrisk is alive. Bluff means one stack of Bonds of Servitude for each Soul Sentinel in combat. Oh, while Tavrisk is alive. So he takes no damage, does double damage, is basically guaranteed to hit, and has way more movement. Hey, Pascal over there. Genta over here. You, of course, do not have your very necessary stuff.
Martyrdom is the reward.
I still don't know why you don't have your weapon on
As
you.
the Emperor commands, I act.
Regardless.
I'll do it.
Concentrated fire.
As the Emperor commands, I act. I'll do it.
Reload. Cassia! You have some work to do. Fortunately, you are quite occupied at the moment. So Abelard should be able to handle those. So yeah, Glacio can take some damage.
I am a navigator. This, the navigator's might. I'm not accustomed to being ordered around.
So far, reduced from fellowship penalty.
If I may.
Allow me to mark down Stone Sentinels. So can I see Tavrisk? I do not believe so. Nope. Spawn of the highest favor. Alright. Sounds become unbearably loud. Oh, right. And toughen yourself up. Discharges of the motive force fill the air. Cassia's turn. No more to be done. Celeborn!
It won't take long.
Shabash. It's going to apprehend
Let's
on the
test our
Sentinel.
skills, Galato.
A little bit of a run and gun.
Check. Done.
Right. So detect.
The order is clear.
Is the. Hopefully you'll be able to get some running gun. Get some more. Stuff from Tavrisk. Anyway. Damn.
Weapon at the ready.
Oh, my corrupted guard's about to go boom. Pascal.
Running by their
Spot.
own right.
Buff up everyone around here.
The Omnissiah knows, comprehends all.
Come really low priority. Swoop. It's like I wanted a brutal strike, but I'm not gonna.
The scriptural prognosis is favorable.
And Adelard.
Victory is imminent.
Stents. And your.
It will be done.
Sword.
Yet iron knows no pain.
Push him away. Taunting shout.
I will do my duty. Forth on Valencius!
And so reckless strike.
It will be done. Grey hair, sure hair. Reduced to dust. At your beck and call.
Damn you.
It will be done.
How dare you parry me? Regardless, threaten that one.
I can handle this.
suffered worse. I took care of this one.
Now your plan is scarlet.
Let's make it quick.
Suffering is part of the trial.
Argenta. It's your turn once again. And I would say you have a pretty favorable opportunity right here.
You, my Emperor! Faith without deeds is worthless.
Cassia. Let's see.
Isn't this a
in
job for
reality,
the serfs?
see if I
I
can't
have
give
read
Abelard
tomes
another
of
turn.
military tactics.
Well, I think I already have. I have not. Well then, Abelard. It's about time, ain't it?
I will do my duty.
Reckless strike.
At your beck and an exemplary strike.
I will rise.
Nice. A lot of damage to Argenta, but that's fine.
I've seen worse battles than this in my time.
Let's keep this guy threatened. And Cassia herself can do held in her gaze.
I am a navigator, not a servitor.
Give an officer an extra turn.
I'll
go for
paint your
Argenta.
death in colors.
For a chance to heal herself up.
Blessed be the hand of the healer. As the Emperor commands, I act. Doubt is for the weak. I'll do it. As the Emperor commands, I act. I'll do it.
Very nice.
Doubt is for the weak.
Reduced to dust.
Silimar's turn. Yeah. Alright, so protect.
Rejected.
Oh, can't. Okay. Projectile below.
Righto, we're undertaking this task.
Make on points. Description of the damage to bluff, stars or tavers, claims most priority target. Conscious. Selects a random other. Fight.
One of us would be enough.
Okay. There you are, Taverisk. So then... if you would be so kind... and about to burn. None of my allies are burning, so let's inflame.
Target eliminated.
Right, you go ahead and cure that sorcery. Alright, well.
Request approved.
Hide. And Abelard can go ahead and do his thing. Defensive stance.
Indeed.
Let's strike.
It will be
your
done. I will do my
wall of
duty.
rock crates for the extra temporary
Victory is imminent. An exemplary strike.
temporary wounds.
Face the
And let's check the
navigator's might.
Damage is negligible.
Quick! Quick!
My ears are ringing. I've sucked it. Just a minor setback.
Argenta's turn. I mean, might as well take the opportunity. Now we just got some random strangers.
In thy light I stand, and thy light I crave.
But we're on mastery.
Each strike is a prayer. As the Emperor is eradicated.
Man, this new
I'll do
bolter
it.
pistol is
None can escape the Emperor's judgment.
absolutely evil.
Faith
Everyone's
without
slaughtered.
deeds is worthless.
That is what you can do.
Battlefields are always
Cassia.
drowned in scarlet.
You can indeed take up the
As
book.
duty demands.
Bluff the court fool. In the ensuing silence, a gurgling snicker becomes clearly audible. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I see our guest is 2 alive. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Start the gutting, start the fun! The ugly shambles that is Rulo's face dissolves into a semblance of a smile. Cease your inane mutterings. You may open your mouth when you are asked a question, and your answer had better be honest and to the point. I swear by the Lex I will make you speak. Or rather, what remains of you after I finish preparing you for interrogation. Are there any other victims of your ritual that survived? No. And I didn't count the dead. The ritual was a complex one to perform, so it took Tavrisk and me a long time to calibrate it. You're the one it worked on. To think of all the possibilities that opened up. Using alternate change, I could have worked my way up to a Lord of Terra. What are you talking about? The very suggestion. The director's voice resounds with fury, his steely fingers digging into Glato's collar. You sick degenerate. As my father used to say, if you've come a long way, keep going. I'm a dead man as it is, so I might as well dream a little. Be silent, heretic, or you'll find yourself washing away your blasphemies with tears of blood until the pain makes you beg the Emperor for death. What was the point of that whole masquerade with the Vic Governor? My governor attracts too much attention, and I wanted my hands to stay untied. So I offered my court fool a fair bargain. He would become me, ruling the planet, living a good life, getting whatever he wanted, while I would be out there, flying towards the stars, betrayed faces, clothes, and lives. And because I had gotten the local nobles into the habit of sewing other people's mugs onto their heads, the switch went unnoticed. But the switch was only the first part of the deal. Naturally, I didn't mention the second part, the removal of witnesses. Someone is going to turn against you the moment there's a knife in his beloved sister's throat. You cannot afford to keep them alive. Ruldo casts a hateful glance in Maeve's direction. Desertium. What are its properties? This wretched little world held nothing worthy of attention, save for Desertium. When I started having dreams about it, and about changing bodies, I thought I was going insane, and I shared this with my sculptor, the now late Tavrisk. He helped me to understand the essence of the mineral. Experiments and studies followed, mostly carried out by Tavrisk. I don't have his gift, but oh, the things I could do if I were a sorcerer. In the end, he realized that Desertium was a potent psi focus, and after 1,000 cursed attempts, a combination of powers, energies, and sacrificial victims, Tavrisk managed to create his finest sculpture from it, the Altar of Change, a magnificent artifact, a door to eternity. No more limitations imposed by our mortal bodies, no ailments, no injuries. Your flesh is worn, just swap it for new flesh. Don't like your lot in life? Choose from 1,000 others. No longer just a dream, but its most perfect realization. Immortality in stone. I want to talk about your plan. What was your goal here, Ruldo? The plan was simple and elegant. Thessera starts underpaying its tithe. The Arbites swallow the bait and send their messengers here. That's when I spring my trap. I change into the body of the arbitrator or proctor who lands here, pack up the altar, board the Arbites ship, and wave goodbye to this ball of dirt swinging in the void. A rogue trader would have been even better, but greed has a way of spoiling a good game of regicide. Of course, the game involved one key piece, the embodiment of freedom of choice, that magnificent altar. So much accumulated potential from years of experimentation. It's damaged, but it still beckons, waiting to be used. Ruldo looks you in the eye with a caustic smile. I advise you to keep it safe. Who knows how many thousands of lives it will claim if something happens to it. Unleashing all the power. I've learned all I needed to know. You may execute the heretic Solomorn. Since you're done, Solomorn points his weapon. Ruldo, you have committed unthinkable heresy. I refuse to acknowledge you as a human being or read your verdict as befitting a criminal. You're a stain on Thessera's history, and it's time to wipe you from it. Although he executes the governor quickly, you see a fleeting expression of absolute disgust, perhaps even hatred, pass over the proctor's face. Hello? Maeve opens her eyes and immediately jumps to her feet at the sight of the bloody corpse. She clenches her hands on her chest and her eyes well up. He was not your brother, Maeve. The woman nods meekly and a single tear runs down her cheek. Her voice is hollow when she speaks. You're right, he was the one who doomed him. Found anything of Solomorn? Yes, the data slate with a shipment chronicle that they spent so much time vainly searching for. According to the records, the tithe period is 1 Terran decade, and the quota prescribed is 1,000 cargo units. The governor withheld 100 units for each of the 5 most recent shipments. That means this world has no actual difficulty regularly supplying its tribute. You can consider that matter settled. Deciding what to do with the Desertium is far more important. It is a resource we cannot afford to ignore. Solomon looks you straight in the eye. I propose destroying all the Desertium already mined, as well as its deposits. The probability that the material itself is a source of corruption is too high. It would take years of research by the Adeptus Extra-Telepathica to prove it's safe for the souls of the Sanctioned. Years that Coronis does not have even if a local adept has funds to spare. Allowing an abomination like this to exist is against the Lex. As for assessing the degree of Thessera's corruption and setting its fate, the law prescribes leaving this to the judgment of the world's owners. That is, the Quindistratum. Dare I remind you, Lord Captain, that no one besides you has any knowledge of this mineral's properties. If it is left here, no one will find out. What a crafty way to paint me as a mindless henchman. Let me also remind you that I report directly to the Marshal. My reports are thorough. Let's see. This world is beyond saving. Heresy exudes from its very depths. I hereby order the immediate destruction of all the Assertium and declare the exterminatus on the planet. The Administratum will be given several years to evacuate its property, after which Thessera will be cleansed by fire. Let's see. Is the solution the Lex Imperialis demands? I fully concur. The Assertium is a little too... Exterminatus. Drastic decision born out of righteous indignation. Whether or not the prefect shares your views, that we won't know until we return to Dragonus. Magenta closes her eyes and utters a prayer. Emperor, have mercy on the unfortunate souls who found themselves trapped in the grasp of the archenemy. Have mercy, for they knew nothing, and had nowhere to go. Maeve looks up at you pleadingly. My celestial lord, what am I do now? You are accomplice to the heretics, and you have been touched by sorcerer's blight. In your position, I would beg for a swift execution. There's no hatred in Solomon's words, only total conviction about their truth. What can you do? I can brew recaf, I can do sweets with a foam of cream, or strong with special spices. I can dance, sing, carry scrolls and data slates. Don't take you. Yeah, you're coming with me. Thank you, my celestious lord. You are my savior. I'm going to trust a heretic with brewing your recaf? Then you ought to take a dozen local commoners along as well. It's just anything a criminal has handled. Then the Sarah's fate is decided. There's no point in staying here any longer. The heretic mentioned that destroying the altar would risk the deaths among local populace. Whether he was lying or trying to manipulate us is irrelevant. The abomination must be destroyed, and as for any casualties, the Emperor will know his own. As you approach the damaged altar, you feel an unpleasant weakness. You hear a faint ringing in your ears, as if the smooth surface of the stone is groaning from the wounds it has suffered. The secret fire of my ship's orbital cannons will raze the palace to the ground before this cursed artifact can corrupt another soul. As you look up at the altar, the ringing in your ears intensifies for a moment. Rupturing your eardrums, the altar roars, threatening, promising to take thousands more with it. You are deaf to its pitiful threats. You are interrupted by an anxious voice from the Vox. Lord Captain, do you read? The shuttle pilot reported the rescue operation. Enforcers are on their way. What is your status? Are you alive? Come in. I'm alive, Victus. Prepare to depart. Copy. Captain. A moment of ringing silence, and then 1,000 shards pierce your mind. A familiar voice coils around your thoughts, drowning them out. Are you leaving without conversing with me, child? Without even asking yourself how such a vivid soul managed to remain intact after wandering in the darkness's embrace and donning another's guise? Such rare luck for a mortal. In the icy silence, you're struck with a series of incredibly lifelike recollections. You're not alone, and you never were. It was always there, in your shadow, in your blood, inside you. Yes, says a Thule. This luck is named the Edge of Daybreak. Had it not been for my sleepless gaze, your mind would have long since joined the mournful host of those who are no more. It is I who kept you whole and unharmed. For I could not allow such a radiant destiny to fall to some absurdity, but at times I do wonder, is it worthy of my protection? You are nothing but a worm in the shadow of the Golden Throne. Reveal yourself to me and let us fight, or is hiding like a coward in the back of a person's thoughts all you were capable of doing? There it is, the ingratitude and obliviousness of the insects that call themselves humanity. I am no corporeal body that can be slain, child. All of time belongs to me, and as does every thread in the tapestry of destinies. I need but touch one of them. You feel a sharp pain and trickle of blood runs down your temple. A taste of grim solemnity permeates the silence of your unseen interlocutor. But I am generous. I give my chosen children time to understand. And their time is so fleeting. The echo of the entity's voice lingers for a while at the sound of distant thunder. Shards of the monstrous structure emits a barely perceptible ringing sound. Or is it the whispers of otherworldly voices telling of change? Biomancer's staff, proof body glove. Ah, there are some goods. It's a bit quiet. Choke better las guns. Some more stuff. Feudal sword. Some chainmail. Hardened shield. Heavy maul. Ah. The wielder has a shield equipped. Whenever they hit the target with this maul, they immediately make a shield bash against that target. Hits, the target must make pass a toughness test with a bonus or be stunned. Circles have been scrawled over the whole stack of scrolls. Each circle resembling one of those dowed on the floor. No,
Let's proceed.
None replicates it exactly. Well, las guns. Did all these fix it? Great sword, feudal sword, these guns. Left the court full is...
What is your command? Accepted.
I can't... Yeah. Okay.
Rogue traitor.
Well, whatever he has on him, we're not getting.
Litany of reconnaissance recited.
Back to the voyage ship. Sucks that it bugged out there. Alright, we have completed Sark Prime. Alright, punch the plays the void. What was lost? Fair trade. Back to the administrative palace. And our goods. Cornelius. Ah. It's gonna be a couple jumps no matter what we do. Tech Priest reported a brief malfunction in the Geller field generator that left the vessel exposed with a warp for a brief second. According to the Enforcer report, something did manage to get into the ship and is now prowling the dark waters. Send patrols into the affected chamber. Getting some heretic trophies. Several armed teams left to search for the unknown creature that had invaded the vessel. All but two returned with nothing to show for it, but hair turned prematurely grey and horror stories of what had happened in Loading Bay 5. One team brought back a bizarre trophy, allegedly found behind a shattered bulkhead. The last team was never heard or seen or heard from again. Back to Cornelius. Bonus. Separate goods. Yep. Let's go get that built up and Vibos. Can't build anything more. Alright. How to finish this off and then stream. Oh, this has been a long one. Ugh. And Ministra. Yep, all these guys. I probably want to level up. Just in case there's any skill checks or whatever. Okay. Kick back. We'll steal. Let's go for familiar kick. Stacks have never stopped shooting, equal to half the minimal damage of the damaging range weapon used. Actually, no. Never stop believing. When all stacks have never stopped shooting it should be lost, they become 26 stacks instead. Additionally, a Fortress World character may upgrade their willpower characteristic even if their current archetype does not allow for it. Yes, Combat Addict. Sacred Rituals. State of Mind. Resolve increased. Degradation is low. Forced Reality, I think. Snare Prey. It's trap and free soul. Claim Bounty. Free single attack with a selected weapon. This attack always hits, does not end the bounty after's movement, and deals only 30%. Or 36. Actually, let's focus on. Flames, Feeble, Vigorate, maybe. Incinerate. Quite nice. Hopes for Flames. Let's go for Incinerate. Bulwark. Pushing against range attacks with a number of stacks of the beacon. Additionally, we need a push, first movement. Provocation forces an enemy in their melee range to immediately attack the vanguard. All of the vanguard's allies who are wielding melee weapons are adjacent, so that's less useful. The enemy suffers +3 more damage from these attacks of opportunity. Forced distraction. Just an ally, all enemies at a 3-cell radius around. Actually, that would be really good. Forcing priority target, regardless of the willpower task. The chosen ally does not provoke attack opportunity from these enemies. Can shoot enemies in melee range and move as if not in no range of attacks. Opportunity, follow my lead. Let's go for Bulwark. Let's see, devastating attack. Next attack, if it hits, causes all targets to make a toughness resistance test. If they fail, they suffer a negative impact. If it's a negative effect based on damage type. Blinded until the end of combat if it's energy or any other damage. Piercing and rending, inflicts bleeding and slowed. And impact knocks them. Could be quite nice. Extra movement points would also be nice. Cautious approach. Let's go for devastating attack. Nothing else. Threats and faults. Else ways. Open to the warp. Blood augury. Would be nice. Let's go for perilous ways. Curse Unleashed. Viking Nightmare. Travel beyond time. Show the path. Scourge of the Red Tide. Creates a circle of creature in it. Enters it. Begins to turn it. Suffers damage. Oops, I think Zone of Fear. First thing to move. Go with the new talent. Attacks, granting dodge against the target. If this hits, it deals an additional damage equal to twice the percentage of that target's most poised to strike. So enemies suffer reduced armor deflection to the end of the turn. If there's only one enemy adjacent to them, they also gain 6 dodge. If there's no enemy adjacent to them, they instead gain 12 dodge reduction. Or Death Whisper for some extra damage. Let's go for extra attacks. And Salamorn. Double slug, double slug. Alright.
Executing request.
Yep, arbitrators are here. Prefect. Do I need to take this? Just taking paperwork. Project Exterminatus of the word both the syrup. Living Tithe, check the Protector Registry. Double the life. Capture the void ship Heartless. Board of the Heartless is part of the unit led by S. Antho. Neutralize the target Sargona. The captured vessel was turned into an escort ship. Word escort has been circled several times, I think. Rakad Minoris, arrived on Rakad Minoris during the evacuation, took S. Antho aboard the flagship. The world is to be considered null and void. Side note reads damage assessment, recalculation. Trader. Shriveled insects that like a woman reads you with a keen look. Welcome to the Temple of Law and Order, your lordship. Informed that you were here about Thessera. Prefect Voltaire nods to herself and snaps her brittle fingers, prompting a servo scroll to flip closer. Cracking of its quill filling the air. Begin entry 251/4-alpha in the matter of the world Thessera and its obligation to pay the Imperial Tithe. This audience with the Prefect of the Administratum is in session. Now then, what were your findings? As at the von Valancius. Let's see. Exceedingly hazardous warp active mineral was discovered on Thessera. For the good of the Imperium, I ordered it be destroyed. I'm giving you time to evacuate administrative property, after which the planet will be condemned to exterminatus. Let's see, a heretic had seized power on Thessera. I had him executed. I see. The old woman looks at you intently over her ocular lenses. That is regrettable news. Reaction was forced by circumstance. The loss of the governor means the loss of the very stability that any servant of the administratum is immutably obliged to uphold and protect. Well, let us get to the record, then. The prefect turns to the servo skull. Rogue trader Azethul von Valancius effected the execution of the governor of Thessera, appointed by the Adeptus Administratum. Preliminary damage assessment and restoration of the forecast of the world's key structures, Class A severe, noted and recorded. An exceedingly hazardous warpack. Yeah, that. Prefect Grimaces quite confidently deemed that outcome to be adverse to the interests of the Imperium. Alas, your lordship, I'm duty-bound to deliver an exact and impartial assessment of the events. Let's see. I ordered the destruction of the world of Thessera. Through this decision, the Imperium is deprived of a portion of the tithe total expected from the Cornus expense, and more specifically, of a valuable resource in the form of a naturally occurring psi-focused deposits. Noted and recorded. Prefect chews on her lip in regard. I will be frank with you, your lordship. The conclusions that were drawn regarding the Thessera inspection were far from satisfactory. Minor disturbances, such as mass execution of mutants or the rebels' plot disguised as a celebration, are not necessarily as dangerous as the, if you will permit my choice of words, coup that resulted from your intervention. I understand that consequences are something that those endowed with power are wont to leave to their servants to deal with, and therefore something I find acceptable to ignore. In Scribia's Ocular lenses, flashes she looks up from her scrolls. However, I hope my words will help you to revise your approach to executing the Imperium's will in the Chronos expanse in the future. With the tap of her nail, she dismisses the servo skull. If you think the Thessarian mineral is so important to the Imperium, make it part of the tithe. What is the problem? Of course you have the power to change your decision at the snap of your fingers, but its implementation will follow thousands upon thousands of administrative functionalities. They will have to first record the previous status of the tithe, and then begin an equal and lengthy process of re-registering the payment. As servants of law and order, we cannot simply skip the cumbersome parts. Procedures must be followed meticulously. Lest we become mired in anarchy. I took care of a problematic world of yours, and you were twisting the facts regarding my efforts. Prefect's ocular lenses flash as she replies in an offended tone. I, his lowly and unworthy servant, have no right to twist any facts. My duty is to assess consequences and do everything I can to make sure the Imperium receives what it is owed. That is the purpose of my existence. Suddenly, the old woman's voice becomes less stern and more didactic. Speaking from my wealth of experience, if I do say so myself, taking care of the Imperium's prosperity is a heavy burden, albeit an honorable one. The fact that even a rogue trader can run into difficulties while doing it only further confirms my many years of observations. One way or another, we consider the matter of Thessera closed, am I correct? Closed and recorded, yes. The old woman smacks her lips in satisfaction. However, that was just the first item on the agenda. Now to the next. The prefect beckons over another servo skull, which immediately takes its place at her side. Begin entry 52/1 Sigma. Competency assessment of Proctor Solomon Anthor based on his performance during the mission on the world of Thessera. You hear a painful metallic creak as Solomon's augmented hand clenches into a fist. Competency assessment? Well, Prefect, I am listening. Solomon did nothing that could be considered a violation of Lex Imperialis. So, as to avoid misunderstanding, allow me to clarify that I am not making any judgment, or rather gathering information at Marshal Strax's request. The Prefect turns to Solomon. Dr. Anthor, you will be evaluating your own conduct in this instance. For my part, I will merely state a few key points. Let us begin. How would you describe your performance, taking into account the following facts? You took part in the execution of an administrative appointee without its appropriate permission. You also allowed yourself to be captured, thus endangering your mission and imperiling the valuable equipment issued to you by the Adeptus Arbitus. What is more, you sanctioned a tithe-related decision that carries adverse consequences for the Imperium. The old woman pauses. That is all. Proceed to your self-evaluation. Solomon's heavy gaze is fixed upon the Prefect as he slowly forces the first words out of his jaws, as if they had turned to stone. I took every effort and I was acting solely in the name of Lex Imperialis. However, the outcome of the mission speaks for itself. My verdict is thus that my performance in the Thessera case was inadequate. Noted and recorded. Prefect's immaculately polished lenses bore into you once more. Now that the Thessera inspection report has been properly entered into the record, allow me, on behalf of the Adeptus Administratum, to officially extend our gratitude to you for the support you have provided us. May the Von Valencia's name be forever praised. May the Emperor protect your dynasty for many generations to come. That said, I must now request your assistance in a different capacity. A number of highly important court cases have accumulated at the Palace of Justice, the kind that require formal resolutions by the arbitrator himself. How will the trial proceed? The defendants will speak first, whereupon you can ask me clarifying questions on the case, and then the old woman gives you a meaningful look over her ocular lenses. A death sentence must be passed. You are, of course, free to judge otherwise, but execution is preferred, since in every case that will come before you, an outcome without highly unpleasant consequences is unlikely. Executions reduce the number of malcontents and motivate prospective defendants to solve their problems before they come under the purview of the rogue trader's court. One of the rogue trader's many duties is to mete out justice. I agree. I have relegated my current tasks in advance, and thus am ready to escort you to the Palace of Justice immediately. Please follow me. This is going on forever. Ugh. I still need to fix the loadouts for Argenta and Abelard. Court Administrator. You're greeted by an impeccably dressed man with a perfectly straight back. Your Arbutus scale emblem is embroidered onto his clothes. Glory to House von Valencius! We are honored to welcome you to the Palace of Justice, your lordship. Do you wish to proceed to the session at once, or will you grace me with any questions I might humbly answer? Let us begin. Please follow me. God, this is going on forever. The Scribia Volture's dreary vox-amplified voice carries across the hall. The court will now hear case DP-1453/2, the doleful host against the Astropathic Choir of Dargonus. Representatives for the parties will present their arguments following standard procedure. A woman with lines of scripture all over her skin folds her arms into an aquila. My name is Sister Juth, and I represent the doleful host. The Emperor's Anointed One came upon a group of heretics whose minds brimmed with the most shameless thoughts. We captured them and tortured them as befits their transgressions. From what we were able to discern from their wailing and screaming, the head of the Astropathic Choir is plotting to betray House von Valencius. No one is a liar when flame is coursing with flesh. The doleful host surrounded the choir building and demanded that the heretic be handed over. It was solely out of respect for the Anointed. We refrained from burning down the wayward heretic's den on the spot. However, say but the word, and we shall take him, so he may undergo a righteous cleansing. The arguments are acknowledged and shall be weighed on the scales of justice. The representative will retreat to the Chapel of Patience to await the verdict. Master Angelio. The gaunt man, dressed in astropath's robes, is standing tall, but his voice trembles with fear. I am Master Angelio. I represent the Dargonus Astropathic Choir. These insidious, ignored people are passing off their victims' ravings as truth. Your lordship, if you will say anything under torture to make the agony stop, who's served House von Valencius faithfully for decades. Mr. Prass, the longest of all. Please, order them to stand down. The Master of the Court repeats the same monotonous formula, bidding the other representative to leave the courtroom. Let's see. Switch on your vox. Victus, quick. Ask our chapter's choir master whether Master Prass of Dargonus has been known to engage in any compromising behavior. Once Lord Captain, the Palace of Justice falls silent for several minutes until Victus's voice returns. Choir Master Wise has known Prass for quite a long time. He has made a very measured statement to the effect that for some time now the mental images conveyed by Prass have taken on a shade of profound anxiety. They have become more aloof and detached overall. Zachary Wise attributes this to Prass's horrific experience during the warp storm, but he is less than completely sure. Is there still something that sets the Dargonus Choir Master's messages apart from those of his fellow survivors? Oh dear, my witness opinions. Lord Captain, without a choir master, the power of Dargonus' astropaths will be significantly diminished. Unless a worthy replacement is found for Master Prass, he cannot be executed. The Seneschal frowns. There is a shorter world that owes us an old debt, which can be repaid with a seasoned astropath. We can make the request, although it would leave the planet in question with barely any means of communication. Both parties have shown disrespect for the Imperium's authority. The doleful host is engaging in mob justice, and the defendant did not even deign to stand trial in person. Sentence them both to death would be the optimal outcome. Give me details about the parties to this conflict. I want to see who among them is trustworthy. As the prefect leans forward, towards you, you get a whiff of ink and candlelights. The doleful host is a respectful cult of the God Emperor, the Diptus Ministorium. Storm has deemed them to be paragons of virtue who combat every manner of heresies, and has enlisted their aid in various conflicts. Naturally, the ecclesiarchy stops short of counting them among its warriors, but it uses them in very similar ways. The Astropathic Choir hardly needs an introduction. They're some of the most valuable servants of the Imperium, without whom any and all communication between our worlds would collapse. The Dragonis Choir took horrific casualties in the recent major warp storm. Master Brass made an enormous effort to at least partially restore communication. While we may not have proof of his innocence, Brass's dedication to his duty is beyond doubt. The older woman locks her shriveled fingers together. As you can see, this is an intricate situation. Imperium lore testified. You have no way of knowing what the correct decision would be? This looks to be a complicated case. Sealamorn, is it not excessive to execute both parties? No. Such a verdict will remind your subjects that only the rogue trader has the right to administer justice. Besides, if you take the host's side, it will inspire new self-proclaimed executioners, and if you absolve the Astropath, he turns out to be guilty after all, other heretics will feel safe to act with impunity. This is why I advise you to be stern. Lex is your son. I heard you, and I'm ready to pass my judgment. Efficiency, security. There was Sealamorn. Both parties to the case are guilty. Execute them. A harsh verdict, but from now on your subjects will hardly dare escalate situations to the point of open clashes, in cases similar to this one, of course. The rogue trader has made his decision. Arbitrators, carry it out. Prefect proceeds, matter-of-factly, to the next scroll. The court will now hear petition CR-154/33, restated. The petitioner is Cardinal Envialis. Your arguments, please, Cardinal. Oh god, man, raises his bloodshot eyes at you. For a moment, all sound ceases, even scratching the countless servo skull's quills. The man's gaze is full of pain so strong and undiluted that your breath seizes in your throat. I am impure, O Emperor's anointed one. I am beset by impure thoughts, but no one believes my confessions. I have been giving away the treasures I possess, only for people to bring me more. Worse still is the knowledge that I am leading people astray. They look at me and believe a state of perfect grace is attainable, while I am very tired. Cardinal blinks away a tear and continues. The most terrible of all is that my brethren, the preachers of the Coronus Expanse, see me as a holy man. Their delusion has been so persistent that they sent a petition to Holy Terra, asking that I be made a saint. That was when I became firm in my decision to submit to torture in front of my congregation, thus reminding them that no holiness exists, unless bestowed as a gift by the God Emperor. Even the clerics of my rank can and must repent, thus becoming more pure every day. Please allow me to undergo mortal torture in his name in front of my parishioners. What does my retinue have to say? Argenta shakes her head. Wise counsel is required here, and is not to be found within these walls. Reverend Hieronymus would understand the workings of the Cardinal's soul, addressed him to the Good Shepherd, of the Drusians. Situation analysis complete. Let the paradox cease. Let functionality triumph. Suggestion: use the unit's Cardinal Envialis' organic remains to construct a servo skull herald and place it in an automated chapel. The status of sainthood will be extended to the liturgical mechanism. According to Lex Imperialis, a candidate saint may personally challenge their sainting by petitioning the Ecclesiarch of Holy Terra. Sidestepping the head of the Imperial cult is a violation of the Emperor's law. Send astropathic communication. Since astropathic communication with the rest of the Imperium has been disrupted, I propose to put Cardinal Envialis on a ship that crosses the Maw, so he can submit his request with every formality observed. I'm ready to pass judgment. Drusians, security. I grant the Drusians the right to decide the Cardinal's fate. It is my belief that Reverend Hieronymus is unsurpassed in his comprehension of humility and holiness. The head of the Drusians would hardly deny the Cardinal's peculiar request. However, the matter will be outside our jurisdiction at that point. Reverend Hieronymus will appreciate your high trust in him when it comes to questions of faith. The road trader has made his will clear. Cardinal Imperialis will leave the Palace of Justice and accept his fate. Let us move on to the last case for today. The court will now hear case DP-1646/7, Lady Mullis Secundus, against the late Lord Mullis. Lord Mullis being deceased, he will be represented by his progeny, Gartha and Silas Mullis. Representatives from the parties will present their arguments following standard procedure. Lady Mullis Secundus, your lordship. I am exactly what I said. Only 8 cycles ago, a man broke into my house, posing as my husband, the late Lord Mullis. Contrary to what I know, he denies that he was killed by pirates. Instead, he purportedly survived, with the God Emperor's providence. However, I hold here his death certificate, issued by the Administratum, which clearly states that my husband passed away. I demand that this fraud be executed. The woman belligerently waves around a scroll on which the words declared dead are clearly visible. Acknowledge, Wade. Patience, your lordship, our father did survive. He really was captured by pirates, who were going to demand a ransom, but the Imperial Navy managed to board the ship to rescue him. After he went missing, our mother, Lady Mullis, arranged for a death certificate before we received the good news. Now we're in the humiliating position of having to prove that our father is alive, while our mother is living with her new husband, Lord Secundus, and has taken over our family business. We implore you to restore Lord Mullis to his life and name. He's humbly awaiting your decision in the Chapel of Patience. Let me speak. This is a complicated situation, but Lady Mullis Secundus was acting in the Imperium's interests. She has shouldered the duty of care for the family business, and was in no position to wallow in her grief for cycles upon cycles. Cassia throws back her shoulders and says in a dignified voice, "A marriage between people of noble birth is a union of 2 servants of the Emperor. Duty towards the Imperium is at the heart of that union. If there comes a long period of time where one of the spouses is unable to fulfill their obligations, the marriage loses its meaning. You could codify this understanding in law that would help resolve the situation. If Lady Mullis Secundus is right, then her children are the impostor's accomplices and are guilty for defaming the authenticity of administrative documents. The women know that her heirs must face the same fate as the criminal, so stipulates imperial law. Prefect, relay Solomon's words to Lady Mullis Secundus. As you wish. She has confessed to bribing an administrative official and is pleading for her offspring to be spared. The case is clear to me now. I'm ready to pass my verdict. Yes, his perspective on marriage and the Imperium is correct. Lady Mullis Secundus may stay with her new husband, but she shall return the family business to Lord Mullis. Henceforth, my protectorate will operate under a new concept of legal spousehood. This sounds like a decision that is favorable in the eyes of the Emperor. Moreover, I imagine it will make kidnappings for ransom substantially rarer. This session is now concluded. As the last attendants leave the courtroom, the prefect turns to you with a delighted expression. Lady Theodora had held court sessions like this to strengthen her subjects' faith in the Lex Imperialis and their fear of breaching it. A most useful practice, would you agree? Are there no more active disputes in my domain? Come now, bring me a few more misguided souls. Your enthusiasm is laudable, but, as I'm sure you understand, any matter of procedure requires prior registration, which in turn involves filling out official forms and signing regulation-approved documents. It is for this reason that I am, alas, unable to honor your request. With your permission, I will now return to my duties. Thank you. Yay! Sacred symbol of the Imperium's justice, implacable and unsparing.
The light of terror shines for us.
The machine god grants me insight.
See, the cogitator is filled with data on the workings of the Palace of Justice, listing things such as names of servants, details of executions. The number of people entering the building is always greater than those leaving it. Goods.
My house would be proud of me.
Excerpts from the Lex Imperialis with addenda. The changes, personally signed by Theodora von Valencias, reflect the current situation of the Crown's expense. Let's fix that cogitator.
My success is an
Let's see, the personal data of the executed. All their positions have been meticulously accounted for and deposited in the storerooms of the administratum. More stuff. Use the other cogitator.
As it should be.
Financial reports. The procurement data does not match up with the spending, but this has been gracefully covered up by the way of a shrinkage column. And some more stuff. Back to the void ship. Alright. Wow, 9 hours. Oh, but first, before I end stream, I need to fix Abelard. You know, that Absidite thing. The Ashen Breath. Huh. The weapon of wrathful leader from the Eldari Corsairs, taken as a trophy by the Imperial Navy and later stolen from a secret arsenal of Casbelka agents. And a heavy maul. Attempt to shield bash. That's the target. If hit. No. Anyway, so first order of business is Epiphany. Mastercraft Power Maul. That doesn't really apply. I think I do want to go for one of the chain axes. And get Argenta her heavy weapon back. No idea why Fiery Retribution was like that. Regardless. I should probably restock grenades. And medkits. Well, regardless. That's it for tonight. Thank you for watching. And I'll see you guys tomorrow.